PMITV audiobook. Winter. Konoha Village. At 3 years old, Uzumaki Naruto walked on the snow very hard. Every step was as difficult as a hurdle. Even so, Uzumaki Naruto always kept a cheerful smile on his face. With his short stature, he came to a grocery store near the house and knocked on the wooden board in front of the counter. "Boss, give me a hot water bottle. The one in my house is broken. Go away. Don't buy here." After that, the clerk closed the window at the counter. He didn't even want to look at Uzumaki Naruto. In Uzumaki Naruto's mind, a voice sounded, "Give up. No one will sell it to you." It was Lee Yaoxiang, who had traveled to the world of Naruto for 3 years. He has the same surname as Rock Lee, but actually has no relationship with him. Lee Yaoxiang was initially an ordinary senior student from Earth. He randomly made a wish to soar across all heaven's myriad realms at his birthday party but didn't really mean to when he said that. Despite that, God really gave him such a chance. After he came here, he discovered that he couldn't extract chakra at all. He could only be an ordinary person. This was obviously different from the transmigration he had imagined. Fortunately, God did not completely fail to give him a chance to make a comeback. After Lee Yaoxiang transmigrated, he awakened a system. A blackening system. As the name implies, if Lee Yaoxiang wants to change the current situation of being cut by the sword or continuing to soar across all heaven's myriad realms, he must complete his mission in this world, which is to blacken Uzumaki Naruto completely. The main initial function of the system is to allow Lee Yaoxiang to invade Uzumaki Naruto's consciousness space to communicate or to control Uzumaki Naruto's body while Uzumaki Naruto is asleep, unconscious, or emotionally broken. This is why Lee Yaoxiang's voice can appear in Uzumaki Naruto's mind anytime and anywhere. Until now, Uzumaki Naruto still didn't know who the owner of this voice was and what was going on. No one taught him. No one corrected him. He thought it was normal to have such a conversation with a person from time to time in his mind. The only thing he knew was that the owner of this voice has been taking care of him and accompanying him. Naruto's house is always in chaos. But whenever he wakes up, he would find his home suddenly becomes clean. He knew that this was the owner of this voice. Because no one would care about him. Whenever his diaper is wet and dirty, the same thing happened. He would find the original dirty diapers replaced by new comfortable and dry diapers. He knew that this was also the owner of the voice. Because no one would care about him. He didn't understand how the voice owner did it, but he never felt afraid knowing the voice owner controlled his body. After all, they had been together for so long. Naruto trusted the owner of the voice very much, and Naruto knew he would not harm him. He had long regarded the owner of the voice as his closest person. The only flaw was that the owner of this voice always likes to beat Naruto. Whatever Naruto said, no matter how hard Naruto tried, he would always say it's impossible to make friends or impossible to get recognition. Uzumaki Naruto certainly does not want to believe this. Because the greatest grandfather Hokage in the village said this before, as long as you persist and work hard, you can make friends. Despite being mentally prepared, the shopkeeper's fierce reaction still surprised Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto quickly recovered his smile. He was very optimistic in his mind and gave a response, "No. Not every house is like this. Someone will sell it to me." After vetoing Lee Yaoxiang's statement, Uzumaki Naruto smiled again and walked hard on the white snow to the next store. "Second store, go away. I don't sell." Naruto was not discouraged, and the smile on his face remained. "Third store, monster. Get out." Naruto still kept smiling. He didn't give up and came to the fourth store. The owner of the fourth store didn't even say a word. With a clatter, an empty can smashed into Naruto's head. The empty can bounced off, and Naruto was stunned on the spot. Hey, Li Yaoxian sighed, how long are you going to try? Didn't I tell you? You really think that as long as you keep smiling, others will think you won't hurt them? Will they want to be friends with you? Stop dreaming. Give up. Naruto did not refute this time. But he kept smiling. It's just that he didn't go to the next store this time. He turned and set foot on his way home. As he walked, he came to an empty snowfield. There were 4 children on the snowfield. It was a group of children of similar age to Naruto, who was playing around. The cotton coats worn by this group of children looked very warm and comfortable. It was completely different from the sloppy and slightly thin cotton coats worn by Naruto. Seeing the scene in front of him, Naruto's smile that was barely maintained became laughter from the bottom of his heart. Optimistic, he soon left behind the unhappy things. You can tell from his eyes that he was very envious of this group of children. Envied them that they can play happily together. He also wanted to join in and have fun with everyone. It's just that, just as he took a step, Li Yaoxiang's voice sounded again, let's go. Stop watching. They won't play with you. Have you forgotten those previous experiences? Percussion sounded again. Naruto hesitated this time. Because he understood. Li Yaoxiang was right. It's just that he didn't want to admit it. The reason why he kept trying to put a smile in front of others was to try to change their minds. At the same time, it was to prove that what Li Yaoxiang said is wrong. He always believed that the problem was with himself, not with others. As long as you work hard enough, you can change all this. Although Naruto didn't want to admit it, he stopped approaching the children. After all, no matter how he didn't want to admit it, his previous experiences were indeed like that, which made him face reality. At first, he didn't want to believe what the master of voice said. He didn't give up. He didn't compromise. After trying countless times, the results can be obtained. But instead, it was always a hot face pasted on a cold ass asterisk. Asterisk TL note, Beijing slang used to refer to an unrequited relationship. Luckier times, he would be ridiculed. Unluckier times, they would even throw stones. Recalling the past scenes, his face turned pale. He was scared. He was afraid that if he stepped forward, he would face a bad result again. There were enough blows today. He was afraid if he were beaten again, he would never be able to bear it. After thinking about it, Naruto only felt a little regret. But in the end, he finally chose to keep smiling and continue on the way home. Naruto was willing to go away, but what about those children? His eye-catching yellow hair and his conspicuous sloppy cotton coat were just like a lighthouse. It soon attracted the attention of the group of children. From the moment Uzumaki Naruto was discovered, the group of children started to be surprised. Wah! It's a demon fox! It's a demon fox! Quick! Look! It's the demon fox! The demon fox is coming! Throw something! Let's throw at him! Throw something at him to death! When the children saw Naruto, there was no fear. They squeezed one after other stiff snowballs from the snow on the ground, ruthlessly smashed them on Naruto's body. For them, this was just a game. A game of justice. Children like to play this game, the game where they beat monsters, bandits, bad guys, etc. But, the thing is, Naruto is the bad guy in the game. They didn't understand at all why Naruto is called Demon Fox. They were just under the subtle influence of the adults. They learned from adults to hate Naruto. Pa. 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 One snowball after another. Constantly slapped all over Naruto's body. Naruto walked staggeringly. It was hard enough to walk in the snow. Almost every 1 or 2 steps he took, he fell to the side. He used his tiny hands to prop himself up and stood up again. Who knows how many times he fell. What everyone didn't know was that these seemingly painful snowball attacks felt nothing to Naruto. Because of the huge pain in his heart, he felt nothing on the outside. Each snowball that hit Naruto's body as if it was shattering the newly healed wound in his heart again. A flash of thought appeared within Naruto. He thought about whether he should live in this world or not. He didn't understand. He hid far away. He didn't come close. So, why wouldn't they let him go? The adults who were watching the children didn't come out to stop them. They even gloated a little. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, sent an Anbu to monitor Naruto for 24 hours, yet didn't stop them either. Uzumaki Naruto, the son of fourth Hokage, was like a rat crossing the street, smashed back by everyone. He endured the numbness of his short legs and quickly escaped from them. But during the escape, he did not forget to keep a hearty smile and shouted back, "Ha ha ha ha. Just wait. I will definitely take revenge." Just like that, he fled. The sloppy cotton coat was covered with more snow. He felt ice cold. Finally, he ran back to his house and couldn't help but sneeze. Haku. A short and long snot came out of the nostril. Naruto slapped and circled his head. Oops. Ha ha ha. I caught a cold. He took out the key. However, when the door was closed again, he was only 3 years old. He could no longer bear the uncomfortable feeling in his heart and cried out. Hick, hick, hick tilde why? Why did they do this to me? What did I do wrong? Hick, hick, hick tilde. Naruto, who was always lively, cheerful, and optimistic, cried so miserably at that moment. Li Yaoxian couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable inside. If it were not for witnessing Naruto's entire birth process, Li Yaoxian would not feel as mad as he was right now. He couldn't imagine how cruel and ungrateful Konoha's group of old fellows are to treat their savior's son this way. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old fellow, promised Minato to take good care of Naruto. What's the result? You call that caring? The nanny who was sent to take care of him treated Naruto with a hatred attitude. She called him Demon Fox. Whenever there's bedwetting or shit, everything's ignored. Teachers who were sent for him to teach him to read and write are no different. Whether Naruto has learned it or not, they wouldn't care at all. Li Yaoxian felt this would be one of the main reasons for Naruto's poor academic performance in the future. Moreover, what made Li Yaoxian feel speechless was that their hatred is way too much. Couldn't they wait for at least until Naruto could take care of himself? But at 2 years old. Only 2 years old. After Naruto walked and talked, they never came again. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care either. He didn't say anything. If it weren't for Li Yaoxian controlling Naruto's body, Naruto would be screwed. He was the one who taught Naruto to read and write. He really couldn't imagine how Naruto would survive without him. Also, don't think that the only ungrateful and unfeeling person is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Most people in the Konoha village are no better than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Does the other high levels of Hidden Leaf Village, the prominent noble clan, Chonin, etc., know who Uzumaki Naruto is? Ha ha! Are you kidding? Who wouldn't know the surname Uzumaki, the yellow hair, and the child born in the same year as Demon Fox incident? Without the surname Uzumaki, no one will know whose son Naruto is. Also, the entire village spread the word Demon Fox. Are they really that stupid? Of course not. It's not that they don't realize. It's just they are just pretending not to know. Because of this, Li Yaoxian, who was dealing shits from other people with Naruto, was even angrier at what Konoha village did. He had become more determined about darkening Naruto. Li Yaoxian quickly calmed down. Because he knows that as long as Naruto is on the road of darkening, he is destined to be very meddlesome in the future. He could not be emotionally involved. Otherwise, all his efforts will be lost, or even his own life will be lost. You still believe that your efforts can change all this? The cold water-like words sounded again in Naruto's mind. Li Yaoxiang had said this kind of shocking words in Naruto's mind more than once. But in the past, when Naruto heard these blows, except for a moment of depression, he would quickly cheer up and try his best to prove himself again. Prove to others that he is not a demon fox. He will not hurt anyone. He just wants to make friends with everyone. Li Yaoxiang, familiar with the anime Naruto and familiar with Naruto's character, was not in a hurry. Because Li Yaoxiang knew that Asura's soul asterisk influenced Naruto, that means, if you want to darken Naruto, it would be on a hell of difficulty. Asterisk TL note, Asura Zatsuki was the younger son of Hagoromo Zatsuki. Asura always loved and respected his older brother and only wished to be reincarnated over and over again to battle Indra to eventually end the feud between them, a dream which would be realized in Naruto and Sasuke. His chakra reincarnated into various individuals throughout history. Naruto Uzumaki became the next inheritor of Asura's chakra and will, with Sasuke Uchiha inheriting Indra's chakra and will. https://naruto.fandom.com/wiki/Asura_% Z5% 8 Therefore, Li Yaoxiang seemed to be scolding Naruto on the surface. But in fact, he had been letting Naruto work hard to let himself hit his head and shed blood. The purpose was to let Naruto realize that no matter how strongly he persists, he could not change this ironclad fact. Let his hopeful and optimistic character completely change. Only in this way will Naruto cherish everything Li Yaoxiang brings to him. Li Yaoxiang's first step plan had been successful. Otherwise, the data displayed on the system interface would not have changed. As soon as Naruto came home and cried, the system data also changed. Host, Li Yaoxiang. Darkening target, Uzumaki Naruto. Target soul, 5/40. Darkening degree, 1.6%. Darkening value, 7,800. More, slightly. This is the darkening system that Li Yaoxiang awakened. In addition to being able to invade Naruto's consciousness space and controlling Naruto's body under certain conditions, there are these things displayed on an interface. Very simple and straightforward. Soul represents a person's willpower, spiritual energy, etc. The soul value of ordinary adults is between 8 to 10. The reason why Naruto's soul value displays 5/40 because his current soul value was 5, and the upper limit of his soul value is 40. As his age and mind grow, his soul value will also increase. This also means that if the soul value is higher, darkening a person will be more difficult. Before being transmigrated, Li Yaoxiang had heard many Naruto fans thought that the reason Naruto Uzumaki was so naive and so stupid when he was a child, perhaps because he was hit by Shimura Danza's Kotomatsukami. TL note, Kotomatsukami is a jutsu that casts a powerful yet subtle mind-controlling genjutsu on the target. Dan's Shimura was an elder of Konohigakyo. As the founder and leader of Root, Dan's gained notoriety as the darkness of the Shinobi. However, when Li Yaoxiang transmigrated to Naruto world, he carefully analyzed Naruto's life and the original work plot but found that this probability is not significant. After all, the extremely optimistic Naruto was actually gradually revealed when he was 2 to 3 years old. But when Shimura Danza got Uchiha Shisui's main Gekyo Sharingan, Uzumaki Naruto was about 5 years old. The timeline would not be correct. Therefore, Li Yaoxiang had reason to suspect that the culprit that caused Naruto's difficulty to darken so rapidly should be because of the lingering Asura's soul. It's just that because for whom Naruto will become so naive and so silly was not very important for Li Yaoxiang. The most important thing was that he could get a clear answer from this analysis. That is, in the next 2 years, he didn't need to worry about Naruto being exposed to Kotomatsukami. The darkening degree is Naruto's current darkening percent. If the darkening degree is 100%, it means that Li Yaoxiang has completed his mission in Naruto World, and he can leave Naruto World at any time. The seed buried in Naruto's heart succeeded in raising Naruto's darkening degree from 0% to 1.6%. Because of this, the system rewarded him with a darkening value of 7,800 points. As for the darkening value usage, it is very useful. That is related to whether Li Yaoxiang can be his currency in Naruto World. These darkening points can be used to buy any item in Naruto World in the system mall. The any here includes various ninjutsu, various taijutsu, various genjutsu, etc. Even Rinnegan, Tensogun, Sage Body, various Kekii Genkai, etc. are not a problem. That is to say, as long as his darkening point is enough, Achai Harabito, Achai Ha Madara, Obsubsuki Kaguya, etc. are no problem. These final big bosses will be just a few scums for Li Yaoxiang. Unfortunately, the changes this time were not most worthy of Li Yaoxiang's pleasure. Not because of the 1.6% increase in darkening degree, nor the 7,800 darkening value reward. He needed proof. A proof that the direction of his efforts over the years was not wrong. As long as he proves that he is right, it means that in the days to come, as long as he sticks to and continues doing this, he doesn't have to be afraid to waste his efforts anymore. As for the darkening value, if there are no accidents, if things continue to develop normally, the darkening value will have another chance to skyrocket later. And there's no time limit to use the darkening value anyway. Li Yaoxiang did not rush to use the points. He exited the system interface. The mind returned to Naruto, who was still crying and doubting his life. Hick tilde, but didn't the Grandpa Hokage say, as long as you work hard, you will succeed? Could it be that I didn't work hard enough? Hearing Naruto's response, it was Li Yaoxiang, who had been mentally prepared for a long time and could not help but curse it Asura. It seems that Uzumaki Naruto's sickness is severe. But it doesn't matter. Go according to plan. Oh, the grandpa. Do you still believe his words? Hearing that Li Yaoxiang dared to question Naruto, the heartbroken Naruto was stunned for a while but soon recovered. After all, at this moment, he doesn't have the mind to care about these things. Is Grandpa Hokage wrong too? Is there really no way to change? I can only live alone. Just when Naruto was about to despair, Li Yaoxiang suddenly suffocated such a sentence. Actually, it's not hopeless. Naruto's eyes widened. He lifted his head. He gasped. He wiped the tears and snot on the face. Can change. You have a way to change. What is it? After a moment of silence, Li Yaoxiang's hesitation sounded again in Naruto's mind. This method may let you face a more brutal reality in the near future. Do you really want to know? Naruto did not care whether the future is cruel. Nothing was more important than solving his current situation. Yes. I would like to know. Please tell me, please. Naruto had such a fierce reaction. How could Li Yaoxiang, who was with him forever, not understand? After all, since Naruto became sensible, he had only faced two walls, except for Sarutobi Hisaki, who sometimes came to visit him once or twice. There is no internet. No games. No mobile phone. There are no web posts. Not to mention Naruto, even Li Yaoxiang, an otaku before transmigration, could not stand it. Because of this understanding, every time Li Yaoxiang communicates with Naruto, he has the upper hand. Actually, you don't have to work so hard to prove yourself. Because you are the hero of the village, you saved everyone. Everyone misunderstood you. Naruto was stunned and mistakenly thought that Li Yaoxiang was comforting Naruto. Naruto then mocked himself. How could I be a hero in the village? Forget it, although I don't understand why you said that, I still thank you for comforting me. I'm not. I didn't comfort you. I said that, because The fourth Hokage that saved the lives of the entire village, Namikaze Minato, is your father. When the words came out, Naruto was dumbfounded. He never expected that the voice in his mind would say such an unbelievable thing. Are you kidding? A Hokage, whom I have admired for a long time, and my father is one of them. How can this be? What happened? Still don't believe me. The voice in his mind still insisted that he was the son of Namikaze Minato. Naruto couldn't help but hesitate, but he didn't question again. Instead, he was nervous and waited for Li Yaoxiang to continue talking. If you still don't believe me, then relax your mind, don't resist. I'll take you to a place. The scene changed. Uzumaki Naruto came into a dark space. The entire space was flooded with dark water. The water was as deep as Naruto's knee. This place made Naruto feel at a loss. Where is this? Why did you bring me here? Why am I here? Aren't you curious? The reason everyone calls you Demon Fox. You don't believe that the fourth Hokage is your father, right? Then go forward. Go straight ahead, and you'll find the answer you want to know. Li Yaoxiang's voice, like a devil, kept circling in Naruto's mind. Feeling the cold black water, Naruto knew that he was not dreaming. He really was in a mysterious place. At the same time, Naruto believed that Li Yaoxiang, who has been with him for a long time, will not frame Naruto. Naruto resisted the fear in his heart. He clenched his tiny fist, gritted his teeth, and walked forward. At every step, the sound of water echoed. The black water rippled in circles. Naruto walked very slowly. Who knows how long he had walked? He finally saw a bright spot ahead. He looked overjoyed and then started to walk towards the bright place. Step by step on the black water. Water splashed all over him. Because of his short stature and being blocked by black water, he fell several times in a row during the run, making his body wet. But Naruto didn't give up because of it. Instead, he got more and more excited. There was only one word silently in his mind. Answer. Answer. He must know the truth no matter what. Why does everyone hate me so much? Why don't people want to be friends with me? Also, Minato is my father. Naruto's pace gradually slowed down, not because he was tired, but because in his field of view, he began to see the outline of the bright spot ahead. It was a very large iron cage. Inside the iron cage, there seemed to be a very large creature held imprisoned. He cautiously came closer. Naruto's footsteps finally stopped. He didn't dare move forward. Naruto was suddenly frightened and fell into the black water pool. What's wrong? Aren't you wondering why everyone calls you Demon Fox? That's because you really are a demon fox. The monster in front of you is the demon fox that has been sealed in your body. Li Yaoxiang's words kept circling in Naruto's mind. His face was scared, so pale. He looked at the scene in front of him incredulously. It's over. Although it was still unclear whether the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, was his father, the scene in front of him was enough to make him feel broken and desperate. After all, it turns out that everyone is right. He is really a monster. There really is a demon fox in him. So, does that mean he can't make friends? That's right. Until the end, Naruto's first reaction after seeing Kyuubi, Ninetales, was that he was concerned about whether he could make friends or not. His carefree personality made him even ignore the Kyuubi within his own body and forgot his past. Whether Namikaze Minato was his father or not, it was still a matter of doubt. Go ahead. The answer you want is right there. Naruto swallowed his saliva and stood up again. He did not refuse Li Yaoxiang's temptation to continue to move forward. Although he had walked very carefully and tried not to make any noise, the ripples on the water still woke up the nine-tailed demon fox that had been sleeping for a long time. When Kyuubi opened his eyes and saw Naruto, who was only 3 years old, The violent anger Naruto had imagined did not appear. Instead, it showed a delighted expression. Although imprisoned in this sealed space, Kyuubi still knew what was happening outside. It knew Naruto's growth process. It was apparent how eager this child in front of him was to make friends. Its prone body immediately came to spirit. Boy, how did you get here? The thick voice of Kyuubi scared Naruto again. He also didn't expect the big fox could even speak. I don't know. I suddenly came here, Naruto stammered. He began to say what Li Yaoxiang had taught him. Kyuubi didn't think too much and began to tempt him. Boy, you really want to make friends? Come here and help the old man tear off the seal in front of the cage. If you tear off the seal, this old man will become your friend. Not only was Kyuubi tempting Naruto, but even Li Yaoxiang also encouraged him. Do it. Go tear it. But Naruto still hesitated. In Naruto's mind, he communicated with Li Yaoxiang. Can I not tear it? Is he the same as the demon fox everyone said? If I pull it, will this big fox run out of the cage and hurt everyone? I don't want to know the answer. If it hurts everyone, I don't want to know the truth. It's okay. Trust me. He can't come out and hurt everyone. Naruto struggled for a long time and finally chose to follow Li Yaoxiang's instructions and walk towards the seal on the iron cage. Kyuubi's eyes straightened, full of expectation. The oppressive aura in his body became even more dignified. But to avoid affecting Naruto's actions, it tried to suppress it. Naruto raised his head to look at the huge Kyuubi that looked like a hill and was really shocked. Boy, tear it quickly. Naruto, who came back to his senses, looked at the top of his head. There was a nearly 2-meter-high ceiling tag curse. He didn't hesitate anymore. He began to climb up. He clamped the iron with both hands and both knees. He slowly climbed up. Naruto was getting closer to the ceiling tag spell. Seeing that he had reached a distance where he could touch the ceiling tag spell, Naruto couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He supported his body on the iron bar. He raised his right hand and stretched out. But the instant he was about to touch the ceiling tag curse, there was an invisible force suddenly, and it flew him into the black liquid pool again. Before Naruto could know what was going on, Kyuubi's roar suddenly sounded throughout the sealed space. Roar. Fourth Gage. You dare to appear here. This old man is going to kill you. Kung. There was a loud noise. Kyuubi's claws suddenly protruded out of the cage. The entire cage was shaken violently. The tip of the claw was just less than a centimeter before reaching Namikaze Minato's back. It then was unable to move for half a minute. Not far from what Li Yaoxiang expected. As long as he guides Naruto to tear the ceiling tag spell, it will surely cause Namikaze Minato's last chakra in Naruto to come out and stop it in advance. This was why he dared to assure Naruto that Kyuubi would not be able to get out of the chaos. Namikaze Minato appeared here and ignored the roaring Kyuubi behind him. All kinds of complex, guilty, and excited expressions all gathered on his face at the moment. He was silent for a long time. For a while, he didn't know how to face his son. The scene in front of him already dumbfounded Naruto. The strange man appeared in front of him. How could he not have recognized him? He had been walking alone on the streets of Konoha for a long time. He climbed the roof and looked at the majestic Hokage rock with a look of admiration. Who is this man in front of me, if not the fourth Hokage? That is your biological father, fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. If you still don't believe me, then ask him in person. Li Yaoxiang reminded Naruto in his mind. Naruto swallowed saliva. His face was pale with shock. But he still listened to Li Yaoxiang's opinion and summoned the courage to ask, "Are you, my father?" Namikaze Minato frowned upon hearing this. He hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. Naruto's first reaction was a joy. Seeing that so many people have fathers and mothers, he also had countless fantasies about his parents, but he completely didn't expect that his own father turned out to be the Hokage that he had admired for so long. However, this joy was just a flash. Soon it turned into puzzlement and doubt. Why? If my father is Namikaze Minato, why do people treat me like that? Why do people hate me? Shouldn't Hokage be the most respected and recognized by most people? Didn't Grandpa Hokage say that the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato sacrificed himself to save the village? Then my father should be a hero. Shouldn't that make me the son of a hero? That being the case, why does everyone treat Naruto like this? Before Naruto figured out what was going on, Lee Yaoxiang gave him another strong dose at this time. The monster in front of you is the one that your father, Namikaze Minato, personally sealed into you. Naruto heard it. He was enlightened on the spot. Recalling the bullying he faced since he was a kid. Recalling the disgusting eyes that everyone showed him. Naruto's face became dull, and he couldn't help confirming this to Namikaze Minato. You sealed this big fox in my body. Namikaze Minato nodded again. Naruto's expression soon changed from dull to angry. Even in the original work, when the grown-up Naruto met Namikaze Minato for the first time, he could not bear to punch him. Let alone the current Naruto. Not surprisingly, when Naruto knew the truth, the first reaction was to rush straight up at the irresponsible father. Naruto gave him a series of punches and kicks. Namikaze Minato, who was guilty, didn't stop Naruto. He let Naruto keep hitting him. Naruto broke into tears again. Tears burst into a howling. You Tilda, why? Why are you doing this to me? Do you know how I've lived these years? Namikaze Minato's face was full of guilt, and of course, he knew exactly how his son had been treated. After all, he, like Kyuubi, witnessed Naruto's growth. He also didn't expect things to become like this. So, he just stood there and let Naruto, who was only 3 years old, vent all the grievances he had suffered over the years, vent it all on him. Until Naruto was tired and stopped hitting, he said, "It's too noisy here. Let's go to another place to talk." The scene changed. The two came to a white space. Kyuubi, who was still roaring around a while ago, suddenly disappeared. Naruto froze, looked around all around, and said nothing. He wiped away his tears. He raised his head and waited for Namikaze Minato to give him an explanation. "Naruto, I'm sorry. I know I'm not qualified for you to forgive me. I didn't fulfill my responsibility as a father. But I just want to tell you that this is not what you think it is. I never thought your life would become like this." Seeing Naruto's expression of dissatisfaction, Namikaze Minato didn't know what to say. He sighed and released the last trace of chakra of Uzumaki Kushina he kept. A burst of white smoke slowly rose. Immediately after the smoke dissipated, Uzumaki Kushina's figure appeared in front of two people. While Uzumaki Kushina was still at a loss, Namikaze Minato also said at this time, "Kushina, this is our son. Naruto, this is your mother." Unlike Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina was only the last trace of chakra that was sealed. She could not witness Naruto's growth. Her memory persists in the last moment before her death. After seeing the baby-sized Naruto, which has grown to be 3 years old, Kushina's expression showed excitement and joy. She didn't even look at Namikaze Minato. She rushed directly to Naruto and hugged Naruto tightly in her arms. She was moved to tears. Feeling Kushina's maternal love, Naruto was also unable to suppress his emotions and cried again. Because he finally knew who his father and mother were. He is not a monster like everyone said. He also has a father and a mother. The mother and son hugged and cried for a while. Kushina then pushed away Naruto a little and began to look up and down at her precious son. She stroked his forehead. She wiped his tears. She wiped the cold water for him. She cared about everything Naruto had done over the years, but she knew that the time left for her was running out, and she could only do her part as a mother as much as she can. Naruto, be good. Let mom take a good look. How have you been in the past few years? Are you full? Are there any girls you like? These questions caused an awkward atmosphere throughout the scene. Not because these questions were too much. It's because neither Naruto nor Minato know how to answer this question for a while. Because Naruto's life in the past few years didn't really go well. Namikaze Minato's eyes showed agony in his heart. At a different time from the original work, at this time, Namikaze Minato was still unable to know how most people will recognize Uzumaki Naruto in the future, so he only felt more guilty for Naruto. Kushina, Namikaze Minato whispered. Kushina ignored the call, waved her hand, motioning him not to disturb her time with her son. He didn't really think much about it. But then he really understood the saying, children are a treasure to their mother. Naruto buried himself in his mother's arms and started to cry coquettishly. Naruto began to complain about the hardship over the years. Holding Naruto tightly, turning her head to her husband, she glared at Minato, look at you. What kind of person have you entrusted our child to? I was willing to sacrifice at first, just to let you take good care of Naruto. The results of it. This is the bright future you want to leave for our son. I'm so blind. Turns out, I don't know how to choose a man. Sure enough, when there is a child involved, the husband will lose. The son is the love of mother's life, after all. Kushina had no intention of giving her husband a face at all. Hearing that her son has experienced such a hard day, no mother in the world can bear it. One was willing to fight, and the other was willing to suffer. Knowing that she only had little time left, Kushina no longer wastes time. Her mind returned to the little Naruto again. She exhorted, Naruto, don't be discouraged, don't be discouraged. Everything will be fine, you know. After mom leaves, you must take good care of yourself. When others bully you, remember to fight back. Our beloved son, how could they bully you so easily? The deep maternal love made Naruto felt that today is the happiest day since he was sensible. He put aside all his troubles and gave a refreshing hum. After venting all the frustrations in his heart, Naruto's resentment towards his father, Minato, also subsided. Only then he began to face his father. Namikaze Minato also crouched down, took him into his arms, and said again, I'm sorry Naruto. After feeling the father's love buried in the depths, he pushed away Namikaze Minato. He asked reluctantly, are you going to leave? Can you not leave? Can I meet you again? Can you just stay with me? I don't want to be alone. This scene of Naruto's begging made Uzumaki Kushina, who had finally calmed down, burst into tears again. She said nothing this time because she knew that some things were unavoidable. In the days to come, Naruto will have to face it all by himself. Namikaze Minato came out with great concern at this time and comforted, Naruto, you have grown up. You are a man. You must live a good life. Also, mom and dad are not leaving you. We will watch and guard you from the sky. You're not alone. He comforted Naruto for a while. Naruto reluctantly accepted the fact that they were about to leave. However, just as the two sides were about to say goodbye, Namikaze Minato suddenly squatted down, facing Naruto's eyes, and cautiously said, Naruto, can you tell your dad, who has taught you so much these years? Who is taking care of you? Who told you about a seal? That's right. In fact, Namikaze Minato had long been aware of Naruto's abnormalities. After all, as a father, he is more attentive to Naruto's every move than other people. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, nor the Andu sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even though Sarutobi had a crystal ball, and even if Thanb stayed with Naruto for 24 hours, they were not concerned about the small details of Naruto's life. Therefore, Naruto cleaned the house by himself. He changed his diapers by himself. At most, they only thought that Uzumaki Naruto was more independent and sensible than other children. After all, the children of Naruto world are relatively precocious, and people are used to it. When Naruto heard this, he was taken aback. He did not know how to answer this question. There is someone who taught him, took care of him, and told him the truth. The problem is, he doesn't even know who this person is at all. How to answer the question? Just when Naruto was confused, Lee Yaoxiang's voice sounded at this time. Naruto, don't worry. Let me talk to your father personally. Naruto was relieved after hearing this. The voice's owner will help him answer this question for his father. That would be great. It didn't take long for Naruto, who has initially been full of tenderness, to turn around and change. Suddenly his expression turned into a look that did not match his age. Lee Yaoxiang controlled Uzumaki Naruto's small body, his hands draped over his shoulders, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. You're looking for me. Namikaze Minato, who was initially still in close contact with Naruto, was immediately frightened and retreated back a few steps, keeping a certain distance from Lee Yaoxiang. Even Kushina, who was standing behind him, was confused by the sudden movement. Detecting the abnormality, she was asked quickly, Naruto, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Don't scare your mother, okay? She was about to rush forward, but Namikaze Minato stretched out an arm to block the way and coldly said, don't go. He is not Naruto now. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the scene became extremely solemn. Kushina was worried. Namikaze Minato hesitated. Lee Yaoxiang was relaxed all the way through, keeping his seemingly harmless smile. Namikaze Minato's heart was tense to the extreme. He felt that this Lee Yaoxiang in front of him had an ulterior secret. Since he noticed Naruto's abnormality, he always felt a little uneasy in his heart. This sense of uneasiness became stronger as Lee Yaoxiang revealed himself. He felt that the purpose of this Lee Yaoxiang in front of him was far less simple than what he seemed on the surface. Who are you? Why are you with Naruto? Lee Yaoxiang was not surprised. The moment he decided to take care of Naruto, he had expected this scene in the future and the encounter with Namikaze Minato. The reason why he uncovered the truth so quickly, besides the part of the Darkening Naruto plan, there was also the most important reason. That is, he wants to remove Namikaze Minato as a lighthouse out of Naruto's consciousness as soon as possible. After all, his purpose cannot be known. If, during the planning period, Minato noticed something was wrong, and then he explained everything to Naruto, everything will be over. There was no place for him to complain. At the same time, because Minato and Kushina had little time left, Lee Yaoxiang didn't actually need to bother with them and can just keep hiding. Lee Yaoxiang squinted and smiled, looking at Minato silently for a long time. There was no intention to answer. That meaning was obvious. If you ask a question like that, don't even try asking. Do you think I will answer it? The atmosphere at the scene, with the attitude shown by Lee Yaoxiang, became tense. Kushina, who was scared to her wits, saw that the situation was not good but couldn't hold on any longer. She looked at her husband and her son. In a hurry, she quickly came out from Minato's blocking, and under the tense situation, she knelt down directly to Lee Yaoxiang. Please, I don't care who you are or your purpose, but I beg you not to hurt Naruto. This time, not only Minato but even Lee Yaoxiang was shocked by Kushina's action. At the same time, Lee Yaoxiang was moved by her maternal love. Lee Yaoxiang had to keep reminding himself to harden his heart, not to soften in this situation. His attitude became no longer rigid. The atmosphere at the scene was relieved as a result. Hey tilde Lee Yaoxiang sighed. he was not cruel enough to let this go on. He comforted, "Relax. I won't hurt Naruto. How I've treated Naruto your husband knows best. If you don't believe it, you can ask him. As for my goal, I'm sorry, I have no comment." Kushina turned her head and looked up towards her husband, Minato. As a mother, she only cares about one thing, that is, her son. Even if heaven falls, as long as Li Yaoxian does not harm her son's life, she does not care about anything else. Seeing Minato nodded and gave her a positive answer, Kushina then stood up, wiped the tears from her face, and returned to Minato. When Minato saw this, it made it hard for him to keep asking. After all, he knew very well what Li Yaoxian had done to Naruto over the years. As a dead person, he couldn't stop everything that would happen in the future. There was not much chakra left for him to stay here. Even if he wants to do something, he couldn't. Because after all, Li Yaoxian is in control of his son's body. If he is determined to do something, does that mean he must kill his own son? If he really tries, the first one who will run out to stop him would most likely be the person holding his arm tightly, the wife Kushina next to him. Thinking of this, Minato sighed. When he looked at Li Yaoxian again, he lost his vigilance. He became somewhat helpless and unwilling. At the same time, he was a little bit tired of Konoha's scolding. But forget it. I'm already dead anyway. I can't do much. Forget it. Since you don't want to say it, I won't force you. But anyway, I still feel that you care about Naruto. Thank you very much for taking care of Naruto," he said, and who knows from where Minato took out a scroll. He then continued, "It's all the ninjutsus I learned in my life with Kushina. I hope this will help you and Naruto." Minato came over and passed the scroll to Li Yaoxian. At the same time, there was a look of please in his eyes. Needless to say, Li Yaoxian also knew that it was to help Li Yaoxian take good care of Minato's son, Naruto, in the future. Li Yaoxian took the scroll very calmly. He seemed calm, but in fact, he was suffocating with excitement. Ha 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 ha! A blessing in disguise. It took no effort at all. What's this scroll? This is what Minato and Kushina has learned in their life. I feel excited thinking about it. The ninjutsu in this scroll can make most people in the ninja world envious to death. In addition, the moment Naruto and Namikaze Minato met, the darkening value soared again. The gains this time were far more abundant than he had imagined. Ding tilde ding tilde. Li Yaoxian tried to control his emotions, so he pretended to cough twice. Cough, cough. Rest assured, I will take care of Naruto. You don't need to worry about his safety. Li Yaoxian affirmed once again. Minato and Kushina felt relieved. The two looked at each other and smiled gently. They were interlocking their fingers, snuggling each other. They understood each other by looking at each other's eyes. Immediately afterward, both of them turned their heads to look at Li Yaoxian, expressing gratitude. Seeing that the two were about to disappear, Minato suddenly remembered something at this time and quickly said, "Can you promise me something again?" Li Yaoxian nodded. "What is it?" "If one day in the future, Naruto really stands on the opposite side of Konoha, I hope you can help me bring a few words to Naruto." Li Yaoxian hesitated slightly but did not refuse, waiting for him to continue. "Not everyone is as cruel as you think. I hope you can leave a glimmer of survival for Konoha in the future." After hearing this, Li Yaoxian couldn't help being taken aback. Minato asked Li Yaoxian to convey the message to Naruto. And Minato said it as if he was expecting Naruto to be on Konoha's enemy side. He didn't know whether his guess was correct, but in an instant before leaving, a light flashed in his mind, and he finally understood the uneasiness in his heart was. Minato was afraid that one day in the future, Li Yaoxian would make Naruto and Konoha enemies. Therefore, Minato spent the last bit of his strength telling his worst guess. Li Yaoxiang looked complicated. He hesitated again and again. But in the end, he nodded, agreed to Minato's promise, even though he didn't have to nod. Of course, fulfilling the promise meant that it might hinder his plan to darken Naruto. If it did hinder the plan, then he might not fulfill the promise. He would have to apologize to Minato. But still, although Li Yaoxiang wanted to darken Naruto, he didn't want to turn Naruto into a sentimental demon without emotion, like a walking corpse. As long as the circumstances permits, Li Yaoxiang doesn't mind saving some innocent people at the last moment. After seeing Li Yaoxiang nodding in agreement, the figure of Minato and Kushina became more and more blurred, forming a mass of rays of light, slowly dissipating between heaven and earth. The disappearance of Naruto and Minato made Kyuubi full of anger and had nowhere to vent. Since being sealed again by Namikaze Minato, he hadn't been as angry as he is today for a long time. The damned fourth Hokage not only took away half of my body but also sealed me inside this brat's body. The most damning thing is that the damn human being actually left behind some chakra, guarding the seal this entire time. Doesn't it mean that every Kyuubi's attempt to escape was treated as a joke? And the damned human being dared to turn a blind eye to Kyuubi. How could Kyuubi tolerate it? Roar! The beast roared through the sealed space. The beast's claws constantly beat on the iron bars, making a violent clang sound. Kyuubi tried to vent all the anger it suffered today. Not any long after, Kyuubi suddenly stopped going crazy. It was stunned looking at the Uzumaki Naruto, who knows since when he returned. Boy, where did you just go? Standing in front of Kyuubi was, of course, not Naruto himself. It was Li Yaoxiang who was controlling Naruto's body. After the couple disappeared, Li Yaoxiang did not rush to return control to Naruto. Naruto didn't know what happened. What Li Yaoxiang had to do now was to have a good negotiation with Kyuubi to lay the groundwork for the next step. Facing Kyuubi's reproach, Li Yaoxiang not at all answered. He just smiled and looked at the rare big fox in front of him. And how Kyuubi felt strange, he had no plans to get to the bottom of it. After all, what he was most concerned about is how to fool the kid in front of him, unlock the seal and get out of the cage. Boy, come over and help the old man tear off this spell. There was no tension at the beginning. There was no fear at the beginning. Uzumaki Naruto still looked complacent and kept smiling at Kyuubi. In this situation, Kyuubi could not help but be surprised. But soon, he was irritated by Li Yaoxiang's underwhelming appearance. Little demon. If you don't help the old man tear off the spell, the old man will kill you. Oh, really? Then why don't you come out and give it a try? I'm standing here and not moving. Come bite me. This time was a little better. At least Li Yaoxiang responded. But during Li Yaoxiang's provocation, he stretched out his neck to make it easier for Kyuubi to bite. It really made Kyuubi so angry. Kyuubi, who have lived for thousands of years, couldn't wait to bite Li Yaoxiang into pieces right away. However, Kyuubi, who also watched Naruto's growth, quickly noticed the abnormality. Wrong. He is not that kid. His eyes were blinded by anger just now, and now he finally reacted somewhat calmly. You are not that boy. Who the hell are you? Li Yaoxiang looked at the fox as huge as a hill with interest. But he was not angry because of Kyuubi's defiant attitude. Who am I? Is this important? Compared to my identity? Don't you think? It's more interesting to discuss the topic of the old fox who has thousands of years. The longer you live, the more things you can look back on, right? Gu. Ra. Ma. Li Yaoxiang said Kurama word by word. He also put away his cynical attitude. Both his expression and tone became serious. When Kyuubi heard someone call him the name Kurama, his head was blank and buzzed. Even Li Yaoxiang's provocative words before became blank. Immediately afterward, there was a shocked expression. This. How is this possible? Who knows how many years have passed since anyone calls him like this? That is the name that Six Paths Sage * gave him 1,000 years ago. *TL note, Hagoromo Zatsuki Hagoromo, known to Earth's population at large as the Sage of Six Paths, was a legendary godlike figure who is regarded as the ancestor of Shinobi, for his act of founding ninja which led to the creation of the ninja world. Inspired by his younger son, Hagoromo separated the 10 tails chakra within his body and used his creation of all things technique to divide it into 9 separated bodies, creating the tailed beasts and giving each a name. Except for Six Paths Sage and the other tailed beasts, it is almost impossible for anyone else to know his name. But the question is, why does this mysterious person know Kurama's name? What happened? Shocked. You really thought no one in this world knows your origin? Kyuubi's hair suddenly froze, and its whole body put on a fighting posture. His vigilance rose. Who the hell are you? It doesn't matter who I am. More importantly, what do you, tailed beasts, think of Six Paths' last words? Didn't he want you all to get along peacefully with humans? Why the hell are you raging and killing human beings? Hearing a series of Li Yaoxiang's shouts, Kyuubi's confidence became a little insufficient. He couldn't see through Li Yaoxiang, but he still said hard, "This is what those humans are persecuting us. They want to seal us first." Very good. Does that mean that as long as the humans return you to freedom, then you're willing to follow Six Paths' last words and live in peace with humanity? That, of course. Li Yaoxiang was waiting for this, of course. Li Yaoxiang immediately seized the opportunity and seriously warned repeatedly, "That's good. Now I'll tell you that day is not far away. Please just stay still and don't mess with me, especially with Naruto. Remember to control your chakra well. Don't affect his growth." Li Yaoxiang warned again and again. Of course, Kyuubi refused to accept HMPH. Why should the old man believe you? Li Yaoxiang seemed to have expected that Kyuubi would say so. He immediately took out the scroll that Minato had just given him and shook it in front of Kyuubi. "I forgot to tell you. This contains all the sealing jutsus owned by Uzumaki clan. If you believe me, then cooperate with me obediently, and everyone will have a happy ending. If you dare to make trouble, then don't blame me for being merciless. When that happens, that will be your own fault." The big eyes shook with the scroll in Li Yaoxiang's hand. Kyuubi's face clearly showed resentment and unwillingness. But this time, he didn't refute. Because he knew it was useless to refute. In addition to Wood-style and Sharingan, the tailed beasts were naturally restrained by the sealing jutsu of Uzumaki clan, which forced them to submit. When Li Yaoxiang saw that Kyuubi still put on an unwilling expression, he knew that this old fox couldn't let go of his face. But Li Yaoxiang never planned to bargain with Kyuubi, to begin with. What are you kidding? Li Yaoxiang hadn't even learned any ninjutsu on the scroll yet. He was just scaring Kyuubi. You know, there were still some darkening points that have not been used yet. If you really dare to put on "I rather die than submit" posture, Li Yaoxiang would not mind buying a one-time adamantine sealing chains *** in the mall so that Kyuubi can learn how to make a 3-good model fox. **TL note, this is a sealing technique that is characteristic of the Uzumaki clan. Users produce chains made out of their own chakra, which emerge from their torso. Users control the chains as they extend outwards from their body, most commonly to wrap around targets and restrain them. Li Yaoxiang exited the sealed space. He returned to Uzumaki Naruto's house. Li Yaoxiang also returned the control of the body to Naruto. When Naruto noticed that the surrounding environment had changed again, Naruto suddenly became nervous and quickly asked in his mind, "Where's Dad? Mom? Are they gone?" Li Yaoxiang did not respond. Naruto knew what this silence meant. He slowly lowered his head. He looked a little lost. But soon, Naruto's head lifted up, and his eyes became brighter and piercing. Although it was short, it was enough. Because today is the happiest day he ever felt in his life. He also has parents. He knows who his father and mother are. And more importantly, since his father is the Hokage, Namikaze Minato, who saved the whole village, does that mean that as long as everyone knows the truth, they will not hate Naruto anymore? The more he thought about it, the more excited he felt. The scene of him making friends with everyone and having fun together flashed in his mind. Needless to say, Li Yaoxiang also knew what Naruto was thinking. He was not surprised. Anyway, he was used to Naruto always thinking positively. Naruto, who was influenced by Asura's soul, became cheerful and optimistic since he was born. Li Yaoxiang immediately interrupted Naruto's thoughts. Really? I thought everyone already knew that your father was Namikaze Minato. Did everyone willing to make friends with you so far? Did they? Naruto Uzumaki was still obsessed with the various scenes in his fantasy. After hearing this sentence, he was taken aback. He was puzzled. Without waiting for Naruto to ask, Li Yaoxiang continued, "Don't be delusional. The people in the village are more ungrateful than you think. More ruthless than you think. Otherwise, they won't treat you like this all these years." Naruto was shocked by Li Yaoxiang's words. He retorted again and again, "No. No. No. They just don't know who I am. Otherwise, they wouldn't treat me like this." That's right. It must be that. As long as they know who I am, they will definitely change. Heh. Li Yaoxiang sneered, "What about the Hokage grandpa? Does he know who you are? At first, your father entrusted him to take care of you. But the result? In addition to being afraid of you, he sent someone to monitor for 24 hours. Besides that, what else did he do? Does he really care about you?" Uzumaki Naruto listened incredulously to everything Li Yaoxiang said, and he captured the key points in Li Yaoxiang's words. That is, Grandpa Hokage has sent someone to monitor him 24 hours. But the problem is, how can that be? If someone really monitors him for 24 hours, why do they and Grandpa Hokage ignore Naruto after knowing what happened to him? Is it true that the people in the village are so cruel and ungrateful, as the owner of the voice said? No. It can't be. I'm going to ask Grandpa Hokage himself what is going on. Naruto gave no response. He opened and shut the door very emotionally and rushed over the snowy road to the Hokage residence. Seeing this, Li Yaoxiang smiled. The reason why he threw out the rhetoric questions were to guide Uzumaki Naruto into blaming Sarutobi Hiruzen. Obviously, his goal had been achieved. Next was the successful countdown of the second step plan. The previous step was to let Uzumaki Naruto feel that no matter how hard he tried, he could not change the minds of others. To let his life fall to the bottom entirely. So now was the time to make Naruto completely rebound from the bottom. Go to the pinnacle of life. To help Naruto get everything he wants. Because Li Yaoxiang knew that the higher he stood, the heavier you fall. Only in this way will the final effect of darkening Naruto be more perfect. Hokage residence, in the high-level conference hall. There is a long table in the conference hall. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting in the main seat. Mitokado Homura * and Utatane Koharu * sat side by side on the right side of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzasat was sitting on the left row. *TL note, ever since childhood, Homura and Hiruzen Sarutobi have been close friends. Under the guidance of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, they and their third teammate, Koharu Utatane, have completed numerous missions together. The four people are all talking, discussing various policies, problems, and solutions in the village, large and small. From the relationship between village to village, and down to ordinary people's daily lives. They suddenly moved to Uchiha clan's topic. Hiruzen, are you still going to endure it? Uchiha clan's attitude has become more and more obvious. Do you really have to wait for them to do it before you can make up your mind? Do you know how serious the consequences are? It was Shimura Danza who spoke. He had already transplanted Sharingan through Orochimaru. That's why he knew the power of Sharingan very well. He was also very eager to get more Sharingan. Therefore, over the years, he continued to use various reasons to urge Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others to quickly sanction Uchiha clan and further force the Uchiha clan to rebel. Sarutobi Hiruzen sucked in the tobacco pipe. The village has lost too much talent. We can't keep up with it. What's the matter? Are you regretting now? Did you forget how Tobirama-sensei died? Hearing Shimura Danza uttering the words Tobirama-sensei, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were all moved by that. After all, Shimura Danza was right. In the beginning, the second Reikage of Kumo village was ambushed by the Gold and Silver brothers *** and barely escaped with his life. In the end, Kumo village suffered huge losses and even affected their Konoha. **TL note, years ago, before the First Shinobi World War, the Gold and Silver brothers made names for themselves in their attempt to capture the nine-tailed fox for their village. They were instead swallowed whole by the beast. The brothers survived inside Kurama for 2 weeks by eating the beast's flesh. This would eventually lead to the fox regurgitating them. This left them with unusually large chakra reserves and abilities similar to those of a Jinchuriki. With their newfound powers, the brothers assaulted the second Reikage during his peace pact with the second Hokage Tobirama Senju to stage a coup d'etat. Managing to bring the second Hokage to the verge of death, the brothers have declared disgraces for their treacherous actions and deceptive natures. Because of this, over the years, they will not be soft on any unstable factor in managing Konoha. However, gradually, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a bit hesitant. He began to doubt whether their actions over the years were right or wrong. Because of their approach, Konoha has already lost too much strength and talent. The death of Sakumo at that time has caused the village to lose too much strength. Jiraiya and Tsunade also left the village because of this. We can no longer make a rash decision. If we use tough methods to deal with Uchiha clan and there's a slight mistake, Konoha may fall into a huge crisis. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his concerns. Sarutobi Hiruzen was telling the truth. But Shimura Danza was upset. He was mirroring Sarutobi Hiruzen. HMPH. Are you complaining now? Don't forget, at that time, everyone agreed with Sakumo *****. Shimura Danza immediately retorted. ****TL note, Sakumo Hatake was a famous and powerful ninja of Konohagakure who, during his lifetime, held fame that was said to overshadow even that of the legendary three ninja. His son, Kakashi, proved himself a genius like Sakumo and idolized him, desiring to become just as great a ninja as his father. His wife died when Kakashi was very young. Seeing Shimura Danza pointing his finger at himself and the others, Mitokado Homura immediately retorted, "We agreed to suppress Sakumo, but did we ever let you force him to commit suicide?" HMPH. With a cold snort, Shimura Danza continued, "Don't laugh. If you didn't agree, do you have another option? You can't tell me because you at that time would have no ability to stop it." The three people present were dumbstruck and unable to reply. There was no way to refute. After all, that was precisely the case. If the four people present disagreed with this approach, Hatake Sakumo, who was the leader of Anbu, would have spread the content of his task. Because of this, Hatake Sakumo understood Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others' intentions. He avoided fighting with them and chose to commit suicide in the end. The reason why they made this decision was very simple. It was because, at the time, Hatake Sakumo was already the next Hokage that everyone expected, But this does not mean that Hatake Sakumo is the ideal candidate for their mind. After all, to them, only people like Namikaze Minato who would sacrifice their lives, family, and everything for Konoha are the best candidates for Hokage. And Hatake Sakumo is obviously not such a person. The mission he gave up to save his companions meant that he was not suitable for Hokage. Therefore, he, who was too popular, had become the unstable factor in the hearts of several old fellows. Death was the best attribution for Hatake Sakumo. The same was true for Orochimaru. Now that Namikaze Minato was selected, Orochimaru naturally became an unstable factor. It must be eradicated. Otherwise, it would be impossible to condemn Orochimaru for continuing to do human research. After all, in the beginning, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally agreed to the research. Seeing the awkward scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice and deliberately closed the topic. Forget it. Don't talk about the past. The Uchiha clan, if we can't do it, it's better not to do it. If Konoha lose a great clan like Uchiha, then the other 4 great ninja villages may take advantage of it. Moreover, the Uchiha clan has now been surrounded by the regiments at each of the great clan's stations. No major event can happen. Let's take a look first. At this moment, there was a rapid knock on the door outside the door. Report, Lord Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto is desperately trying to rush into Hokage residence. Even if someone tried to block him, he would not care. When the 4 heard the words, they were slightly confused, and they all looked at each other. Truthfully, when they heard this person outside the door talking about Uzumaki Naruto, the people in the conference hall almost forgot that Naruto is Namikaze Minato's son. After all, since the Demon Fox incident, most of the time, in addition to dealing with official business, they have also focused on the unstable factor of the Uchiha clan. After Sarutobi Hiruzen sent someone to monitor Naruto for 24 hours, he didn't pay much attention. At most, he would visit once every 1 or 2 months. The same was true for Shimura Danza. In the beginning, there were only 2 purposes for deliberately leaking the news that Naruto was the Demon Fox. 1. See if you can gain control of Uzumaki Naruto and train Naruto. 2. If no one knows that Naruto is Jinchuriki, then Sarutobi Hiruzen had an excuse to continue to delay the Uchiha clan's incident. Even if the Uchiha clan rebelled, the harm would still be under his control. However, since everyone knows that Uzumaki Naruto is Jinchuriki, if Uchiha clan decides to rebel, they will definitely try to take Naruto. This means that the Uchiha clan's rebellion will be out of control. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to decide as soon as possible to solve the time bomb of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, for the above reasons, the old fellows in the conference hall did not have time to care for Naruto. This also caused Naruto to be piling frustrations all the time. Dumbfounded for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen casually instructed, "Let him come in." After the order was passed on, there was a sound of rapid footsteps in the corridor outside the conference room. He didn't even knock on the door. Naruto just pushed the door open and ran in excitedly. He saw the scene in conference hall. He was stunned at first, but soon, he subconsciously ignored the others in the field of view. Only the Grandpa Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was left. He walked up quickly and climbed to the table with his left hand in his waist. His right hand pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said vigorously, "Old fogey. I ask you. Why did you hide that my dad is 4th Hokage?" As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly became extremely solemn. Shimura Danza's tone became serious. "Who told you about this?" Naruto looked at this one-eyed guy. Naruto didn't recognize him. Regardless, he stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen again, waiting for his reply. And Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became ugly. It didn't matter who told Naruto the truth. The old fellows in the conference hall paid more attention to Naruto's Jinchuriki than Naruto himself. After all, they couldn't let a Konoha hostile Jinchuriki come back again. So, he asked the same question, but compared to Shimura Danza, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked much more kind. Naruto, can you tell Grandpa Hokage first, who told you that the fourth Hokage is your father? Naruto Uzumaki still didn't notice that there was something wrong with the atmosphere and said very angrily, HMPH. Don't try to lie to me again. It was my dad who told me personally. I saw my dad and mom with my own eyes. My Takado Homura, you saw Minato with your own eyes. How is that possible? Utatane Koharu, Naruto, tell us what's going on. Hearing the news that Namikaze Minato still existed, their expressions were varied. Excited. Guilty. And there was worry. As for Shimura Danza's expression, it's as ugly as eating shit. Uzumaki Naruto did not understand why they care so much about this matter. I saw a cage with a big fox. The fox told me to tear off the charm on the cage, and then dad and mom came out. Although the description was not too clear, old fellows with broad knowledge can guess a rough idea, except that Namikaze Minato left a countermeasure. After knowing the cause of the matter, they were relaxed. But their emotions were quickly stretched and taut again because they captured one of the main points in Naruto's words. Fox. Kyuubi, Demon Fox, actually asked Naruto to tear off the seal. That can be done. Utatane Koharu quickly warned, Naruto, don't ever tear it off, all right? My Takado Homura, yes, that's right, Naruto. Next time you're in that space, remember not to move at all. Don't talk to the demon fox too. Do you understand? Naruto became a little impatient by these two people's nagging. He was here to hold them accountable. You're so annoying. Old man, why aren't you saying anything? Why did you hide my identity? My father is the fourth Hokage, I am the son of fourth Hokage. Why did you send someone to monitor me to not help me? And don't you care knowing that everyone treats me like that and misunderstands me? Naruto, who was only 3 years old, pointed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's nose and asked a series of angry questions. Recalling everything in the past. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. When the old fellows see this, they looked at Naruto, and Naruto looked back at them. The problem returns to the most serious part. That is, it must be considered whether the current Naruto is hostile to the village. The old fellows focused their attention on Sarutobi Hiruzen and signaled him to solve the problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen also understood the meaning of these friends. He did not shirk. He changed his face and said with a sincere voice, Hey, Naruto. The reason why we concealed your identity is for your safety. Many things are not as simple as you think. You also know that a demon fox is sealed in your body. If your identity is exposed, other villages will definitely be detrimental to you. I once promised your father to take good care of you, so I must not put your life in danger. I hope you can understand my difficulties. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart-wrenching series of words flickered Naruto, who was only 3 years old. Fortunately, with Lee Yaoxiang's reminder in his mind, Naruto quickly reacted. You liar. You said you were afraid that I would be in danger. But how come the entire village already knew that I am the demon fox? What's the difference? Do you know how everyone treats me now? I'll never live this kind of life again. Naruto repeatedly shouted. He didn't care about who they are, provoking their authority. In the conference hall, except for Sarutobi Hisaki, the eyes of the other 3 people got worse. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly said to Naruto, Naruto, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I was too busy that I ignored your feelings. You are right. Since everyone already knows about the true existence of Demon Fox, then I will call everyone in the village as soon as possible to reveal your identity in public. Do you think it's good? When the words came out, Naruto's eyes widened on the spot. Full of excitement, he looked towards Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief. Old man. You're not lying. You're really willing to tell everyone who I am? Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted and nodded with a smile. Followed by Naruto shouted with excitement. Cheered and jumped on the desk. Ha 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 ha. Great. I can finally make friends. I can finally play with everyone. After shouting and jumping for a while, Naruto was so excited that he quickly got down and used his elbows and knees to climb in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and looked at him at close range. Old fogey. Quick. Call everyone and tell them. Sarutobi Hiruzen still maintained a kind smile. Naruto, you calm down first. It's not like they can't come. In this period of time, everyone is currently busy with their own affairs. How do you make everyone come? Rest assured. Go back and wait patiently. I'll tell someone to pass it on later. 3 days. In 3 days. After 3 days, I'll let the whole village come together and then announce your identity in public. Naruto frowned half his eyebrows, suspiciously. Really? You're not lying, right? UN. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Naruto was finally willing to give up and leave. He leapt out of the door. Yes. Great. I can finally make friends. With cheers gradually get further apart, this brought the solemn atmosphere back to the conference hall. Hiruzen. It can't go on like this. This demon fox has known the truth. Sooner or later, he will be detrimental to the village and hostile to everyone. The best way is to take out the roots to take care of it. I can make sure that this will not happen. Of course, Shimura Danzo would not let this opportunity pass. However, what was ushered in is Sarutobi's tough attitude. Sarutobi Hizen glanced at him with a sour look. Seeing Shimura Danzo's eyes drifting made him sick. The priority was supposed to be to look for the culprit responsible for this situation. Of course, everyone knows this. But, everyone just didn't have time to manage. It was just tacit understanding. Everything I do is for Konoha, I'm not wrong. He was suddenly full of confidence again. He got angry again and continued to look at this friend who seemed to be condemning him. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen only started to talk and said, "There is no need to talk about this matter anymore. In the past, I was busy with other things and ignored Naruto's feelings. Since most people in the village already know about Naruto's Jinchuriki identity, then there is no need to hide it anymore. After 3 days, I will summon everyone and announce Naruto's identity on the spot. As for the danger. Oh, didn't everyone see the Naruto's attitude just now? He is just a child. He just wants to make friends and play with everyone. He has never hated the village as a whole at all. In this case, why bother anger him? Moreover, is it not a good thing for the village disclosing his identity, letting him make more friends, and by then make him fall in love with the village?" As the last sentence was said, no one else in the room could refute it. Mitokado Homura and Utatane Koharu did not say anything, which means they defaulted on this decision. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was right. And this was their consistent style of cultivating new seedlings. As long as there is a bond, then Naruto can't not be involved with the village. As long as there is a bond, Will of Fire's * guardian can be better maintained. *TL note, the Will of Fire is a recurring element throughout the Naruto series. It is an ideal rooting in Asura Zatsuki's belief that love is the key to peace. It would eventually become the life philosophy Hashirama founded, and the Senju clan lived by, which has since been passed on to many ninja from Konohagakure as a part of their spiritual heritage. It states that the entire village is like a large family unit, and every Konoha shinobi with the Will of Fire loves, believes, cherishes, and fights to protect the village, as previous generations had done before them. Shimura Danzo had different ideas, But seeing that the other two did not refute, he said nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not violate his promise. 3 days later, Third Hokage called everyone to say that there were important things to announce. After hearing the news, Naruto was so excited on the spot that he couldn't sleep for 2 consecutive nights. And in the past 2 days, he expressed his longing to Li Yaoxiang in his mind. As long as everyone understood my identity, everyone will never hate me again, something along those lines. Li Yaoxiang didn't hit him this time. He didn't say anything. He let Naruto be happy. As for the outcome of the event, will it really be as perfect as Naruto imagined it? Ha ha! I can only say, everything is under my control. 3 days later. Early in the morning. Uzumaki Naruto's house. Due to insomnia for 2 days, on the 3rd day night, Naruto was finally too tired and slept unconsciously. As a result, he was about to miss the meeting time. Naruto was still lying in a big shape in bed. Still snoring and sleeping. Soon, a masked Anbu ninja broke into Naruto's room and woke him up. Who? Don't be annoying. Why do you bother people sleeping? Naruto pulled away the man's palm in confusion. Anbu ninja withdrew his palm and lightly said, "The rally is about to begin. Lord Hokage told me to call you. If you want to continue sleeping, then I will go back and report." Uzumaki Naruto was shocked. His whole body bounced. What? The meeting. The meeting. You wait for me. Wait for me. Immediately afterward, Naruto rushed to the bathroom, washed his face at random, picked up a toothbrush, and walked out while brushing his teeth and changing his clothes. Wait. I'm getting ready. You go tell Grandpa Hokage to wait for me, Tilda. Seeing that Naruto had already begun preparations, the Anbu left Naruto's house. Naruto walked to the closet and scanned the clothes in the closet with his fingers. Finally, his fingers stopped. The best preserved cotton coat was the orange and blue set in the original work. It was relatively small. Naruto had been reluctant to wear this new coat. But for him today, the significance was too great. He can't ignore appearances as he always did. Be sure not to shame your own father. Finished dressing, sorted out the messy hair a little. After witnessing the most handsome self in front of the mirror, Naruto then left the house in high spirits and walked towards the square where the meeting was held. This so-called convening venue is actually the meeting place of Chunin exams in original work. In the venue, at this moment, in addition to the crowds in the auditorium, even the empty space in the middle also gathered a lot of people. There was no other reason for it. Konoha is nominally a village, but its size is no smaller than some towns, or even larger. Today, although the entire Konoha was currently experiencing up and down, they still gathered here, though not every people. Soon, Naruto also arrived at this venue. Due to his late arrival, he could only enter the venue where the place is used to have a duel. It's just that when he first appeared in everyone's field of vision, he quickly attracted resentment and ridicule from those around him. HMPH. What a shame. The monster comes here too. Doesn't he know that everyone doesn't welcome him? Still appearing here so swaggeringly. If I were him, I wouldn't stay here. It's disgraceful. A demon fox is the demon fox. All sorts of contempt sounded into Naruto's ears. Everywhere he passed, someone would subconsciously give way, avoiding him deliberately, pointing fingers at him. As if he was like a virus, a plague, and they would be disgusted when they encountered him. All of this, Naruto has long been accustomed to it. He just took it for granted. In the past, whenever he heard such vicious words and disgusted eyes, his heart could not help feeling lost and sad. But not today. He doesn't care what they said. Because he firmly believed that at the end of today, everything would be fine. With the arrival of the protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't let everyone wait too long. He soon appeared in everyone's field of view and walked slowly to the position of the Hokage seat. Seeing the appearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the loud noise in the scene was loud again. Wow! Lord Hokage today even wears the Hokage robe and Hokage hat. So grand. You said, Lord Hokage told us to come today, what the hell is he going to announce? Of course, things are not simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't call so many people here. Bah! Look, at that damned demon fox has the skin to stay. Let me say that on such an important occasion, he should not be let in. Who said we disagree to you? Didn't you realize that nobody wanted to see him from the start? The vicious voices were getting worse. Naruto kept admonishing himself in his heart and cheering himself up. It's okay, it's okay. When old man reveals my identity, everyone will never treat me like this again. That's right. It must be like this. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the platform of the Hokage seat under so much attention and expectations. He stood in front of the platform, looked around. His eyes finally fell on the excited little Naruto. He smiled and nodded at Naruto. Immediately after he coughed twice, the villagers on the scene became quiet. He began his speech. I am very happy that everyone spared their precious busy time. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice seemed very relaxed. But its volume is enough for the nearly tens of thousands of villagers present to hear clearly. That's it, let's talk a lot of opening remarks. Seeing Naruto called a gnashing one's teeth, little fist clenched, secretly whispered, damn it, old man. Just say it. Talk, talk. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally got to the point. The reason for calling everyone here today is actually to tell you clearly about the incident in the Demon Fox's attack back then. Immediately after he said it, everyone was in an uproar. They took a breath. It was a night that no one wanted to remember. They don't know why Lord Hokage had to bring it up again to uncover everyone's scars. Some people even looked towards Naruto, standing angrily at the center, resentfully wishing to fry him and tear him apart. It wasn't until Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice, beckoning everyone to be quiet, and everyone present stopped the noise. I can understand the pain of losing your family. It is also very clear that no one wants to recall what happened back then. But there is one thing I must remind everyone. In order to alleviate the pain, we choose to escape the reality and escape the past. This is definitely not a good way to solve the problem. Moreover, if the heroes, friends, and family members who sacrificed to save us in those years know that we are still living in the past, they will not be happy. They protected us, so that everyone can have a better future. I don't want you to continue to live in the shadows of the past. Therefore, if we want to thank them and honor them, we should live more wonderfully than before. This is worthy of their sacrifice for everyone. Some emotional remarks moved everyone on the scene too much. Some people wept silently. Some people were moved by this. Some people were excited by this. Gradually, as the first person clapped and applauded, waves of intense applause sounded. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, was once again recognized and loved by the villagers. Because of these sensational words, some villagers who were still bitter and heartbroken over the past were finally relieved. And secretly vowed to live more comfortably than ever. Even getting more excited. Seeing the atmosphere at the scene gradually getting heated, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately seized the opportunity and said, "The reason why I called everyone to come here is to remember the heroes. Let them know that their sacrifice is not in vain. Let them see, Konoha has lived a stable life because of their guardianship. Lord Hokage is right. We are all doing well now. Yes. I want to live a better life, proving that their choice was not wrong." The voices of approval resounded throughout the venue. The enthusiasm, excitement, and atmosphere almost converged to the highest point. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted exactly it. Seeing that the atmosphere was rendered almost the same, his style of painting changed, but This but made the audience quiet again, holding their breath, waiting for their Lord Hokage to continue talking. Do you still remember the hero who really saved us from this disaster? After a pause, he looked around the venue. I believe that no one on the scene will forget. He was the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, who sacrificed his life to save everyone. Hearing the name Namikaze Minato, everyone present subconsciously looked at Hokage Rock not far away. They looked towards the stone statue ranked fourth. On the surface, there was not much mood swing. But in everyone's heart, there was a touch of gratitude. Obviously, they would never talk about the fourth Hokage over and over. But as soon as an outsider or child asks, they would proudly say, "That's our fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato," and began to introduce his heroic deeds. The villagers remembered everything. Gradually, as the first person in the field shouted the words, "Fourth Hokage," the voice also shouted one after another. "Fourth Hokage! Fourth Hokage! Fourth Hokage!" Naruto, surrounded by this turbulent public opinion, listened to everyone chanting his father's name. He was so excited that his entire cheeks turned red, and his whole body was trembling. Excited. Shocked. That's right. This is my dad, Namikaze Minato. At this moment, Naruto was proud of his father like never before. His father was the hero who saved the whole village, and he is this hero's son. He was so small that he could not help raising his head and his chest and followed everyone to shout the name of his proud father. At this time, the massive public sentiment was once again interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen's butt, and everyone was quiet again, ready to listen to third Hokage's next words. One thing really makes me feel very guilty. Because I didn't take care of the child left by Minato. The voice fell, and the scene was silent. Then there was an uproar. This. The fourth Hokage has a child. Why haven't we heard of it? I remember. Fourth Hokage's wife was indeed pregnant. But didn't they later say that they died together in that disaster? For civilians like them, the news they get is often deliberately spread and tinkered by the Konoha. In order to conceal the news that Naruto was a child of Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen claimed to the public that Namikaze Minato and his family had died in the disaster. This also caused these civilians to be kept in the dark. You don't know about this matter, and it should be that way. Because I wanted to make Minato's son safe and peaceful and live a life as an ordinary person, I fabricated this news. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. Then, people in the crowd began to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen on the high platform. Lord Hokage, who is this fourth Hokage's child? Where is he? Yes, Lord Hokage. If fourth Hokage really left a bloodline, then we must repay him well. We will not forget the favor of fourth Hokage. They all asked about the situation of Namikaze Minato's son. Everyone spoke the truth from their heart. They were indeed very grateful to Namikaze Minato. If it were not for Namikaze Minato's sacrifice, they would not be here. The damage that the demon fox caused to the village at that time would only be more serious. Naruto swallowed and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen in a daze, waiting for him to say his most anticipated moment today. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not disappoint Naruto, nor did he no longer bridge the situation. In the past few years, I'm sure everyone had heard the demon fox incarnation becoming a child, right? I don't need to say more. I believe everyone knows who this child is. Halfway Sarutobi Hiruzen finishing his sentence, every eye could not help but concentrate on the little Naruto standing in the center of the square. Although they don't understand why Lord Hokage suddenly talked about this annoying beast. But it does not prevent everyone from staring at Naruto with a disgusted look. It's him. It is because of this demon fox, this disaster happened back then. That's why so many people die. The respected fourth Hokage died. It's all because of him. Just like this, a 3-year-old child was treated as an enemy by everyone. He was overwhelmed by the disgusting look of the tens of thousands of spectators present. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized what a huge wrong decision he had made. He ignored Naruto's feelings. It was he who once again broke his promise to others. Senju Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Maito, entrusted him to take care of his children and grandchildren before he died. As a result, Senju clan was gone. Land of Whirlpools * also disappeared. *TL note: the Land of Whirlpools, Uzu no Kuni, viz., Land of Eddies, is where the Uzumaki clan originates from. It no longer exists, having been destroyed and the rest of the survivors scattered across the world. The surname Uzumaki was very common in this country. It was located on an island off of the coast of the Land of Fire. It was him who promised in front of Hatake Sakumo that his boss would lead Sakumo together and let Konoha go to glory. As a result, he followed his confidant for many years but was forced to death by his own decision. It was he who agreed to let his disciple, Orochimaru, to study first Kich cells and study wood style ***, but in the end, for this exact reason, he forced his disciple to rebel against the village. **TL note: wood release, Mokuton, viz., wood style, is a nature transformation Keki Genkai, a combination of earth and water release. It was famously used by Hashirama Senju. In fact, it is not known to have naturally occurred in anyone else, leading to it being regarded as impossible to use without having his cells. Because of wood release's power and versatility, there have been various efforts to reproduce it after Hashirama's death. Wood release techniques are commonly affiliated with the snake hand seal. His disciple, Tsunade, disappointed with him, left the village. His disciple, Jiraiya, who was also disappointed with him, was away for a long time. Although they didn't say anything, how would Sarutobi Hiruzen not guess what his apprentices were thinking? And now, because of him, that Naruto, his grand disciple Minato's son, who was only 3 years old, suffered this treatment. Looking at the center of the square, Naruto was overwhelmed by everyone's stare, not knowing what to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt guilty. He couldn't help but doubt himself, doubting whether everything he had done over the years was right or wrong. He glanced at his close friend hidden in the dark, Shimura Danza. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly. He doesn't care about that much anymore. He spoke loudly towards everyone. The claim that the demon fox incarnated into a child is actually wrong. The real situation is that the fourth Hokage sealed the demon fox into an innocent baby. And this baby is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. At the same time, he is also fourth Hokage's, Namikaze Minato's biological son. The huge venue became silent. Everyone was shocked by the news brought by Sarutobi Hiruzen. I couldn't believe it. An impossible look was fully displayed on all 5 senses. But just before, they were comforting themselves. It's impossible. How can Uzumaki Naruto be the son of 4th Hokage? If Uzumaki Naruto is the son of Namikaze Minato, why didn't 3rd Hokage tell us the truth? Why let us treat our benefactor's child like this and bully him so much? Instantly, Uzumaki Naruto, the little one, became the only focus of the audience. Everyone's eyes were all focused on this child, who is only 3 years old. No action. The scene remained silent. For a while, everyone really didn't understand how to accept this cruel fact. Even if they knew that this is unlikely, they were more willing to believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen was cracking a joke with them, because only in this way would their hearts feel better. They wouldn't need to feel guilty for what they have done in the past. Because they really appreciated 4th Hokage from the bottom of their hearts, they were even more unable to accept what they had done to this benefactor's child over the years. In order to prove his claim one step further, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, in the past, in order to conceal Naruto's identity, we decided to change his surname to Uzumaki, which is the surname of Minato's wife Uzumaki Kushina. I thought that Naruto could grow up happily like an ordinary person as long as this is the case. But I didn't expect that everyone's misunderstanding of Naruto would be so deep. I am ashamed of Minato. I am ashamed of everyone. You don't have to blame yourself. Everything is my fault. I have only focused on official businesses, ignoring Naruto, and ignoring everyone's views on Naruto. Everyone on the scene heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, and their hearts felt like a bolt from the blue sky, and they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Uzumaki Naruto surname Uzumaki. Namikaze Minato's wife was also named Uzumaki. How can they deceive themselves again? The last touch of hope in their heart collapsed instantly. Suddenly, almost everyone showed a variety of complex expressions. They were ashamed of Fourth Hokage. Ashamed of Uzumaki Naruto. They were very embarrassed to look up at that stone statue of Namikaze Minato. Recalling their attitude towards Uzumaki Naruto over the years. This was inferior to a pig and a dog. At Uzumaki Naruto in the middle of the square, everyone was silent. They didn't know what to say. They didn't know how to face Uzumaki Naruto. They all treated Uzumaki Naruto as a monster and even instilled this concept and hatred into the next generation. But now, suddenly, someone told them the child they regard as the enemy, and a monster turned out to be a child of the benefactor. How could they accept this fact immediately? How could they face what they have done in the past? However, Naruto Uzumaki, who was facing everyone's gaze, was not feeling well at the moment. Because the beautiful picture he imagined didn't appear at all. He initially thought that as long as the old man disclosed his identity, everyone would recognize him, no longer hate him, and come to make friends with themselves. But what is the situation now? How did this happen? That kind of disgusting looks are gone, but what is going on now? He looked around the venue. He saw that someone's expression was very complicated, and he didn't understand what he was thinking. He also saw someone's expression as indifferent. He didn't seem surprised by Naruto's identity. In this way, the whole meeting place, the villagers were quiet, the ninjas were quiet, the major noble clans were quiet, and the high levels were also quiet. After everyone had been quiet for a while, the rally finally gave a helpless sigh at Sarutobi Hiruzen and officially declared the end and disbanded. The group sentiment was gone. Without the enthusiasm just now. All of them left this venue one after another with a heavy heart. On the way back, everybody was not in the mood to talk to other people and had too much communication. Uzumaki Naruto stood in the middle of the square, looking at the villagers one by one in a daze. He watched as they left one after another. Until the whole square became empty. Uzumaki Naruto still watched the whole process with a dull expression. Both his eyes were lifeless. There was a blank in his head. His mouth was even more dry and slightly open. Everyone has left. Let's go back, Li Yaoxiang's voice sounded in Naruto's mind. Naruto's body slightly trembled. There was still a blank in his mind, and his expression was still dull. But unconsciously, following Li Yaoxiang's instructions, he walked back to his home. During the process of returning home, there was no communication between the two parties. Naruto couldn't feel the cold of the snow. He couldn't feel the surrounding pictures. Just like this, one step at a time, he walked back. It wasn't until he arrived at the house and the door closed that he became puzzled. He asked Li Yaoxiang, why is everyone doing this? I'm a child of a hero. Since they are so grateful to Dad, everyone shouldn't hate me, right? Shouldn't everyone accept me? Naruto. I've told you already. The people in the village are crueler and ungrateful than you think. Didn't you see? After many people know your true identity, many people didn't show any unexpected expressions after they learned your true identity. That's because they already knew the truth. They won't thank your father or you. They won't be thankful because the demon fox was sealed inside your body. They just think that this is what your father and his son should do. Your father's death is deserved. Your mother's death is also deserved. What they are thinking is only themselves. Naruto's fragile heart was being bombarded with cuts and bruises by Li Yaoxiang's series of words. He always imagined things so beautifully. He didn't want to believe Li Yaoxiang's words, and he didn't want to believe that the village Li Yaoxiang said was really so dark, but the problem was that he couldn't give a reasonable explanation for why those people who knew his identity would treat him like this. This made him feel very uncomfortable. The beautiful world he longed for was almost torn apart by reality. It was just that, while he felt most at a loss, there was an unprecedented knock on the door. Knock. 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 This sudden knock on the door brought Naruto's thoughts back to reality in an instant. After all, at his home, no one would come to visit him on a good day. Even if someone comes, it can only be the old man, Grandpa Hokage. But the problem is, it was not at the end of the month yet. It was not the time to give him the monthly money. It stood to reason that Grandpa Hokage will not come at this time. Why did someone come suddenly? So, Naruto, who was still letting his imagination run wild, was suddenly attracted by the guest outside the door. With doubts, Naruto went to open the door. The door opened. What came into sight was a young man wearing ordinary cotton clothes. The quality of the cotton clothes was not too high or too bad. Naruto recognized the man in front of him. He was the clerk who had previously worked in a grocery store and refused to sell his kettle. It's just that the man at the moment looked towards Naruto's eyes, which no longer showed disgust but rather an embarrassed smile. He also carried a brand new hot water bottle in his hand. Ha ha, Naruto. Didn't you say that the kettle at your home broke? I brought it to you specially. Naruto looked dumbfounded. He suddenly asked, "This, how much?" "I'll get it to you no." "Ah, no need. I'm just giving it to you." "You're welcome." After a few awkward conversations, the clerk stopped talking and quickly left. This sudden scene made Naruto be confused and asked in his mind, "What's going on?" Only this time, Li Yaoxiang didn't answer. The door closed. It didn't take long for another knock on the door. Knock. 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 Naruto opened the door again in a daze. The guest was also a young man with a kettle in his hand. Naruto recognized the man, who was the clerk of the second grocery store. One big and one small, two people with four eyes facing each other, both sides holding a kettle. The situation is somewhat funny. Naruto, are you also here to deliver a kettle? The young man who reacted spared his head and said, "Ha ha, it's okay, it's okay. There is an extra kettle. Hope you don't mind and accept it." Leaving the kettle behind, the clerk of the second grocery store also left soon. It didn't take long for Naruto to close the door. Immediately after, the clerks in the third and fourth grocery stores came one after another. They also made an excuse at random, and they just wanted to leave their heart behind. Eventually, it caused Naruto to be startled. His hands were trying to wrap the four brand new kettles. He became so excited that he impatiently flaunted Li Yaoxiang in his mind. "Look! Look! I knew it! I knew it! As long as everyone knows, everyone will accept me. Ha 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 ha! Success! I succeeded! Everyone no longer hates me." Li Yaoxiang said nothing as if he couldn't find any word to refute him. It made Naruto feel even more excited. Becoming even more excited. Because this not only proved that his beautiful vision was right, it was also the first time that he has beaten Li Yaoxiang since he was sensible. It made it even more satisfying. I knew it. The village is not as dark as what he said. Not everyone is so ungrateful. However, Naruto did not realize that under the influence of Li Yaoxiang, he had taken the phrase "not everyone is so ungrateful" to take it for granted. In other words, he had already agreed that there were indeed such a group of ungrateful guys in the village. Without waiting for Naruto's emotions to calm down, there was a knock on the door again. Naruto didn't feel dumbfounded this time. He put down the kettles in his arms and said happily, "Come. Come." He opened the door. This time, it was a kid and a couple behind the kid. Somewhat funny is that the kid was holding a fruit basket larger than his body in his arms, and the fruit basket covered almost half of his body. The man and the woman behind the kid were smiling apologetically at Naruto. Naruto also recognized this family. The kid was one of the people who hit him with snowballs before. He was the one who hit Naruto the most. And the two men and women behind them were the parents of the little kid who was in trouble. They didn't wait for Naruto to say anything. The parents behind the kid pushed him, as if urging him. Seeing the road ahead, the brat quickly stretched out half of his head from behind the fruit basket and said to Naruto, "I'm sorry, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have thrown snowballs at you. I won't do that again. These fruits are for you." Straightforward. Obviously, someone taught the brat to say this. Naruto, who was simple and direct, took the fruit basket very happily and smiled heartily. "Ha ha ha ha. It doesn't matter. I never blamed you. Let's play together in the future." The couple behind him pushed the brat, nodded, and said a few words of apology. They also quickly left. Immediately afterward, with the four clerks who delivered the kettles and a family left Naruto's house, other villagers also came to Uzumaki Naruto's home. Or visit. Or give gifts. Or apologize. Of course, these visitors only include those who are in the know, that is, they already know the existence of Naruto's identity. Almost as long as anyone above Jonin level, or those noble clan young generation, will know this news. But it didn't matter. The number of gratitude brought by those visitors, such as new clothes, various fruits, food, toys, etc., can still fill the entrance of Naruto's house, piled up to almost make it impossible to squeeze in. After the night came, the visiting crowd gradually stopped. Naruto was totally excited for a whole afternoon. Looking at the pile of thank you gifts in front of him, Naruto plunged in with cheers. His small body formed a big shape, lying on the pile of gratitude gifts. He opened one of the fruit baskets. There was a banana in the left mouth, and his right cheek rubbed on the new clothes with satisfaction. Feeling the suppleness on the cheeks, Naruto spontaneously flaunted again in his mind, "Look. I'll say it. As long as everyone knows my identity, they will accept me. He. I can play with everyone in the future." Li Yaoxiang looked at this little man's success, constantly showing off. Li Yaoxiang smiled. That's right. Li Yaoxiang intentionally let Naruto take the life peak path properly. Li Yaoxiang will, of course, not miss this opportunity, using the villagers' movements to make Uzumaki Naruto appear in the spotlight. Make Naruto proud. Make Naruto satisfied. Make Naruto misunderstand that he finally defeated Li Yaoxiang for once. However, the truth of the matter was that Li Yaoxiang already knew that the villagers were coming to visit Naruto. After all, how could Li Yaoxiang, who also lived in Konoha village, can't even detect this movement? The reason why Li Yaoxiang deliberately created this result was all because of the need to speed up the progress of his plan. In order to let Naruto fully realize the sense of accomplishment in defeating Li Yaoxiang and regain confidence. In order to have a perfect start to this 2-step plan. Obviously, based on Naruto's current appearance, it means that Li Yaoxiang's purpose had been achieved. If there were no accident, Naruto would be happily silent in this false illusion for many days to come. When this false illusion was over, it would be the moment when Li Yaoxiang appears again. Seeing that in the short term, Naruto wouldn't make a huge change, for the time being, Li Yaoxiang chose to stop talking to Naruto and let Naruto enjoy this beautiful moment. And he shifted his focus back to his main body. Konoha village. Inside a certain restaurant. The decoration and furnishings of this restaurant are exactly the same as the one in the anime, Ramen Ishiraku. It is a storefront with an open door. Just a few pieces of fabric are hanging on the store's entrance to cover the sun or the situation in the restaurant. At this time, Lee Yaoxiang was cooking all kinds of food in front of customers sitting side by side. His connection with Naruto is like eating food and chatting with friends. It just depends on whether he wants to focus on tasting food carefully. And it's very useful. His connection with Naruto can't affect his daily life and various normal activities at all. He has been in this state for the past few years since he got to this world. At the beginning, only his fleshy body transmigrated here. Not only his appearance but his age has not changed. Even the name is the same. The system gave him such identity. A certain parents died, leaving this restaurant free to take. So, he took it to not arouse suspicion from others. But because of his new identity, he always has a lot of constraints when it comes to darkening Naruto. After all, Konoha is way too exposed. Konoha village is indeed too dangerous for an ordinary person. Not to mention that Konoha village is a disaster-prone place. There's a lot of chasing and fighting between those ninjas and spies. It became a great disaster for an ordinary person like him. Because he didn't know when or in which direction would there be so many shurikens or boulders that could suddenly smash him to death. Living here is far more dangerous than what the anime makes it to be. Despite having many darkening points, he can easily improve his strength and avoid these unpredictable dangers. How can he casually increase his strength or exchange various self-defense items when he is in Konoha? You need to know whether a person has chakras in his body. If an ordinary person like him has a refined chakra, wouldn't that be suspicious? This is no different from looking for death. Even if he was really that reckless and even if he could really explain it clearly in front of a group of Konoha ninjas or managed to escape alive, Lee Yaoxiang would not do it. After all, if Naruto knew about him in advance because of this, it would be worth the loss. Perhaps the entire darkening plan might fail because of this. This was one of the reasons why Lee Yaoxiang has not used the darkening point. This was why the most important thing for Lee Yaoxiang, who just transmigrated to this world, is to leave Konoha as soon as possible. Stay away from danger. Stay away from Naruto. It's a pity that I have to leave Konoha. For an ordinary person, it was far more difficult than expected. Because he was not the only one who has this idea. Many Konoha civilians actually want to leave this dangerous place. After all, living in Konoha village, except for the civilians who were born and raised in Konoha, other people actually don't have too much sense of belonging to Konoha. Otherwise, with this number of people in Konoha village, it is impossible to survive one disaster after another and still maintain a certain number of residents. Therefore, if there is no suitable reason, Konoha can't let people in and out at will. In addition, Konoha is the military base of the Land of Fire *. The base is definitely more rigorous than other places in terms of in and out. It can be said that it is easy to come in and difficult to come out. *TL note, the Land of Fire, Hai no Kuni, is one of the largest and most powerful countries seen and is the home of the main characters of the series. Its government leader is the Fire Daime. The Land of Fire was the first country to adopt a ninja village, Konohigakyo, a custom other countries would soon adopt. The Land of Fire is appropriately oriented towards the element of fire, typically having very bright and warm weather. While not the physically largest country, it has the largest hidden village. Therefore, before this, Lee Yaoxiang's main body did not dare to act rashly and had been acting in a low-key manner, looking for opportunities. He didn't want to attract the attention of the senior management. Nor did he want to attract Naruto's attention. As for Naruto, will his life be threatened because of the butterfly effect? Ha ha! Lee Yaoxiang has never worried about this issue. Naruto was the only Jinchuriki of Konoha village. As long as Naruto did not behave too abnormally or was hostile to the village, then the two old fellows, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danza, would not do anything Naruto. They needed Naruto's strength to shake up other villages. Moreover, Lee Yaoxiang was familiar with the original work plot. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danza, and the others almost put all their minds on the incident of Uchiha clan rebellion. Do you think they want to take care of Naruto right now? This was why Lee Yaoxiang dared to tell the truth to Naruto brazenly. And the only thing he needed to worry about was whether Naruto will be imprisoned or brainwashed because of the butterfly effect. Of course, Lee Yaoxiang was not unprepared for Naruto to be in such a difficult situation. Isn't saving the darkening points the best solution? After all, in addition to permanent items, system mals can also buy one-time items. For example, one-time Kotomatsu Kami, one-time Izonagi, and so on. The price is much cheaper than the permanent one. Of course, Lee Yaoxiang didn't think to use one-time Kotomatsu Kami to completely darken Naruto and complete the mission. It's just that the system clearly told him that this kind of wicked method is not feasible. The system will not increase Naruto's darkening degree using that option. Therefore, the best way is to keep these darkening points in case of unexpected situations. In case something really went wrong, there would be a way to remedy it. Because even the brainwashing myth, Kotomatsu Kami's ability, is actually not impossible to crack. In the first type approach, he can inform Naruto of the Kotomatsu Kami's ability in advance. Let Naruto record his memory and thoughts in advance, then Lee Yaoxiang can try to use this record afterward to wake up Naruto. After all, the ability of Kotomatsu Kami is not invincible. It only changes a person's memory and thinking, not a person's IQ. To break free, the simplest solution is to slap the hypnotized person. It's like when a person's thinking is changed after being slapped from the bottom of their heart, which is very refreshing and painless. But when one really feels the taste of being slapped, it may feel strange. Of course, suppose this method does not work. In that case, you can use the second method, which is to divert the attention of the owner of Kotomatsu Kami, so that they do not use their precious opportunity of Kotomatsu Kami on Naruto. Because, as far as Lee Yaoxiang knows, Kotomatsu Kami has a cooldown. As for the issue of being imprisoned, it's much simpler for Lee Yaoxiang. Lee Yaoxiang has already prepared for this, and he should not worry too much. Therefore, based on the above various reasons, coupled with enough darkening points, it was time for Lee Yaoxiang to implement his plan to leave Konoha. Inside the restaurant. While cooking, Lee Yaoxiang, who was thinking of how to implement the Leave Konoha project while cooking, behaved very naturally. From time to time, Lee Yaoxiang will talk and laugh with customers. But at this moment, a middle-aged man selling vegetables delivered to his shop door. This person's dress was very ordinary. It looks nothing special. He pushed aside the covering cloth at the door. When Lee Yaoxiang saw the person coming, his first reaction was to look down, but he quickly recovered his natural expression. Yo. Boss Lee, business is doing good. Yeah, it's doing fine. Is it fresh today too? Of course. This batch of radishes is particularly sweet, and it is best for you to make soup. As he said, the middle-aged man handed white radishes that were slightly thicker than calves to Lee Yaoxiang. Under the radish, a note was hidden. Lee Yaoxiang weighed radish. The note was put away smoothly. Immediately afterward, Lee Yaoxiang praised naturally, not bad. Can I keep the basket? Ha ha ha. It's okay. You're the customer, you're in charge. After I deliver this batch of goods, I'll go back and send you a new batch. After that, the middle-aged man left. Lee Yaoxiang continued to entertain his customers as if there was nothing unusual. But no one found out that while Lee Yaoxiang continued cooking and chatting with customers, he secretly took out the note and read it. There was not much information on the note. Just the words "tonight meets at 6 o'clock." After reading the note, Li Yaoxiang threw the note into the stove and burned it to ashes. The whole process looked like flowing water. No one knew. Inside the restaurant. 8 o'clock in the evening. Normally, Li Yaoxiang will only open the store until 8 o'clock. But today at 7 o'clock, he started to put the closed wooden board in front of the store. The meaning is obvious. The store is about to close and no longer greets new customers. However, when the time reached 8 o'clock after the standing boards had covered the entire door, there was still a faint light in the shop, penetrating through the slits. In the shop at the moment, in addition to Li Yaoxiang standing in the cooking place, there were two people sitting in the customer's position. One of them was the vegetable seller who delivered radish this afternoon. The other was a middle-aged genin wearing a ninja costume. Li Yaoxiang. You tell me, how long do you have to wait? Every time you say it's dangerous, it's dangerous. For 2 years. It's been 2 years. You have been looking for various excuses to procrastinate. Are you not planning to take revenge? It was the food delivery guy this afternoon named Yuichi. He spoke this angry word in a very low voice. Obviously, he and Li Yaoxiang have known each other for a long time. It was just that in the past, in front of outsiders, they only showed a normal relationship. But in essence, they were in a small group. A small group with hatred for ninja. As mentioned before, the Konoha village's commoners will be affected by the fight between ninjas. Some, in fact, have lost their lives because of it. Yuichi's family is one of these unfortunate people. This caused him to hate ninja very much. The level of hatred has reached the idea of killing one without minding their own lives. The reason why Li Yaoxiang joined this small group was all due to the identity given by the system. Because their loved ones died because of accidents, so he ushered in the solicitation of these two people. Speaking of solicitation, it was more like compulsively asking Li Yaoxiang to join. If you don't join, it's death. Because of their behavior and purpose, it was impossible to let outsiders know. Since it has been revealed to Li Yaoxiang, and because he was currently in his real body, he has no choice but to join. However, in order not to be affected by these two pig teammates, since the day of joining, he has delayed their perish together or suicide plan for various reasons. This procrastination dragged on for 2 years, resulting in the tolerance of these two people reaching its limit. Didn't I tell you? Ninja has a lot of all kinds of weird ninjutsu. And a ninja, even just a genin, they have a certain sense of danger almost all the time. If we are holding the idea of killing one of them, they could discover us before we could get close. How do you kill them then? Wouldn't you be sacrificing your lives in vain then? Moreover, even if we do get lucky not get found, how do we get close to a ninja? How many ninjas can we kill as much as possible with only 3 of us? Is your hatred just satisfied by killing 1 or 2 genin? In fact, with Li Yaoxiang's current darkening points, he no longer needed to be afraid of the 2 people in front of him. But to avoid these 2 people from ruining his plan to leave Konoha, Li Yaoxiang had to continue to appease them and to delay their plan of perish together as much as possible. Enough. You don't have to explain anymore. Although I don't understand how you know so much about ninjas. But after such a long delay, you never give a detailed plan. We can't wait any longer. Every day I get home, I'm facing 4 walls alone. I believe you know this feeling very well. We don't want to bear it anymore. Just one. This time, it was the middle-aged genin who had remained silent, Yuya Miyada. His situation was like Yuichi. His family also died in the accident where ninja was fighting, but Konoha was very indifferent to this. The ninja who accidentally killed his family was still free. So he also hated ninja very much. Especially Konoha's ninja. And what Li Yaoxiang worries about was this emotionally unstable middle-aged genin. After all, the strength lies there. The strength gap between an ordinary person and a ninja is still quite large. If it were not for this ninja, Li Yaoxiang would not have joined this small group. And it was this Miyada Yuya who has been threatening him. Seeing Li Yaoxiang still hesitating, Miyata gritted his teeth and said, "You are not afraid of death, are you? If you don't give a satisfactory answer today, don't blame me for being impolite now." Having said that, Miyata Yuzai and Koiki were staring at Li Yaoxiang fiercely, waiting for his reply. If Li Yaoxiang disagrees, they will do it directly. Li Yaoxiang was also full of fire in his heart. He had endured these two teases for 2 years. Since you are so anxious to find death, don't blame me. The hesitant expression passed away in a flash, and it turned out that Li Yaoxiang pretended to make a firm resolution. Well then. Just do it. Kill one without losing. Kill two for blood. Miyada Yuzai, when will you start? Li Yaoxiang, in 2 days. Good. See you in 2 days. Although it was decided that the hands-on time was 2 days later, Yuichi and Yuya Miyada would not believe Li Yaoxiang so easily. After all, in these past years, Li Yaoxiang made various excuses to delay their actions more than once. This had to make them highly doubt whether Li Yaoxiang really wanted to avenge the ninjas. You said 2 days later, how should you act in those 2 days? Middle-aged genin, Miyada Yuya looked towards Li Yaoxiang with a solemn expression. They did not wait for Li Yaoxiang to reply. Fortunately, the vegetable seller sitting by the side directly ridiculed, "What's wrong? You said to act in 2 days, you don't just want to perfuse us, right? Don't you usually have a lot of plans? Are you going to act now with no preparation?" Both tried to probe Li Yaoxiang. Obviously, if Li Yaoxiang couldn't tell the truth, they wouldn't give up today. Li Yaoxiang's heart was gradually becoming indifferent to the constant entanglement of these two people. Originally he intended to delay for a while. After he left Konoha, it wouldn't matter how these two guys will toss. But since the situation has developed to such a point, then, Li Yaoxiang had to change the plan of leave Konoha. Immediately, Li Yaoxiang pretended to be serious and began to explain the plan, as if he did not notice the imperfections in their tone. "We only have 3 people. Since everyone will go out on that day, then of course, the more we kill, the better it is. First of all," Li Yaoxiang recounted the whole course of action, including the place and time of the action, the timing of starting, etc., all are arranged very clearly. Seeing that Li Yaoxiang didn't seem to be perfunctory, the tense atmosphere in the shop was relieved. The two people also started discussing Li Yaoxiang in some detail. After the discussion, the time was almost 9 o'clock. It would be inconvenient for them to stay any longer. After all, walking on the streets of Konoha at night made it easy to attract the attention of Konoha's ninjas. As usual, to avoid being discovered about their relationship, they didn't leave the shop at the same time. The first to leave was the vegetable seller. After a while, it was middle-aged genin Yuya Miyada's turn. However, just as Miyada was about to leave, Li Yaoxiang stopped him at this moment. "Yuya, wait. I have something to discuss with you." Miyata Yuza, who was about to leave, stopped. He mistakenly thought that Li Yaoxiang was looking for an excuse to back away, and he turned around badly while expressing words that threatened Li Yaoxiang. "I tell you. Don't." But before he finished talking, he saw a pair of scarlet eyes, which caused his vision to spin around. Then there was nothing. After a while, Miyada Yuya walked out of Li Yaoxiang's shop as if nothing had happened. Early the next morning, the sky was just getting bright. Li Yaoxiang walked out of the house. In the past, he always went out at 9 o'clock and then went to the store to open the shop. But today was 2 hours earlier than before, to prevent some people from discovering his whereabouts. Soon, Li Yaoxiang arrived at his destination today, which is the Hokage residence. However, before he approached Hokage residence, 2 Anbu ninjas suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. "What do you want? Don't you know what this place is?" Leave. Not everyone can get here. Li Yaoxiang didn't care about their attitude and directly said, I want to find Lord Hawkage. I have something to report to him. If you have something, you can tell us directly. We will help you pass it up. Li Yaoxiang shook his head. No, I don't know who you are. I can't trust you. I will see Lord Hawkage before I say it. Hearing Li Yaoxiang questioning them, the tone of the two Anbu ninjas became even worse. Do you know what you are talking about? We are the elite troops under Lord Hawkage. Do you doubt our loyalty to Lord Hawkage? Seeing the attitude of these two Anbu ninjas, he became more and more unhappy. Although the probability against him was tiny, Li Yaoxiang was still ready to use the darkening points at any time, just in case. But at this time, another masked Anbu ninja came out of Hawkage residence. The newly arrived Anbu ninja came behind the two and asked, What's wrong? Immediately, two Anbu ninjas reported the situation to the new Anbu ninja just now. Judging from their attitude and tone of voice alone, it can be seen that the new Anbu ninja in front of him has a higher status than the two gatekeepers. And even if this new Anbu ninja was masked, Li Yaoxiang recognized who he is. White hair. Black mask. Who else would it be, if not Hatake Kakashi? Even if masked, Li Yaoxiang could recognize him. However, based on Kakashi's tone and speech, the Kakashi at this time was still in a very indifferent stage. He might not have recovered from the shadow of the previous events yet. It was only a while ago that Shimura Danza sent Yamato over and over again to try his Sharingan again and again. However, when he reported the situation of an assassination attempt to his colleagues to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi just took it normally. How is this Kakashi be so indifferent? Why did he give up just like that? After understanding the situation, Kakashi came to Li Yaoxiang. You can tell me anything. I will report it for you. If you don't want to say it, please go back. I can't let you in. Kakashi's words were like a hammer. There was absolutely no room for twisting. If it is you, then I can tell you. Oh. Do you know me? No, but I think you are too high levels than them. You shouldn't look like someone who will betray Lord Hawkage. Then say it. I learned that in 2 days, someone wanted to be against Konoha's ninja. So, I came over to report to Lord Hawkage. After he said the words, the atmosphere on the scene immediately became serious. Kakashi waved his hand, indicating the two Anbu ninjas to leave. Zayu. Zayu. Two sounds. Two Anbu ninjas suddenly disappeared. Kakashi said coldly, Come with me, I will take you to see Lord Hawkage. Li Yaoxiang followed Kakashi. They passed various corridors and stairs and arrived at the Hawkage room. Kakashi whispered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear and described the whole process just now. Then, under the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi left the Hawkage room with a bang to begin investigating Li Yaoxiang's identity. Only two people, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Li Yaoxiang, were left in the Hawkage room. After listening to the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still dignified, immediately changed a kind expression and sucked a tobacco pipe. You said. Someone is going to be harmful to Konoha's ninja. Where did you hear about it? Lord Hawkage, I heard this news in my shop. 2 customers were drunk in my store and they leaked their plan. Li Yaoxiang blushed and responded breathlessly. It didn't look like a lie. UN. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Who is this people trying to do harm to the village's ninja? Ah, those 2 people are regular customers in my shop. One named Yuichi, who sells vegetables. The other is Miyada Yuya, a ninja. They seem to be saying that they will act in 2 days. As for the specific details, I don't know. When they were drunk, they only said a little. I don't understand what they said is true or false, but I'm afraid things they said are true. I don't want to see any Konoha's ninja injured, so I'm reporting this right now. During the story, Li Yaoxiang began to show a little nervousness. It really looked like an ordinary commoner that fears Konoha ninja's injury. Not long after, the masked Kakashi suddenly appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen and whispered Li Yaoxiang's identity background in his ear. Sarutobi Hizaki seems the kind of person to welcome people with a smile. But he still listened very carefully. After confirming that there was no problem with Li Yaoxiang's identity, he replied, "En. Very good. I understood this matter. Thank you for telling us this news. You go back first. I will send someone special for those two people." Li Yaoxiang smiled like an honest man who seemed to be in awe of Hokage. "Thank you. If it weren't for the ninjas guarding Konoha, I wouldn't be here still living in the village safely." After Li Yaoxiang left, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Kakashi, instructed aside, "Send someone to check this person who sells vegetables, called Yuichi. And that ninja named Miyada Yuya." Kakashi did not answer. But just when he was about to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to remember something, adding again, "The two people and including the one who just reported, sent people to monitor to see if there is anything abnormal." Yes. After leaving the Hokage room, as if nothing happened, Li Yaoxiang returned to the store as usual to entertain customers. On this day, no matter whether it was the vegetable seller Yuichi or the middle-aged genin Miyada Yuya, they had no further contact with Li Yaoxiang. This was the approach proposed by Li Yaoxiang when planning how to act yesterday. To avoid arousing suspicion from others, both of them agreed. Because of this, in the process of monitoring their three people, Konoha's ninja found nothing unusual. Their lives were nothing special. However, after investigating the identity and background of these three people, the Konoha's ninjas found that they all have one thing in common, that was, their family members were accidentally killed by Konoha ninja during the fight between ninjas, and now, they were the only left alone in the family. After discovering this suspicious point, it made them believe a little bit more about the news given by Li Yaoxiang. However, Li Yaoxiang's suspicion was not dismissed. After all, Li Yaoxiang's family also had a similar accident. Therefore, they would not rule out the probability that Li Yaoxiang is an associate. After reporting the conclusions to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he did not pay much attention to it at this time. After all, the person involved was only a commoner and a genin. Even with the possible accomplice Li Yaoxiang, as long as they are prepared, nothing will escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he couldn't afford any big waves to happen. Therefore, he just sent someone to continue monitoring them. As for why not send Yamanaka clan * people to spy on their real thoughts. *TL note. The Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Ishizaku, is a family of shinobi found in Konohigakyo. They specialize in mind-related techniques, and they own and run a flower shop in the village. They traditionally lead the Konoha barrier team. The reason was very simple, even if they peep out that they really want to harm Konoha ninja, then what? Can they kill the killer early? Obviously, this will not work. After all, there would be no proof. How would the Konoha explain to the mass that they planned to do harm? If they rashly deal with the common people but could not give any firm evidence, wouldn't this chill the hearts of the villagers? How could the rest of the commoner live in Konoha with peace of mind? Wouldn't everyone start being afraid and live in fear? Therefore, no matter what Yuichi, Miyada, and the others have in mind, as long as they don't do it, Konoha will not act on them. At most, they will only pay more attention to the suspects. Just like that, 2 consecutive days passed. None of the ninjas who watched found anything unusual. None of the 3 had any contact. It was peaceful, but it was not until the hands-on time reported by Li Yaoxiang that they discovered the anomaly. That is, Yuichi, the vegetable seller, hid a handful of kunai with a detonating charm at home. And today, he carried it on him. The same was true for Miyada Yuya. Only Li Yaoxiang with no abnormality. The store is still open as usual. Not long after, the two people joined together on one of the bustling streets. This street is one of the roads leading to the academy. And their goal was also obvious, the students in the academy or the ninja instructors. This was also the suggestion that Li Yaoxiang gave them, saying that it would be more convenient for them to start here. After all, the instructors have retired from the front line for a long time, and perhaps their vigilance would not be so strong. Also, even if the plan fails, they can find a few future ninjas to back them up. To avoid arousing suspicion from the surrounding crowd, the two communicated softly after the meeting. "Where's Li Yaoxiang? Why didn't Li Yaoxiang come?" Yuichi, the vegetable seller, the first thought that came to his mind was that damned Li Yaoxiang must have shrunk. However, what made him didn't expect was that middle-aged ninja Uer Miyada patted his shoulder at this time and immediately covered Li Yaoxiang. "Relax, it's okay. I gave him another task. If our side is exposed and attracts the attention of others, it may be easier for him to succeed." Yuichi, the vegetable seller, his stomach full of anger, disappeared when he heard the words. Immediately afterward, the two acted according to plan. Yuichi walked ahead and acted first. After all, as an ordinary person, he can't detonate the detonating charm, so he still needed the ninja Miyada to be in the distance. However, not long after the distance between the two of them was opened and before they could even get close to the academy, the two masked Anbu ninjas suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking Yuichi's path. "What you planned has been discovered. Obediently surrender." Yuichi was taken aback at first, and then his face became extremely hideous. "Damn it. Go to hell." Yuichi roared loudly. He took out a kunai with a detonator charm attached to it and rushed forward. In the face of Yuichi's sprint, the two Anbu ninjas on the opposite side behaved very plainly. As if Yuichi's attack was not worth mentioning to them. It was until the Yuichi's kunai about to approach them, the two pupils hidden under their masks shrank suddenly. They felt the fluctuation of chakra. One of the Anbu ninjas was shouted angrily, "Damn! Get away!" Boom! The two ambers flashed one by one. All of them were far away from Toiki. Yuichi's arm was blown up, and his body was heavily injured. The two Anbu ninjas were a bit lucky. They didn't expect him to be so ruthless, to try hurting the students, and even to blow themselves up. Fortunately, they knew in advance that the other side had a detonator. Otherwise, they would not choose to deal with Yuichi first instead of dealing with Miyada Uer first. After all, if Yuichi rushed into the academy while they were subduing Miyada Uer, the consequences would be really unimaginable. Seeing that Yuichi's ability to act has been greatly reduced, one of the Anbu ninjas said to his companion, "Look after him. I will subdue the other one." And just when two people are about to act, there was a loud noise again. Boom! Toiki, who was only injured a short time ago, was blown up once again. And this time, the explosion was located in the head. No one found out that this detonation charm was actually hidden in his collar at the moment Miyada Uer slapped Yuichi's shoulder. Damn it! Seeing this, the two Anbu ninjas cursed secretly. They never thought that the other side would be so ruthless too. If you don't succeed in one blow, you will die with them. The two Anbu responded very quickly. They stopped looking in Yuichi's direction and rushed directly to Miyada Uer. It's just that before they got close, they saw Miyada Uer sneered at them strangely. And then, an incredible scene suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. That is, Miyada Uer opened his own ninja outfit, which was filled with detonating charms. What made these two Anbu ninjas most frightened was that Miyada Uer also attached one of the detonating charms to his head. The situation was reversed in an instant. It was not the two Anbu ninjas that rushed over. Instead, Miyada rushed towards them. Bang! The two Anbu ninjas had no time to dodge. They were all blown away by Miyada Uer's human flesh bomb. As for Miyada Uer himself, it goes without saying that he died. Inside the restaurant. At the same time, when the Anbu ninjas and Migata Yui fought, Li Yaoxiang was entertaining the customers inside the restaurant as usual. Boss. Collect money. Okay. Li Yaoxiang wiped his greasy hands on the damp cloth on the table, a bowl of white rice, a cup of green tea, a bowl of dongbo meat, a total of 280 yen. After there were no more customers in the restaurant, Li Yaoxiang's original smiley face suddenly became cold. He took something out from the apron pocket. He took out a photo. That was a photo of Li Yaoxiang and a group of customers. Yuichi and Yuya Migata were also inside. It was also the only photo they took together. He looked at the two people in the photo. Li Yaoxiang secretly whispered, "It's probably over." Yuichi. Yuya. If you want someone to blame you, blame only yourselves. Li Yaoxiang threw the photos into the stove. He just watched the photo slowly burning by the fire and shrank until it finally burned to ashes. That's right. This series of things can be said to be planned by Li Yaoxiang. In addition to giving Yuichi and Migata Yuya plans that day, Li Yaoxiang also used 7,000 Darkening coins in the system mall and purchased the one-time Kotomatsu Kami. He changed Migata's thinking. He changed it to make Li Yaoxiang be the most trusted partner, and this action was done jointly by Yuichi and Migata Yuya. Li Yaoxiang became Migata's backup plan. If they fail, it is good that someone will continue to stick to their ideals. As for the detonation charms, this matter was also very simple. Li Yaoxiang, who was familiar with the anime, has not forgotten that Yamaneka clan has a trick that can spy on the memory of the dead person's head. Therefore, he arranged for Migata Yuya to must explode the criminal evidence before they die. The Yamaneka clan has no way to investigate because of it. Then, his relationship with them would never be revealed. As for Li Yaoxiang spending a one-time Kotomatsu Kami on an ordinary person, is it worth it? Li Yaoxiang, of course, would not consider this issue. As long as he can be out of Konoha's sight and out of Konoha's control, he was very confident. Even if it is 10 or 100 or 10,000, for him, it doesn't matter. For Li Yaoxiang, his own safety was the most important thing at present. Compared with their lives, these 7,000 points are nothing. After the incident, it was as expected by Li Yaoxiang. Some people from the Yamaneka clan came over and took over the case. The purpose is to look into the memory of the dead man's head to see if there are other potential associates. They all shook their heads when they saw the corpse immediately. This case was over. They would report the situation to 3rd Hokage. 2 days later. Early in the morning. When Li Yaoxiang was about to open the shop, the masked Kakashi came slowly towards him. Li Yaoxiang pretended to be stunned. "Lord Ninja, what's wrong?" "The Lord Hokage." "Please." "Oh, I see. Wait for me." He took the board in his hand and put it back again, closing the door. Immediately afterward, he followed Kakashi and walked towards the Hokage residence. While they were walking, Kakashi suddenly asked, "The 2 people you reported before are really going to be detrimental to the village's ninja, and they are now dead." Li Yaoxiang pretended to be shocked and then said a little regretfully, "Unbelievable. Why did they do this?" While Li Yaoxiang spoke, Kakashi inadvertently observed Li Yaoxiang's expression and tone very carefully. The two said nothing more after that. Not long after, they arrived at Hokage residence. Kakashi brought Li Yaoxiang to the Hokage room. Sarutabi Hiruzen, who was still approving the document, put down the pen in his hand. He raised his head and looked at them kindly. He focused his attention on Kakashi first. After seeing Kakashi shook his head slightly to him, this turned his attention to Li Yaoxiang. Li Yaoxiang, right. He, Lord Hokage, hello. I did not expect Lord Hokage to know my name. I feel so honored. Li Yaoxiang's performance was in place. You can't see any abnormality. Coupled with Kakashi's shaking head just now, Sarutabi Hiruzen's suspicion of him has weakened a lot. Thank you very much for providing this information to us this time. The news you heard is correct. The two people really want to be detrimental to the ninja in the village. Moreover, their goal is the academy. If it weren't for your warning, I don't know how many people will be hurt from this. Appreciated by Sarutabi Hiruzen, Li Yaoxian seemed to be very happy and scratched his head. Ha ha ha, thank goodness. This or what everyone should do, after all. As a part of Konoha, I certainly don't want to see anyone in the village injured. UN. Sarutabi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. If everyone loves the village as much as you do, then no such thing will happen. After saying these words of emotion, Sarutabi Hitoshi became a little lost. Li Yaoxian also behaved somewhat lost. Silence for a moment. Sarutabi Hiruzen regained his kind tone and said, "You have made a great achievement this time. Have you ever thought of any rewards?" Hearing that Sarutabi Hiruzen wants to reward himself, Li Yaoxian hurriedly shook his head, and his palms kept swinging in front of him. No, Lord Hokage. I report that thing, not for reward. I really don't want to see anyone injured in the village. Sarutabi Hiruzen's attitude towards Li Yaoxian only felt more and more satisfied. He nodded, persuaded, you don't have to be polite. Rewarding you is a good thing for you and for the village. It is a statement for everyone who loves the village. Li Yaoxian was a bit embarrassed, Lord Hokage, but... Before Li Yaoxian refused again, Sarutabi Hiruzen interrupted, I heard that your parents died in an accident. If you really can't think of any reward, how about I engrave their names on the Monument of Heroes instead? Speaking of which, whether it was Sarutabi Hiruzen or Kakashi, Li Yaoxian's expression was carefully observed. However, they couldn't find any clues. Li Yaoxian perfectly showed the depression of recalling his deceased parents. Immediately afterward, Li Yaoxian sighed and said, Lord Hokage, no need. If Lord Hokage really wants to reward me, I hope Lord Hokage will grant me permission to leave Konoha. Oh. Sarutabi Hiruzen was slightly surprised. Why do you want to leave Konoha? Lord Hokage. Frankly, Konoha did bring me a lot of good times. But Konoha also brought me a lot of sad memories. I've never been outside of Konoha in my life. I want to go out for a walk. Just relax and take a look at the outside world. For Li Yaoxian's requirements, Sarutabi Hiruzen didn't feel anything wrong. After all, Li Yaoxian was the only one who left in his own family. Moreover, maybe Li Yaoxian's departure would be a good thing for Konoha. At least no one would remember Li Yaoxian because his parents died in an accident. Silence for a moment. Sarutabi Hiruzen ultimately nodded, very well. I will sign an approval letter to let you leave here. If you need any help, just tell me. Also, Konoha will always be your home. You are welcome to come back at any time. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Well, then you go back first. After the approval is complete, I will let someone send it to you. After that, Kakashi took Li Yaoxian and left Hokage residence. The two people's suspicion about Li Yaoxian was completely eliminated because of the end of this matter. But what they would never know is that the behind-the-scenes planner of this whole incident was the Konoha commoner, Li Yaoxian himself, who seemed to be honest and had no problems in front of them. In order to win their trust. In order to get this approval letter from Konoha. Regarding this, everything was under the control of Li Yaoxian. As for why didn't he use Kotomatsu Kami directly on Sarutabi Hiruzen? Why would Li Yaoxian do such a thankless thing? Not to mention how high the risk of doing so. If you are not careful, clues will be found, and he can be tracked. Even if he is so lucky that he hasn't been discovered, what will happen to the Darkening after that? Without Sarutabi Hiruzen, the natural Darkening teammate, wouldn't Darkening Naruto cost more in the future? Therefore, a handy darkening tool like Sarutobi Hiruzen still makes him authentic, which is in the best interest of Li Yaoxiang. 3 days later, the approval to leave Konoha came down. Li Yaoxiang also sold his property in Konoha. However, before leaving Konoha, Li Yaoxiang came to Konoha's mission reception. That is where Konoha Ninja was commissioned to receive the mission. Upon hearing the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen soon sent a Landyu ninja to come and ask about the situation. Lord Hokage, please. Li Yaoxiang followed the Landyu ninja again and came to the Hokage room. Sarutobi Hiruzen sucked the tobacco pipe and asked, I heard that you want to hire a ninja to escort you away from Konoha. What's going on? Do you have any problems? Li Yaoxiang bowed his head with a stern expression. No, Lord Hokage. I haven't encountered any difficulties. I was just thinking, I have also made some savings in Konoha in these years, and before I leave, I want to give back some to the village. And I grew up so old, lived in Konoha for so long, and have never commissioned a ninja mission. Isn't that justified? Ha ha ha. I also want to try the experience of commissioning a ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, then wondered, but why do you call Uchiha Itakai for this mission? Do you know him? Ha ha, Lord Hokage, Uchiha Itakai is the genius youngster of the Uchiha clan this generation. This news has spread throughout the village. I've never really thought about it until now. I have lived in Konoha for so long and have never met the village's genius ninja. Isn't that a joke? So, I named him. And, speaking of which, Li Yaoxiang seemed a little embarrassed. He immediately continued, and my budget, among Konoha's many geniuses, Uchiha Itakai is the most suitable. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen froze. Then he laughed heartily. It's all so clear. Why wouldn't Sarutobi Hiruzen understand Li Yaoxiang's shyness now? The suspicion about Li Yaoxiang was eliminated again. As for the real purpose of Li Yaoxiang, of course, it would not be as simple as he said on the surface. Li Yaoxiang didn't feel that he had just escaped from a dangerous situation before he completely escaped Konoha one day. After all, Konoha was not alone in Sarutobi's decision. There are 3 main reasons why Uchiha Itakai was named to escort him. 1. Price problem. Li Yaoxiang did not have that much money to hire jonin. In this period, among the genin, the most cost-effective, of course, is Uchiha Itakai. 2. Security issues. Among the genins, it was Uchiha Itakai who was really worthy of the trust of Li Yaoxiang. After all, Uchiha Itakai's character was there. Li Yaoxiang believes that Uchiha Itakai will definitely do his utmost to protect him, no matter who the opponent is. 3. As for the third reason, it doesn't matter. After all, the third reason, Li Yaoxiang was just trying his luck. It may or may not be what he expected. If it's not happening, it won't be a loss for Li Yaoxiang. He can just let it go. After a hearty laugh, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Okay, I understand. You go through the entrustment process. I will order someone to give you the best price. At the same time, after Li Yaoxiang left Hokage residence, he ushered in the arrival of Uchiha Itakai. It's just that after he heard that someone specifically named him and asked him to complete the mission, he had a little trouble. The person at the mission reception, Uchiha Itakai, you must know that the village rules are like this. No matter how good your results are, genin can't go out alone to do a mission. You have to choose your teammates. This period of Uchiha Itakai has just unlocked his Sharingan. That is when his teammates were killed recently. At the same time, it was also when he was disappointed with his father's attitude. Because his father, Uchiha Fugaku, didn't care about the death of his teammates at all, and he was proud that his son had opened Sharingan so early. Because of this, the temperament of Uchiha Itakai in this time became a bit cold. No need. I can complete the mission by myself. The person at the mission reception desk, but this is completely out of the rules. Without waiting for the person at the task reception desk, suddenly one more person appeared in the room. This person was also wearing Uchiha clan's standard high-necked clothing and a three-corner protective gear. This person was Uchiha Shisui. Soon after Uchiha Shisui appeared, he came behind Uchiha Itakai, patted his shoulder, and then said to the person at the mission reception desk, I and Itakai will take this mission together. It should be okay, right? After Uchiha Itakai saw the person was Shisui, his indifferent complexion also softened a lot. Big brother Shisui. The two looked at each other. He nodded. Then, he looked towards mission reception, waiting for his reply. The result was very clear. With Uchiha Shisui's lead, the people at the mission reception will not look for trouble and offend Uchiha clan's people. Ha ha ha, fine. I will submit your message here. Two people left the mission reception. Walk side by side on the street. Shisui, Itakai, I understand how you feel. But since our companions have sacrificed their lives for you, then we should live better. Together with their share of work. Together to protect this beautiful home. I hope you can understand this truth. Compared to other people, Uchiha Itakai's attitude towards Shisui was obviously much better. He did not answer. But he was seriously thinking about what his big brother Shisui said. Shisui did not bother anymore. After a while, Shisui continued to say, I will not carry out this mission with you. I will hide in the dark and observe carefully. I hope your performance will not disappoint me. Early the next morning, Li Yaoxiang packed his clothes. Then he left to wait at the mission reception. It didn't take long. He soon saw Uchiha Itakai as a child and came here on time. Seeing Uchiha Itakai, Li Yaoxiang immediately went up, looking at your clothes. You should be Uchiha Itakai. Hello, I'm your client this time, Li Yaoxiang. Pleased to work with you. Li Yaoxiang held out his right hand and wanted to shake hands with Uchiha Itakai. Li Yaoxiang thought he would be rejected. Instead, Uchiha Itakai really shook hands with him and thanked him kindly. Hello, I am Uchiha Itakai. Thank you for trusting me, and named me to take this mission. I will escort you to the destination safely. This scene slightly surprised Li Yaoxiang. Li Yaoxiang was familiar with the original series. But it's very clear that during this period, Uchiha Itakai, who has experienced all the deaths of his teammates, has become much colder in character. This made him wonder why Uchiha Itakai would be so friendly towards him. Good, good. After a few praises, Li Yaoxiang continued, you're the only one. It was strange to see Uchiha Itakai alone. As far as he knows, according to Konoha's rules, Uchiha Itakai, who was still a genin, should not be able to take a mission out of the village alone. Uchiha Itakai said with a smile, Relax, Mr. Lee. Your mission is just C-Rank's escort mission. I can complete it by myself. There will be no problems. Hearing Uchiha Itakai's words, Li Yaoxiang was still a little worried. It's not that he doesn't believe in Uchiha Itakai's ability, but more concerned about a Jonin hiding in the distance, secretly protecting Uchiha Itakai the genin. To avoid causing suspicion from others, before leaving the sight of these ninjas, Li Yaoxiang decided to continue to maintain his sincere appearance. Ha ha ha! You are the genius ninja in the village. How could I be uneasy? Don't get me wrong. I'm just curious. I specifically entrusted you to accept this mission. I just want to know you more. I hope you don't mind. Uchiha Itakai laughed, saying he didn't mind. The reason why his attitude towards Li Yaoxiang was so friendly was that he did not want to disappoint Shisui. He knew that Shisui in the vicinity was watching him. Therefore, facing the customer Li Yaoxiang, he did his best to show a friendly attitude. After the short exchange, the two went outside the village. Konoha Village, Root Base. This is underground in a hidden place in Konoha Village. All around is covered with huge roots. The air is filled with a thick humid smell of mud. At this time, Shimura Danza was at the base, handling some of his daily official duties. At this moment, a rude ninja with a cough came to Shimura Danza and reported to him, "Cough. Cough. Cough. Lord Danza, just now someone reported that a villager got a third Hokage's approval. An approval about leaving the village." Shimura Danza stopped his official duties. His expression became slightly angry, questioning, Hiruzen. Is he getting older and more confused? How can he let people leave the village casually? Who's leaving the village? Rude ninja, cough. 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 His name is Li Yaoxiang. Immediately after this, Rude Ninja, who coughed from time to time, told him about Li Yaoxiang's message and what happened recently. Even about Li Yaoxiang commissioned ninjas to do an escort mission for him. Shimura Danza's face became gloomier after hearing it. He didn't care whether Li Yaoxiang was innocent in this matter or not. As long as there is a hint of probability that becomes an unstable factor, Shimura Danza would rather kill the wrong one than let it go. Moreover, as long as Li Yaoxiang died as soon as he left the village, Konoha's people would know how dangerous the outside world is. They all won't hold the thought of leaving Konoha. Who took over this mission? It's Uchiha Itakai and Uchiha Shisui. Hearing that these two people took the task, Shimura Danza's face became a bit ugly. He knew very well that the two of them could not move yet. But with a little carelessness, Uchiha clan may immediately create. Before the village was prepared, he didn't want to take this risk. No need to deal with the people of Uchiha clan. Send someone to stop them for a moment to see if there is a chance to kill that Li Yaoxiang. If you really let him escape into a city, then forget it. The reason why there is such a choice because as long as he enters the city of Land of Fire, Danza won't be able to move that easily anymore. Otherwise, it would be trouble for him if someone investigates it. You need to know that in today's ninja village, even if you are qualified to be a shadow in the village, you still need the consent of daimyo asterisk. Asterisk TL notes, a daimyo, English TV, feudal lord, literally meaning, great name, is the political leader of a country. A daimyo is responsible for all decisions concerning their country, from alliances to the annual budget to the privileges allowed to the country's hidden village. Daimyo is, therefore, one of the single most important individuals in the entire country and holds the highest degree of political power, such that they are given special protection by the allied Shinobi forces during the Fourth Shinobi World War. Cough, cough, cough. Yes. After leaving Konoha, Li Yaoxiang and Uchiha Itakai walked side by side on the dirt road together. There is a jungle on both sides of the dirt road. Naruto World's roads are terrible. As one of the richest 5 great countries, Land of Fire, they don't have much idea about road construction. However, from Konoha village until Li Yaoxiang's destination this time, the journey is said to be not long and not short. Naruto World doesn't have cars, and they don't have rental horses. So it is estimated that this section of the road will not go too well. It takes at least a half-day walk to arrive. Uchiha Itakai was already used to it like nothing. But Li Yaoxiang, a modern world person, doesn't have such good footwork. So almost every hour he walked, he needed to stop and rest for a while. At this time, they just stopped on the road to rest. Li Yaoxiang sat on the boulder, patting his calf muscles, full of apologies. Sorry, I'm stopping you to wait for me. I've never been outside of Konoha before. This is my first time walking a long road. Knowing this is the case, I should have rented a carriage and hurried away. Li Yaoxiang was still the same. Dressed up as an ordinary commoner. But he was so tired that he had to stop and take a rest, which was not fake. Uchiha Itakai maintained a shy smile. It's okay. It's more convenient for me to protect you. If you get on the carriage, it might not be so convenient. In order to satisfy Big Brother Shisui. Along the way, Uchiha Itachi made great efforts to show his friendly side. Anyway, Lee Yaoxiang was now a customer of Konoha. If Konoha Ninja's reputation is damaged because of his bad attitude, this is not what he wants to see. In this way, the two guys who hide their true colors have a little talk about some irrelevant topics in the journey. Chatting and chatting. Uchiha Itachi, who couldn't find a new topic, suddenly came to this sentence, "That's right. Is Konoha bad? Why did you leave Konoha?" Tilda. Lee Yaoxian sighed and talked about his parents immediately. Then, he said he wanted to leave this sad place, go out, and take a look. This was also the first time Uchiha Itachi talked with Konoha civilians, and the conversation was so in-depth. If Lee Yaoxian hadn't said anything, he really wouldn't realize that the commoners of Konoha, even just living in the village normally, was such a dangerous thing. After hearing this, he couldn't help but be stunned. He felt a bit confused inside. It turns out that the village is not a paradise for ordinary people. He became quiet for a long time. Uchiha Itachi involuntarily spoke, "What is the meaning of life?" This sentence surprised Lee Yaoxiang. He didn't expect Uchiha Itachi would ask him such a question at such a time and place. If Lee Yaoxiang remembers correctly, Uchiha Itachi asks this question to several people in the original work, Uchiha Shisui, Kakashi, Orochimaru, etc. The answer they gave will also be one of the main reasons for changing Uchiha Itachi's final decision on which side to stand. In other words, if Lee Yaoxiang wants to change the fate of Uchiha's clan, he might be able to start from this aspect now. He could try to shake Uchiha Itachi's future decisions. However, Lee Yaoxiang quickly rejected this idea. Because in his plan, if Uchiha clan was destroyed, it would be a rare incident that could help to darken Naruto. He wouldn't change this ending because of his soft heart. Ha ha. If you suddenly asked me such an esoteric question, I won't know how to answer you. Lee Yaoxiang turned his head around and unloaded the topic with embarrassment. Uchiha Itachi was also awakened by Lee Yaoxiang's response. He never expected Lee Yaoxiang to answer his question. After all, Lee Yaoxiang is only an ordinary person in his mind. How can he understand the difficulty of ninjas? How is it possible to give an answer? The reason why he said this question was just that after listening to Lee Yaoxiang's story, he felt emotional for a while, and it just kind of happened. It was purely self-talk. It's fine. It's getting late. Let's go on the road. Uchiha Itachi laughed. Oh. Okay. I have enough rest. Let's go. Just as the two were about to leave, Uchiha Itachi suddenly stopped Lee Yaoxiang behind him and shouted violently in the direction of the northwest, "Who is it? Come out!" With that said, Uchiha Itachi took two kunai from his pocket and threw them towards the northwest. Ding! Ding! The kunai suddenly bounced off. Immediately afterward, two masked ninjas came out from the shadows of the jungle. As expected of the new generation of genius from the Uchiha clan, "You discovered us so soon." Uchiha Itachi's expression condensed. "The route." "What do you mean?" "It's nothing. You give us the spy behind you, and your mission will be completed. You can go back and report it. There is nothing for you here," one of the root ninjas said in a tone that could not be denied. The most intense reaction was Lee Yaoxiang standing behind Uchiha Itachi. He was frightened and sat down on the ground. His face was pale. No. Lord Ninja, is there any misunderstanding? How could I be a spy? I was born and raised in Konoha, and I've never been out of the village. I also got Lord Hokage's approval before leaving the village. Of course, this was just a play performed by Lee Yaoxiang. To avoid a wave of chasers in the future, which will disturb his life, he will not reveal his identity unless he is forced to do so. And he also took advantage of this opportunity to see if he could test out if there was any jonin following Uchiha Itakai. In case he guessed wrong and his life was threatened, isn't there still a batch of darkening points that haven't been used yet? Seeing Li Yaoxiang's reaction, the two root ninjas in front could not help but laugh. Seeing this, Uchiha Itakai believed that Li Yaoxiang was just an ordinary person who was wronged. He posed in a fighting pose. Then, he turned on his Sharingan. He took out the short blade that was equipped behind him and held it in front of him with a backhand grip and said with a serious expression, "You two are joking. I don't think my client is a spy. Both of you please go back." Sure enough, Uchiha clan's people are really stubborn. One of them sighed with emotion. The two root ninjas suddenly disappeared in place. Immediately afterward, Li Yaoxiang's ears heard the sound of ding-ding-dong-dong constant weapons collision. The action of double-playing fighting, as an ordinary person, he couldn't see clearly at all. During the fight, Uchiha Itakai even slammed, "Get away from here. Two Chunins should be fighting Uchiha Itakai." But, with Uchiha Itakai's current level alone, it would be impossible 1 against 2. However, even so, there was the existence of Li Yaoxiang that cannot be ignored today. Because in addition to seeing the body of the two parties constantly moving during the battle, and the movements of their hands in the battle were completely invisible, even the shadow cannot be seen at all. After hearing the anger of Uchiha Itakai, Li Yaoxiang was very nervous and quickly got up from a slumped state and fled away. At this moment, he still did not forget to maintain the identity of Konoha commoner. As for his real feeling, how exactly? He has enough darkening points. Li Yaoxiang wasn't worried at all. When Li Yaoxiang got up and haven't run that far, the light from the end of his eyes suddenly swept the sparks produced when the weapon collided at close range. Clang! When Li Yaoxiang saw exactly what was going on, the two kunai had already been shot to the ground in front of him, plunged into the soil separately. As expected. Things were not so simple. Sure enough, someone followed Uchiha Itakai. Otherwise, it was impossible for someone to throw some kunai to save Li Yaoxiang. When Li Yaoxiang raised his head, there was already an extra figure in front of him. It was a black-clothed wearing a high collar with a red and white fan pattern on the black-clothed back. Seeing this person's hairstyle, seeing this person's clothing, seeing the three-corner protector kino on the costume, Li Yaoxiang knew that the person was Uchiha Shisui. On the surface, he was still at a loss, but in fact, Li Yaoxiang's heart was already secretly overjoyed. Because this is the third reason why he commissioned Uchiha Itakai to escort him. The reason is to elicit Uchiha Shisui. The purpose is to naturally come into contact with Uchiha Shisui without being suspected. It's just that when things have developed in this situation, his life looks as if he is completely in the hands of others. The enemy simply ignored him. And Uchiha Itakai and Uchiha Shisui, apart from treating him as an item to protect, they also no longer paid any attention to him. Damn it. During the battle, Uchiha Itakai unwillingly cursed. He immediately yelled, "Sorry big brother Shisui. I let you down." Uchiha Shisui, who held Li Yaoxiang behind him, although his eyes never left the enemy for a moment, his mouth responded naturally, "It's okay. You can hold back two root ninjas, that's already very good. I also didn't expect for two root ninjas to even intervene in this kind of thing. Uchiha Shisui, ignore this matter. The root will not let dangerous signs out of the village." Uchiha Shisui shook his head. "I don't know what a dangerous sign is. I only know that he is not only our client, he is also a villager of Konoha. I have an obligation to protect his safety." After that, Uchiha Shisui also opened 3 Tomo Sharingan. He rushed in to fight. In a moment, the two sides fought for no less than 100 rounds. The fighting process seemed very intense and very long. But for Li Yaoxiang, these things happened only in a split second. He only saw the air around him as many sparks flashing. Then all kinds of weapons were bombed to the ground. Judging from the current situation, it is Uchiha Itakai and Shai Sui who have the upper hand. Otherwise, they would not be able to fight while blocking all the enemy's attacks on Li Yaoxiang. If it were not for the safety of Li Yaoxiang, the battle might have ended long ago. The root ninjas, who were at war with Uchiha Shai Sui, the leader of this operation, also secretly suffered. They seriously underestimated Uchiha Itakai's strength. They initially thought that as long as one person blocked Uchiha Itakai, the other person could attack Li Yaoxiang. But the two Chunins were not worthy for Uchiha Itakai, a genin. Seeing that things did not go the way they expected, the leader quickly exchanged glances with several colleagues. They planned to retreat first. When they encounter an opportunity on the way, they can start again. It's just that his idea is doomed to impossible. As previously stated, the reason why Li Yaoxiang chose Uchiha Itakai to protect him was that he took a fancy to his sense of responsibility and the importance he attached to the village and Uchiha clan's reputation. Now, with the appearance of Shai Sui, it would be more impossible that Li Yaoxiang would have an accident. Immediately, three of them leapt together with great tacit understanding and quit the battle. The three looked at each other and nodded. Immediately after a few flashes, they left the scene. The appearance of this scene made Li Yaoxiang and others who remained at the scene a little dazed. They didn't know why the root ninjas gave up so easily. For a moment, they did not dare to relax his vigilance. The tense mood lasted for a while. It was found that there were no abnormalities or any traps. The tense atmosphere eased down. Li Yaoxiang immediately acted very excited and very grateful. He held Uchiha Itakai's and Uchiha Shai Sui's hands and thanked both of them. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I would really be killed this time. Uchiha Shai Sui's character and attitude were obviously much softer than Uchiha Itakai. Also, better at communicating with outsiders. He put his hands on Li Yaoxiang's hands and patted them, trying to ease Li Yaoxiang's emotions. You're welcome. Rest assured, as long as we are here, we will guarantee your safety. When we arrive in a town, they won't dare to mess around anymore. You should be in no danger. Oh. Good, good. Thank you. Thank you very much. On the next journey. Since his existence has been exposed, and the danger of the mission has increased, Uchiha Shai Sui has no plans to hide himself anymore. Three of them headed towards the town and continued on their way. However, after the appearance of Uchiha Shai Sui, Li Yaoxiang has more topics to talk about than when it was at first. He talked a lot. He looked like he found a great rare treasure. The questions one after another never stopped. Fortunately, Uchiha Shai Sui's character was more patient and not bored by it. Almost everything that Li Yaoxiang asked, he answered. As a result, the relationship between the two parties has become more harmonious. By the way, I saw your eyes just now suddenly became red. How did this happen? This is Sharingan. Only people from our Uchiha clan can use it. Then, this Sharingan, is there anything special? Why must you use it when you fight? Sharingan can. Due to the topic of conversation is not a secret matter, Uchiha Shai Sui was happy to answer Li Yaoxiang. But as the topic of chatting between the two parties grew deeper, Li Yaoxiang finally asked the most critical question. Well, the Sharingan of your Uchiha clan is so powerful. Wouldn't so many people want to have it? Do you think a non-Uchiha can own Sharingan? This seems to be a simple-minded problem, but it hides a huge amount of information. Uchiha Shai Sui laughed, did not answer. But the silhouette of Hatake Kakashi emerged involuntarily in his mind. Seeing this situation, Li Yaoxiang not only failed to constrain, But like a second stunner, he continued to ask without a wink at all, since you ninjas' abilities are so weird. Say, will there be an ability that can bring people back to life? When the words came out, Uchiha Shisui's walk suddenly paused. However, he soon recovered his natural expression. He knew the ability resurrect the dead that Li Yaoxian said. Uchiha clan does have this ability, which is forbidden jutsu Izonagi asterisk. Asterisk TL note, with Izonagi, the user applies an illusion to reality itself, giving the user control over what is and is not real for as long as Izonagi is active. Users typically do this in order to protect themselves, negating any injuries they receive or even their deaths. When this happens, their injured self fades away as an illusion and their non-injured self immediately materializes in the previous self's place. Izonagi is based on the creation of all things technique, used by the Sage of Six Paths to turn imagination into reality. The process is explained to use spiritual energy which forms the basis of yin release to create shape from nothingness. Then, through the application of physical energy which forms the basis of yang release, the shape has life breathed into it. It is impossible for him to say this ability in front of outsiders, because this ability is like having a second life. Very powerful. Very attractive. Letting people know that Uchiha clan has this forbidden jutsu may make a lot more people want to have Sharingan. Uchiha clan's situation will only be more dangerous. Therefore, he did not answer Li Yaoxian. Just nodded and smiled. But Li Yaoxian was very interested. Though he did not continue to struggle on this issue. Because his purpose has been achieved. That's right. The reason why Li Yaoxian wanted to meet Uchiha Shisui was to contact Uchiha Shisui. Its main purpose is here. For the sake of reminding Uchiha Shisui that maybe someone has already transplanted their family's Sharingan. In order to remind him, Sharingan also has the ability of Izonagi. As mentioned before, in order to prevent Naruto from falling into the power of Kotomatsu Kami, there are 3 solutions. And today Li Yaoxian's purpose is to plant the 4th solution. That is, trying to influence Shimura Danza's process of getting Kotomatsu Kami smoothly. As long as Shimura Danza does not get Kotomatsu Kami, then he would not be able to brainwash Naruto. Of course, it's really hard to say if the solution will work or not. After all, in order to avoid exposing his true purpose and identity, Li Yaoxian only served as a reminder in this plan. Whether it can succeed or not, for Li Yaoxian, it's all the same. After all, it was just a secret move he made while leaving Konoha. If you can succeed, that's the best. It doesn't matter if it's unsuccessful. He won't lose anything. In this way, after asking his own key questions, Li Yaoxian became less like a fool along the way. They never encountered a sneak attack again. It took about 7 to 8 hours before they arrived at their destination. That is, Land of Fire's closest town to Konoha village. Mr. Lee, why don't we stay with you in this town for a period of time? This is to ensure your safety. I'm really sorry from before. I didn't expect Konoha to have that misunderstanding. After going back, I will definitely explain it to them. Rest assured, no one will trouble you anymore. Uchiha Shisui said politely. It's no problem. I also believe that Lord Hokage will definitely return my innocence. Shied away for a while, Li Yaoxian still can't get rid of this enthusiastic Uchiha Shisui. He had to bear it. In the end, the 3 people went to one of the unremarkable hotels in the city as a place to stay. During this period, the enthusiastic Uchiha Shisui did not forget to care about Li Yaoxian's future days. By the way, Mr. Lee, don't you have any plans after leaving Konoha? Oh, Li Yaoxian cursed him in his heart. He did not show any abnormalities on the surface. It's nothing special. Probably just going back to my old business. Open a restaurant and make a living here. In the next few days. The 2 Uchihas made an all-out effort to protect Li Yaoxian's life. Li Yaoxiang had no choice but to find a G shop nearby, asking prices, investigating the market, and so on. He really put acting skills into his life abruptly. Chai Sui didn't want to leave until he confirmed that the route didn't send any more people to chase him down. Mr. Li, during this period of time, I'm very happy to get along with you. You let me understand more deeply about what Konoha commoner really needs. Although it is a pity, but we have been out for so long, it is time for us to leave. Li Yaoxiang, ha, it's okay. I can understand your difficulty. I hope there will be another chance to meet next time. In this way, the two left the small town. And Li Yaoxiang refunded the hotel rent overnight, rented a carriage, and walked non-stop toward a more prosperous town. At this point, Li Yaoxiang finally managed to get out of Konoha's sight. From now on, the sky is high enough for a bird to fly through. 2 days later. One of the bustling towns in the Land of Fire. In a shop. The decoration and furnishings here are almost the same as Li Yaoxiang's restaurant in Konoha. Only difference here is that this shop is quite wide and can hold several tables. And Li Yaoxiang became the new owner of this shop. Li Yaoxiang's original plan was to wait until he left Konoha safely, to remain anonymous, to be an ordinary person, and concentrate on darkening Naruto. But when he was rewarded by the system for the first time, he found that this idea was impossible to realize. Because darkening Naruto is so hard, too hard. From the first plan, until now, he has succeeded a total of 3 times, improving Naruto's darkening degree. This is the first time, an increase of 1.6%. That time, Li Yaoxiang was promoted because Naruto found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not make friends. The second time, it increased by 3.0%. That time because Naruto discovered his identity, he couldn't believe Konoha's ingratitude. The second time, it increased by 3.4%. That time, it was after Sarutobi Hiruzen made his public appearance. The villagers leave one after another and return to their own homes, and after Li Yaoxiang's very ruthless words that crushed Naruto's beautiful vision. Those 3 times add up to only 8%. This shows how difficult it is to completely darken Naruto to 100%. Only relying the higher-ups of Konoha, the dirty methods, the past disgusting truth, it is impossible to complete the mission of darkening Naruto. Therefore, it is clear that if Li Yaoxiang wants to completely darken Naruto, he must also make extra plans in other aspects besides Konoha. Otherwise, it would absolutely be impossible. Of course, he has already had a preliminary plan for the extra layout. Not to mention it now, judging from the current situation, the most important thing for Li Yaoxiang is how to deal with this batch of darkening points. Now, it can finally be used. After everything has settled down, Li Yaoxiang turned around and came to the consciousness space. This so-called consciousness space is actually a white space with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. It can be said that almost everyone has such a consciousness space. The consciousness space of an ordinary person is nothing special. The doors of both rooms are open, and the ontological consciousness is the master of this space. You can go where you want to and do anything. What it means is that one's consciousness can control one's own body as much as it wants. Abnormal people, like those with multiple personalities, have many more rooms in their consciousness space. What are closed in these rooms are their second, third, fourth, and so on. When the main consciousness sleeps, is in a coma, or wants to escape something and does not want to face it, the consciousness space will open the door of a certain room according to different situations and different needs. At that time, the other personalities locked in the room can logically control the body of the main consciousness. The main body will therefore be completely different in its voice, personality, habits, etc. Of course, suppose there are no special circumstances. In that case, ordinary people will never be able to enter this space by their own ability. The special ability given to Li Yaoxiang by the system is that he can enter this space at will and link his consciousness space with Naruto's consciousness space, and indirectly deposits it in Naruto's conscious space in the form of a second personality. And he can freely open and close the door in Naruto's consciousness space. Normally speaking, Li Yaoxiang can awaken the sleeping Naruto and meet with him in the consciousness space. It's just that Li Yaoxiang did not do so, because he didn't want to expose his identity in front of Naruto prematurely, in case Naruto bump into Li Yaoxiang accidentally. When that time comes, it will make it harder to darken Naruto. After all, there is this impression towards him as the owner of the voice. If Li Yaoxiang tells Naruto what he wants him to do, he will follow the instructions to do it. Therefore, over the years, Li Yaoxiang only communicated with Naruto by voice. Also, everything that happens in the space of consciousness, in reality, is only a matter of a moment. It's like taking Naruto into the seal space last time and meeting Kyuubi and Namikaze Minato. That incident seemed to be very long. But in reality, it only happened in a flash. And the reason why Li Yaoxiang came into this consciousness space this time was to use the darkening point. It was because the item he wanted to exchange this time was really not convenient to bring out into the real world. It can be easily destroyed or found by others. The reason why he didn't redeem it until now was because he still had a huge problem with his own safety, and he needed to keep some darkening points just in case. The ninjutsu scroll that was given by Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina was, of course, also impossible to be brought to the real world. After all, it was a gift they gave in the space of consciousness. Open the system interface. Host, Li Yaoxiang. Darkening target, Uzumaki Naruto. Target soul, 6/40. Darkening degree, 8%. Darkening value, 39,000. More, slightly. As Naruto experienced more dark events, his soul value also grew. It took less than a month, and Naruto's soul value has increased from 5 to 6 points. This also means it will only become more difficult. And the reward for the plan this time was a total of 46,000 darkening values. He spent 7,000 points to buy one-time Koto Matsukami to brainwash Miyada Yuzai. So now there were 39,000 points left. Li Yaoxiang's first thought was not to increase his strength. Instead, he was looking for the most useful item in the item column of the system mall. That is the crystal ball of Sarutobi Hiruzen *. The countless Naruto's fans yearn for something even in dreams. *TL note, Crystal Ball Jutsu. By peering into a crystal ball, the user can see the current activities of anyone whose chakra signature they know. Users can view subjects from any location, regardless of distance or potential obstructions, making it ideal for intelligence gathering. The third Hokage uses this technique to monitor the villagers of Konohigakyo and thus maintain public order. Of course, redeeming this crystal ball was not only to fulfill that dream, nor was it for something unscrupulous. It was to observe the movement of everyone in the Konoha village. After all, Li Yaoxiang, who wanted to darken Naruto as his ultimate goal, was destined to need information as it becomes extremely important to him. This is no longer the anime world that is full of enthusiasm. This is the real world. All people in this world have flesh and blood, their own thoughts, and their own goals, a real life. It can be said that there are many subtle information, news, or details that are not mentioned in the original work. Coupled with Li Yaoxiang's butterfly effect, the future direction of development will become even more unpredictable. Therefore, in order to obtain the most accurate information, as well as the various plans and trends that various important figures have changed due to the appearance of Li Yaoxiang, the crystal ball was definitely the most pressing thing that Li Yaoxiang needed at present. With the crystal ball, Li Yaoxiang's operations in terms of layout, or cooperation, or prevention would be much easier. Not long after, Li Yaoxiang finally found this crystal ball worth 8,000 points in the item column of the system mall. Li Yaoxiang felt a little strange. Such a powerful thing. Is that cheap? He hesitated for a moment. But he redeemed the crystal ball decisively anyway. Instantly, a crystal ball placed on a small pillow suddenly appeared in Li Yaoxiang's consciousness space. Li Yaoxiang went to test it impatiently. He looked at the situation in Konoha. At the academy. At a hot spring. At the Hokage residence. Take another look at a hot spring. At the vegetable market. At a hot spring. At a hot spring. Cough. 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 Not bad. The picture is quite clear. Li Yaoxiang finally understood why the price of the crystal ball was so cheap after switching several screens continuously. It turns out that the so-called crystal ball is actually not as powerful as Li Yaoxiang imagined. In addition to having the person's chakra appears on the monitor, it is only within Konoha village's area, not every place can be checked. For example, the root base, Uchiha clan station, noble clan station, etc. These places are set up with an anti-monitoring array. That's why the crystal ball has so many restrictions. This also made Li Yaoxiang understand one thing, that is why even with the crystal ball, Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan for Shimura Danza and Uchiha clan's situation was not so clear. But that's just the crystal ball of Sarutobi Hiruzen. For Li Yaoxiang, it was not a problem at all. Because he has a sufficiently powerful system. He could completely make up for this crystal ball's weakness. As long as he spends a certain amount of darkening points, he can upgrade the crystal ball. Li Yaoxiang, not saying anything further, chose to upgrade. It took 5,000 points to upgrade. The next upgrade requires 25,000 points. After this upgrade, it covers the entire Konoha village, including even those places where the anti-monitoring array is set up. Li Yaoxiang was very satisfied with this. Since the most urgent item has been got, then the next step is to plan to improve his own strength most effectively. It was the most in line with his current interests. There were only 26,000 darkening points left. Li Yaoxiang looked at various items in the system mall. Rinnegan asterisk. The price is 401,000 points. Asterisk TL note. The Rinnegan, literally meaning Sasura Eye, is reputed as the most exalted eye amongst the three great jutsu, the others being the Sharingan and the Bakugan. It is said that in times of disorder, one who wields the Rinnegan is sent down from the heavens to become either a god of creation who will calm the world or a god of destruction who will reduce everything to nothingness. The Rinnegan is characterized by concentric circles covering the eyeball dot. Tensagan asterisk asterisk. The price is 401,000 points. Asterisk asterisk TL note. The Tensagan, literally meaning reincarnation eye, is a jutsu introduced in the last Naruto the movie. The movie's novelization explains that the Tensagan can be acquired when an Zatsuki is implanted with the Bakugan of a Hyuga. This combination of the two clans' chakra transforms the Bakugan into Tensagan. When Tonari Zatsuki implants himself with Hanabi Hyuga's Bakugan, the transformation takes several days to complete. As the transformation advances, Tonari experiences increasingly painful pulsations in his eyes that subside with rest. Sage mode asterisk asterisk asterisk. The price is 401,000 points. Asterisk 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 TL note. Sage mode is an empowered state that can be entered by blending natural energy with one's chakra, creating Senjutsu chakra. Sage mode allows users to tap into the natural force of the world, opening up new techniques to them and allowing them to power up existing ones with the new Senjutsu chakra. Li Yaoxiang. Nauseating tilde. It's really expensive. But after reading the details given by the system, Li Yaoxiang felt that it is worth the money. Because these products sold by the system can be said to be of top quality, the bread contains all the capabilities of these products. For example, if Lee Yaoxiang bought Rinnegan for 4010000 points, he can use all the capabilities of Rinnegan with ease, and it would be the most powerful type. Sage mode is the same. If he purchased the Senju Hashirama's Sage mode, Lee Yaoxiang could also use Wood style. TL note, Hashirama Senju Hashirama, was a member of the famed Senju clan. He himself was hailed as the god of Shinobi for his unmatched ninja prowess. Hashirama sought peace for the Shinobi world, and to that end, founded Konohigakyo with his clan, his childhood friend and rival, Madara Uchiha and the Uchiha clan. He would later become the first Hokage, Shudai Hokage, literally meaning, first or founding fire shadow, of Konohigakyo. Although he could not achieve peace during his lifetime, his legacy and vision for the world would continue to shape the village and the entire Shinobi world even after his death. TL note, Wood release, Mokuton, viz. Wood style, is a nature transformation Keki Genkai, a combination of earth and water release. It was famously used by Hashirama Senju. In fact, it is not known to have naturally occurred in anyone else, leading to it being regarded as impossible to use without having his cells. Because of Wood release's power and versatility, there have been various efforts to reproduce it after Hashirama's death. Wood release techniques are commonly affiliated with the snake hand seal. It's a pity that these commodities that make people drool looking at it, the current Lee Yaoxiang wasn't able to think about it. One word. Poor Tilda. Subconsciously ignoring these temptations, he turned his attention to the commodities with relatively moderate prices. 26,000 points. 26,000 points. 26,000 points that can buy a permanent A-rank ninjutsu. The permanent A-rank Taijutsu. A cheaper Keki Genkai and so on. TL note, a Keki Genkai, literally meaning, bloodline limit, is an anomaly of the DNA that allows the wielder to use unique techniques. A Keki Genkai's name describes both the anomaly and the resulting technique. Most Keki Genkai is passed down between generations of a clan, an exception being Hashirama Senju's Wood release. Likewise, most individuals only inherit one Keki Genkai, but my term is known to naturally possess two. Lee Yaoxiang, who was dazzled, first quit from the system mall. He started weighing the pros and cons. First of all, ninjutsu was not necessary. Even if he was given an A-level ninjutsu for free, there still wouldn't be a drop chakra in his body anyway. Taijutsu was also not appropriate. Even with this technique, he won't have the strength and endurance to fight. His fleshy body was too far away from ninjas. Thinking about it. Judging from the current situation, if he wants to effectively maximize these few darkening points and maximize the benefits, he can just purchase an innate talent so that he can extract the most reliable chakra. After all, there are already Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina's lifelong experience scroll in the consciousness space, waiting for him to dig. Just learn all the ninjutsu inside. Even if Lee Yaoxiang no longer uses darkening points to increase his strength in the days to come, he would still be a strong person. But here comes the problem. Innate talents are divided into S, A, B, C, D ranks. Innate talent like Namikaze Minato belongs to the A and level. The price is about 25,000 points. In other words, as long as Lee Yaoxiang purchased this innate talent, his training innate talent can be as powerful as Namikaze Minato's. Unfortunately, Lee Yaoxiang was worried that if he redeemed this innate talent, but he still could not extract chakra. For his own assurance, Lee Yaoxiang decided that it was necessary to exchange a Keki Genkai first. And this was the most economical method anyway. Open the system store. His eyes turned to the Keki Genkai column. Uchiha Clan Bloodline, the price is 251000 points. Hyuga Clan Bloodline, the price is 201000 points. Uzumaki Clan Bloodline, the price is 201000 points. Fuck. Slightly eye-catching, but also expensive. After retreating and begging for it, Li Yaoxiang had no choice but to pull the Kekkei Genkai column to the very bottom. There were also Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan, Uzumaki clan, and their price is 10 times cheaper. That is to say, it is not as powerful as that 200,000 points. With that expensive one, he can immediately open Mangekyo Sharingan or immediately learn 8 trigrams palm mastery and so on. He will need to start practicing from scratch again with the less expensive one. His thoughts circulate back and forth among these Kekkei Genkai. Li Yaoxiang's eyes finally fell on Uzumaki clan bloodline. After all, there is Uzumaki clan's inheritance in the consciousness space. Perhaps he can learn the scroll easily with this bloodline. Besides, wouldn't it be easier to control Naruto's body in the future? Therefore, for various reasons, Uzumaki clan bloodline, I choose you. With this decision, Li Yaoxiang's mind also withdrew from the consciousness space. He returned to reality, not for anything else. Just to see what will happen to his body after purchasing the Kekkei Genkai. Minus 20,000 points. The purchase was successful. He waited for a while. Nothing special seemed to happen. There was no warm feeling, no pain, no nothing. The body was still his body. Li Yaoxiang came to the restroom in the restaurant and looked in the mirror. Still the same, so handsome, no change. Li Yaoxiang, who still couldn't believe it, simply closed the restaurant, not doing business today. He directly moved out the seats, sat on the ground, and began to read the scroll left by Namikaze Minato in the space of consciousness. In fact, without reading the instruction in the scroll, Li Yaoxiang also knew that chakra is refined by mental power and cells. This knowledge, almost all Naruto's fans know. But what Li Yaoxiang needed to understand is how to extract one's chakra. After reading the explanation of Namikaze Minato, Li Yaoxiang only felt that refining chakra is really fascinating and dreamy. Although he had already had a preliminary understanding of refining chakras as early as when he first crossed into the world of Naruto, he did not want to learn it or train to become a ninja. The real training method is really unreliable. Most of it would be just meditation. In other words, imagine that your spiritual energy is alive. Imagine that your own cells are alive. Then, according to one's own imagination, imagine the picture of the combination of cells and mental power and slowly try to refine it until it succeeds. Such a child's play. Somewhat helpless, Li Yaoxiang could only try according to this method. If it really depends on imagination, Li Yaoxiang has never been afraid of losing in that department. After all, before transmigrated, he could not less imagine. Ahem. Cough. Cough. Training start. An hour has passed. 2 hours have passed. Cell, spiritual energy, cell, spiritual energy, combination. Combine. About the 3rd hour, Li Yaoxiang's body really felt strange. He could clearly feel that a little energy that didn't exist in his body was produced in the upper part of his abdomen. The moment this energy appeared, Li Yaoxiang instantly felt full of energy. Moreover, in addition to being full of energy, he also felt that his sense of hearing, sense of smell, and vision were much stronger. His power seemed to have grown a lot, and then there was a feeling of powerlessness. There were also some old injuries before he came to his world, which has all been completely recovered. It's like looking down at a cell phone all day, causing neck pain. It's like holding the mouse all year round, causing wrist and elbow pain. These troubles that had haunted Li Yaoxiang for many years were finally healed. What? So, this is chakra. After successfully extracting chakra, of course, Li Yaoxiang would not miss the opportunity for experience for oneself and ninjutsu. Unfortunately, ninjutsu is not as easy to perform as he imagined. At his age, not only did his fingers stiff and the seal was slow, even the chakra that was finally extracted was exhausted before he could successfully use ninjutsu. In desperation, Li Yaoxiang had no choice but to continue to refine. He slowly accumulated chakra. After practicing until he felt tired, he stops and then starts practicing hand seals. In this way, except for eating and sleeping, Li Yaoxiang repeated this process for the past 2 days. He didn't open the restaurant for business either. Li Yaoxiang has always been obsessed with the process of cultivation. The feeling of having chakra is really amazing. To confirm that it was not an illusion, Li Yaoxiang did a physical strength test. The result was really verified by him. Not an illusion. In the past, he would only get up to the ground 50 times, and he would be exhausted. But since having chakra, his physical strength has more than doubled. He continued to get up 150 times without getting tired. Obviously, this is the difference between an ordinary person and a ninja. As for his body that has never been exercised, his physical fitness has also improved so much because of chakra, not to mention those ninjas who exercise all year round. Sure enough, as described in the original work, there is a big difference between people with chakra and people without chakra. Just like Naruto, who was sealed by chakra and almost like an ordinary person, there is no resistance. So, under Li Yaoxiang's persistence and hard work, 2 days passed. Whether it is the amount of chakra in the body or the speed of the seal, he has made very good progress. The time has come. He stood up from the cross-sitting position. Tried the simplest 3-style jutsu again. His expression condensed. Both hands form a seal. Clone jutsu. Instantly, with the hand seal completed, chakra involuntarily flowed out of the body and flowed to the left-hand side. Immediately afterward, this chakra formed a phantom. This is the phantom of a very fat Li Yaoxiang. At the same time, because the chakra in his body became empty, Li Yaoxiang felt tired. And you don't have to guess. It must have been too many chakras entered during the hand seal, which caused clone jutsu to fail this time. However, Li Yaoxiang did not feel discouraged or lost because of it, but was very excited. After coming to Naruto world for so long, I can finally feel the feeling of using ninjutsu. After finally experiencing for oneself, Li Yaoxiang's curiosity was greatly reduced. No longer as fascinated by it as before. He took a break. Li Yaoxiang began to sum up his gains in the past 2 days and the conclusions he had reached. 1. Chakra reserves. The body is like a water glass. Chakra is like water. It's easy to restore chakras. Even if you don't do anything, as long as you have enough rest, your mental energy and cells will produce water by themselves until the cup is filled. Of course, if you add meditation, it will speed up the recovery. However, it is very difficult to enlarge the cup. This is definitely not an overnight matter. Every time he expands a little bit, he has to fill the cup with water first and then use the water to expand the cup little by little. Just like meditating and refining chakras at the beginning, only by accumulating little by little can this be done. 2. Hand seal speed. This problem is far more difficult than Li Yaoxiang imagined. What kind of ninjutsu, like Uchiha Itakai, that makes 6 seals in 1 second, or ninjutsu that needs 21 hand seals to make water dragon bullet in a few seconds? I'm bothered. Compared with his hand seal speed, Li Yaoxiang really didn't understand how they did it. Even if his physical fitness has improved a lot now, this is also a big problem for him. Li Yaoxiang wanted to become stronger on his own in a short time. Moreover, he couldn't learn all ninjutsu. It would be miserable if the result is inconsistent. Therefore, either don't learn or learn as proficient as you want to learn. Learning will be of great help to your next plan. There was no doubt that the key is the seal technique. As mentioned before, Kyuubi will be one of the links in his next plan that cannot be ignored. He must master the technique of seal and fully control Kyuubi. Whether it is for him or for Naruto or for other people, it is a crucial part. As for the Flying Thunder God Jutsu that most transmigrators choose, You don't have to rush to learn. Anyway, judging from his current situation, there was a high probability that he won't encounter any danger that requires him to escape. Moreover, even if he wants to learn it, he may fail. After all, flying thunder god jutsu requires a certain amount of space innate talent. After drawing a conclusion, Li Yaoxiang did not plan to continue practicing. It was also time to implement his main plan. That is to expand the business and expand its influence through wealth, thereby intervening in the power center of the ordinary person world within the realm and intervening in the world of daimyos. When he was watching the anime, Li Yaoxiang always felt confused. Why are there constant disputes in the ninja world? Why is there a famine in Naruto world? Why are ninjas so powerful but have to obey the daimyo? You must know that Naruto world's technological level, except for having no internet, no mobile phone, and no car, is not that bad. There are also electric lights, lighthouses, running water, etc. With such a technological level, even if it is impossible to guarantee that everyone will be a big fish, it will definitely not make the world so bad. All of the above doubts, until Li Yaoxiang transmigrated to Naruto world and came to Land of Fire for a long time, he finally had a certain guess, that is, this world must not be as simple as it seems on the surface. There must be something strange. Li Yaoxiang also firmly believed that the truth here must have important materials for darkening Naruto. Therefore, he thought of an idea to be a low-key in ninja world and a high-key in the ordinary person world. Of course, making the business big enough to intervene the daimyo's world seems a bit difficult, but for a transmigrator like him, Li Yaoxiang felt that it would be simple for him. With all the insights before being transmigrated and the methods of making money, Li Yaoxiang felt that he could crush anyone in this world, including that rich Kado. Li Yaoxiang was confident that even if he puts most of his mind on Naruto in the next days, he could still handle this matter well. Moreover, he thought he won't fall behind in the training progress either. After clearing his thoughts, Li Yaoxiang didn't plan to put too much mind on his body. After all, he has already observed Naruto's imaginary vision through Naruto's consciousness space, and it's almost time for it to be broken. The second step of the darkening plan, to bring Naruto to the pinnacle of life. Konoha Village. Naruto's house. At this moment, Naruto's small house was already filled with all kinds of thanks. There were too many people who have benefited from Namikaze Minato. In the beginning, only the villagers came to visit, but as more and more people visited, they either thanked or apologized, etc. Seeing some of this situation, some ninjas finally felt sorry and brought on the surface a thank you gift. Of course, this did not include those who were already informed. This also led to the fact that during this time, when Li Yaoxiang left Konoha, Naruto was almost busy socializing with each and everyone who came to visit. Although he was overwhelmed, Naruto enjoyed it. Because Naruto thought that the more enthusiastic everyone is and the more gratitude people gave to him, it meant that he became more popular. The long-awaited days finally appeared. And the time came on this day, the visiting crowd finally stopped. Naruto finally got the opportunity to go out for experience for himself to see his dream life. Naruto looked solemnly across the floor, it was filled with one after another thanks. He looked inside the closet. Now the clothes in the closet were completely new, no need to wear clothes like before. After getting a new coat at random, Naruto put it on directly. Then, he ran out. He walked on the snow in hurdles, but at this time, his pace seemed a lot joyful with a kind of impatient feeling and a big smile on his face. Not much time passed, the playful sounds of the children, hee hee ha ha, passed into his ears. Naruto was overjoyed. He sped up to the direction where the voice came out. What came into view was a group of children of his age who were frolicking in the snow. Ha 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 ha. I want to play too. Let's play together. Naruto ran past with a laugh. He thought from the bottom of his heart that everyone would play with him and that they wouldn't hate him as much as before. However, the reality is completely inconsistent with his imagination. He laughed hee and came to everyone, waiting for everyone's warm welcome. But everyone on the scene stopped the slapstick. They stupidly stood there. The first reaction came from the parents who took care of the children. They quickly went to the child and dragged the child behind them, then apologized to Naruto. "Sorry, Naruto. It's getting late, and it's time for us to return." Yes. It's been too long today, and the children are tired. Yeah, there's still some chores to do at home. I have to go to the market to buy food. With the first person uttered the words, other people follow one after another. Naruto was only momentarily quiet and then said with a big smile completely improperly, Ha, it's okay. Let's play together next time. Witnessing everyone leaving at a hurried pace, Naruto turned around and ran happily. Not long after, he came to a group of playful children again. He asked to play together. It is a pity that the situation at the scene was exactly the same as just now. After the parents gave various reasons, they then rushed away with the child. Hey Tilda, it seems that it's a little late to go out today. He looked at everyone leaving in front of him again. The always cheerful and optimistic Naruto couldn't help feeling a little lost in his heart, but he quickly reminded himself angrily said, "It's okay. Go out early tomorrow." Early the next morning, Naruto wanted to quickly experience the pleasure of having fun with everyone. He ran out without even having breakfast. However, the situation encountered was exactly the same as yesterday. The child's parents said a lot of reasons and then quickly took the child away. This was the first day. The same was true for the second day. On the third day, it became more exaggerated. Naruto could not even find the children. At this moment, Naruto finally realized that something was wrong. Although everyone did not look at him with that kind of disgust, they still avoided him as before. What the hell is this all about? Didn't everyone give me gifts a while ago? Didn't everyone already accept me? Why is this still the case? Just as Naruto was about to be unable to accept the fact in front of him, Li Yaoxiang not only did not speak mockeries this time but also explained his confusion. It's normal for them to have this reaction. The appearance of the voice made Naruto calm down. Why? Why is this normal? Didn't everyone accept me? Don't you hate me? Why do you treat me like this? Li Yaoxiang, what they agree with is your father, not you. Don't you forget the fact that inside your body resides a demon fox. How does this allow everyone to approach you with confidence? How would they play with you feeling safe? Hearing that it was because of Kyuubi that caused this, at this time, Naruto became even more nervous. Because the sealed Kyuubi inside his body was not something that he can change. Then, what should I do? Do I have to live my old life again? Li Yaoxian explained patiently, it's very simple if you think about it. If the demon fox is not sealed in your body but sealed inside your father's body, will everyone still be like this? They won't need to worry about you. Naruto was stunned for a moment and then was a bit embarrassed. But, isn't Dad dead? How do you seal the big fox to Dad's body? Li Yaoxian took a deep breath. He almost got mad by this second fool. It seems that the 8% blackening level really cannot change how much Naruto is. Naruto heard this inhalation sound, and thought that the owner of sound would scold Naruto stupidly and other uncomfortable words. He was all ready to be scolded, but then there were no more words uttered. Hearing that Li Yaoxian didn't say a word for a long time, Naruto asked only weakly, Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Is there really no other method other than sealing the big fox in my dad's body? Li Yaoxian. Li Yaoxian tried hard to suppress his emotions. He kept reminding himself to be calm. What is to be done now is to encourage Naruto and let Naruto reach the pinnacle of life. Immediately, Li Yaoxiang changed his tone to coax a child for the first time. Of course, there is a way. The reason why they are not afraid of the demon fox inside your body is because your father was the one who sealed it. They are rest assured because they recognized your father's strength. It's very simple, actually. As long as you practice hard and prove to everyone that you can be like your father and have enough ability to prevent the demon fox from harming everyone, everyone will accept you and play with you. Naruto rekindled hope again. Really, really. Li Yaoxiang, of course. Ha 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 ha. Great. Great. Then I want to train. I want to train hard. So I can prove to everyone that I will not let the big fox hurt anyone. Although it was just communication in his mind, hearing Li Yaoxiang said that there was a solution, Naruto couldn't help but jump in joy in reality. It's just that, before he was happy for long, he was stunned there soon, wondering, but, how do you train? Naruto, please relax. I will take you to a place. Upon hearing Li Yaoxiang's words, please relax, Naruto was shocked for no reason in his heart. Will you take me to see the big fox again? Can I not see him? Grandpa Hokage said not to see the big fox again. Naruto did not forget what Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others told him in the conference hall. Moreover, the villagers were afraid of Kyuubi, which also caused him to feel a little frightened when facing Kyuubi. However, this feeling of fear was quickly dispelled by Li Yaoxiang. Because compared to other people, Li Yaoxiang was undoubtedly more worthy of trust by Naruto. Naruto, do you believe me? Hearing this, Naruto only reacted without the slightest hesitation. No matter who it was or what he said, as long as the owner of voice insisted on letting him do one thing, he would do it without hesitation. Because the owner of voice was his only relative in this world. Naruto immediately relaxed his mind and let Li Yaoxiang take him to another place. After a while, in the consciousness space, Li Yaoxiang opened the door without permission. He came to Naruto's room. At this time, Naruto in the consciousness space lay there motionlessly. However, his breathing was very steady. This is also the normal state of everyone in the consciousness space. If there is no special reason, it will never be possible to wake them up. And the reason why Li Yaoxiang chose to bring Naruto to meet here this time was that it was related to his third step plan to darken Naruto, not to mention it now. That's it. Li Yaoxiang walked in front of little Naruto. Poke his round face. Did not wake up. Poke again. Did not wake up. Poke again. An impatient Li Yaoxiang pulled his nose this time. Naruto in the consciousness space covered his nose. Then, he bounced up. Who? Which scoundrel pulled my nose? Take a look at left and right. In the end, his eyes fell on a handsome big brother. Ignoring the environment at this time and why he appeared here, he vigorously walked over to the handsome big brother, pointing at him and screaming, You pulled my nose, right? Li Yaoxiang ignored Naruto's scolding. Getting along for a few years. Taking care of Naruto for several years. This was the first time Li Yaoxiang has close contact with Naruto. He squatted down. He smiled softly at Naruto. What's wrong? Don't you even recognize me? Hearing the voice, Naruto, who was very angry because of the pain on his face, became enlightened on the spot. He pointed at Li Yaoxiang. Is it you? Li Yaoxiang's voice for Naruto, it's impossible to forget even if he dies. But he really couldn't believe that he and the owner of voice would meet one day. He didn't think that the owner of voice is more than just a sound. That's great. But this idea just passed away in a flash, so he didn't dare to think about it again. Because he was afraid that the greater his hope, the greater his disappointment. Because of this, when Naruto saw Li Yaoxiang's real face and made a sound that he was too familiar with, he did not forget to confirm, He was afraid of everything in front of him, that it was just a dream that he had imagined. And this dream will soon end, and it will soon be broken. Li Yaoxian stroked Naruto's messy yellow hair and nodded. Then, Naruto's tears couldn't help streaming. He swarmed him, holding Li Yaoxian tightly. He was afraid that Li Yaoxian would suddenly disappear. And Li Yaoxian also involuntarily shed a tear because of Naruto's action. Truthfully speaking, he has been in the Naruto world for many years, trembling with fear for years. However, this was also the first time Li Yaoxian really felt the feeling of having a loved one waiting for him to go home. Naruto was his only relative in Naruto world. The feelings of both parties are so sincere. After wiping the tears and clearing up his mood, Li Yaoxian broke apart Naruto's hands tightly around his neck. Okay. It's not that we won't see each other again. Li Yaoxian's tears were gone. The mood calmed down. But Naruto was still crying in tears. Holding Li Yaoxian's clothes, he didn't let go. You are real. Are you real? Are you real? Li Yaoxian put his hands on Naruto's cheeks and wiped the tears on Naruto's face with his thumb. Fool, how old are you to still cry? Of course, I am real. Rest assured, we will have many opportunities to meet in the future. Naruto sniffed a few snots and said with a cry, why call me stupid again? Can you stop scolding me stupid again? Li Yaoxian smiled softly, as long as you are not stupid, I will stop calling you stupid. Okay, stop crying. Quickly wipe your tears. I brought you here this time to teach you to become stronger. He initially thought that as long as Naruto heard the word become stronger, he would stop. But Naruto didn't want to. Compared to becoming stronger, compared to making friends and playing with others, Naruto cared more about Li Yaoxian. Since he was sensible, he has been accompanied by this owner of voice. Naruto looked forward with hope. What's your name? What should I call you? Li Yaoxian was also confused by Naruto's question. He really didn't think about this problem. But he said quickly, just call me Big Brother. Naruto was overjoyed. He stammeringly said, I really. Can I really call you Big Bro? Li Yaoxian nodded. After receiving a positive response from Li Yaoxian, Naruto immediately turned around, jumped, danced, and cheered. Great. Great. I also have a big brother. I am not an orphan. I'm not alone. I have a big brother. I have a big brother. Hopping and jumping. Naruto took Li Yaoxian's hands again and continued to jump. Until finally, Li Yaoxian was tightly hugged again in his arms and murmured, Big brother, don't leave me alone anymore, okay? The 3-year-old Naruto. This was the Naruto that Li Yaoxian has taken care of for 3 years since he was a baby. Li Yaoxian did not answer or refuse. But his right hand naturally patted Naruto's back, as if telling Naruto that, rest assured, the big brother will not leave you. After embracing each other for a while, Naruto stopped crying. He took a little distance from Li Yaoxian. Immediately, he took a serious look at Li Yaoxian's appearance up and down, fearing that he would forget him. Without waiting for what Li Yaoxian said, Naruto quickly flattened his mouth and complained, Big brother, why did you only meet me now? As mentioned before, Naruto always thought that it was just a voice talking to him in his mind. Even if he sees the true face of Li Yaoxian today, he has never thought about whether there is a person like Li Yaoxian in the real world anyway. He just wondered why the big brother obviously has this ability. And now that big brother was willing to meet him. Naruto, the big brother doesn't meet you for no reason. Naruto didn't interrupt Li Yaoxian, with his gloomy eyes, waiting for Li Yaoxian to continue. Naruto, in fact, we can communicate in such a special way. Other people are not like us. Before you were young and ignorant. If you rashly meet with me, you might accidentally let others discover my existence. Whether it is dangerous to you or to me. Naruto was puzzled. Why is it dangerous? Am I not having a big brother? Why is it dangerous? Naruto, did you forget what I told you? The people in the village are cruel. A demon fox is sealed inside you, then you are a dangerous presence for them. They will not remember the contribution your father once made to the village. As long as they find anything abnormal about you, they will ruthlessly deal with you or me. Naruto retorted nervously, no. No. After everyone knows my identity, don't they all come to apologize? And big brother, didn't you say it? As long as I work hard, let everyone rest assured, they will accept us. Naruto. Are you sure everyone in the village is like this? Li Yaoxian stared at Naruto seriously. Naruto, who originally wanted to say something, got the words stuck in his lips. Because he remembered those who apparently knew his identity but had always ignored him and allowed others to bully him. He remembered the cold faces of those crowd. He recalled that even though the villagers understood his identity, they deliberately alienated him because of fear of danger. Although he has been very reluctant to believe that there is such a nasty side in this world, the actual situation made him believe the fact in front of him. Facing Li Yaoxian's stern eyes, Naruto could no longer think of a good reason to deceive himself. Then, the big brother meeting me now. Will they find you? Are you in danger? Naruto was still kind-hearted as always. He was worried that Li Yaoxian, the big brother, would be in danger too. I never thought about my situation that way. Li Yaoxian smiled slightly and messed Naruto's hair. Naruto, don't you want to make friends? How can I be a big brother but can't help you? And, Naruto, you're grown up now, aren't you? I believe you can take care of yourself. This seemingly normal sentence contains a huge meaning that Li Yaoxian inadvertently revealed. Unfortunately, Naruto could not understand the true meaning of this sentence. He thought Li Yaoxian praised that he had grown up and was sensible, which means there was no problem. He was complacent and hummed. At the same time, Li Yaoxian also deliberately dismissed the topic at this time. Okay, let's stop talking about these. Today, your brother here is going to tell you how to become stronger. Don't be lazy because you have to work hard, alright? Immediately afterward, Li Yaoxian began to teach Naruto how to refine chakra. Since childhood, Li Yaoxian taught speech and literacy to Naruto. Naruto, in this life, has a much better understanding. It didn't take long to teach, and Naruto soon understood the knowledge taught by Li Yaoxian. Immediately after Li Yaoxian reassured him that there was still a chance to meet, Naruto reluctantly withdrew from the consciousness space. Returning to reality. The surrounding environment has not changed. The sky has not changed. In the world, only a split second has passed. The carefree Naruto, in the blink of an eye, left behind those unhappy things. What villagers deliberately alienated him, what children did not play with him, all gone. He ran home with anticipation, leaving only one word in his heart. Training. 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 Not long after, Naruto quickly stumbled back home. Immediately afterward, he immediately sat in meditation in accordance with the method taught by Li Yaoxian. It didn't take long for Naruto to be taken aback and flustered quickly in his mind. Big brother. Big brother. Success. Success. I have the chakra you said above my abdomen. Li Yaoxian was not surprised at Naruto's training speed, even anticipated it. The reason for this result is also due to Li Yaoxian's previous layout plan. A long time ago, he had already decided on the second step blackening plan to let Naruto go to the peak of life. Since Naruto is going to be a peak in life, making Naruto become a genius must be one of the links in this plan. This is why Li Yaoxian had that series of actions before. Telling the truth, parents and son meet, threatening Kyuubi. This seems like a series of unrelated actions, but the truth behind it was Li Yaoxian's tricks. And these tricks were not only as simple as they seem on the surface. It allowed him to get a lot of profit from it. The reason why Li Yaoxiang was so determined is that as long as Kyuubi stands down, Naruto can become a genius of extraordinary talents. The reason was very simple. Because he was familiar with the anime, it became clear. Until now, what hindered Naruto from becoming genius? That is, Kyuubi. This guy. After all, even with Kyuubi's interference, his innate talent could rival Uchiha Sasuke, who was the chief student. What's more, with no interference from Kyuubi, now. Therefore, Li Yaoxiang only thought that this situation is normal. 3 years of planning. This was just the moment when he harvests the results, and these results will continue to come. Li Yaoxiang did not feel complacent because of this achievement. Because he knew that this was just the beginning. Seeing Naruto started to feel a little smug. As his big brother, he immediately warned repeatedly, "What's the matter? Just a little bit of training, and you feel satisfied? Or do you think you can make people feel at ease now? Will they make friends with you now?" Naruto, who was taught by Li Yaoxiang, quickly calmed down. Concentrate on training again. At the same time, during the next few days when Li Yaoxiang urged Naruto to train, he happened to be in the space of consciousness. Through the crystal ball, he observed an interesting scene. Hokage residence. In conference hall. At the conference hall at the moment, there were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danza, Mitokado Homura and Yutatane Koharu, 4 people. They discussed various policies on Konoha village in conference hall. However, compared to the last time, they quickly talked about Naruto this time. Mitokado Homura, Hiruzen, I heard. Naruto started training without anyone teaching. Sarutobi Hiruzen, hearing this, sucked the tobacco pipe and did not answer. Yutatane Koharu, Hiruzen, don't you think Naruto's recent moves are getting more and more strange? His way of training is unlike a 3-year-old child who came up with it himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept sucking the tobacco pipe without answering. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, Shimura Danza finally shot to the table with an unable slap, and then shouted at him angrily, "Do you think you can't talk about this matter? Can you pass it?" Obviously, Namikaze Minato is teaching Naruto about whatever demon fox training. We can't delay anymore. How do you ensure that Namikaze Minato is not hostile to the village? Don't forget, what kind of life did that demon fox make us live all these years? 3 people's eyes, simultaneously watching Sarutobi Hiruzen, forced him to respond to this question. But he hesitated for a long time or was out of the words of Namikaze Minato and Naruto, I believe. Minato will understand my pain. He will not resent the village. Speaking of which, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone became uncertain. He was also not sure whether Namikaze Minato would really resent the village. After all, the Namikaze Minato's family has sacrificed so much for the village. But the village treats their descendants like this. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was still indecisive, Shimura Danza, who was out of breath, immediately shouted again, "Very good. In this case, let's ignore whether Namikaze Minato has resentment for the village. But didn't you say that before? As long as the demon fox gets along with the village, he can't escape our control. But now. Don't tell me you don't see what's happening now. Simply no one in the village wants to be friends with that demon fox. How can we control him? Do you really want to let a Jinchuriki who has the opportunity to hate the village continue to grow like this? As a Hokage, do you still think about Konoha?" Shimura Danza did point out the problem this time. In the beginning, the old fellows in the conference hall continued to let Naruto go because they saw Naruto just wanted to make friends and had no evil intent for Konoha. In addition, they had no time to take care of this Naruto trivial problem because of the Uchiha clan. But now. It's different now. After this period of time observation, Naruto, who wanted to make friends, did not make friends. How would they be sure that Naruto would not hate the village? Therefore, the label of unstable factor gradually entered Naruto. Seeing these old close friends in front of him, on the topic of Naruto and still unrelenting, Sarutobi Hiruzen cut through the wasteland suddenly exuded the imposing manner that belongs to his Hokage persona. Enough. I am Hokage or are you the Hokage? About Naruto, I have my own solution to this matter. So do not bother him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's angry anger made the atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly cold. Who knows how long they have seen Sarutobi Hiruzen in this imposing manner. But they were not at all happy because of this. Instead, after a moment of stun, they began to feel dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen in their hearts. Dissatisfied that he changed his style of doing things. Several people have a lot of opinions in their hearts, but they did not try to shake the majesty Hokage that belongs to Naruto at this time. Everyone was silent. The meeting at this time, again because of Naruto's topic, eventually led to disappointment. After Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his Hokage room, he tapped a few code words on the desk. Knock. Knock, knock. Knock. After typing the code word, an Angu ninja suddenly appeared in front of the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the scenery outside the window, said solemnly, "How is Naruto recently?" Report Lord Hokage. The past few days, Naruto is repeating various exercise programs without stopping. Sarutobi Hiruzen spit out a cigarette. Who do you think, in the village, is the best friend of Naruto? Immediately afterward, the Anbu ninja began to express his own analysis and insights. After the two discussed for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen was instructed, "Very good, then let this matter be done by you." Yes. Anbu ninja left with a bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stayed alone in the Hokage room, secretly whispered, "Naruto, Naruto. I hope you won't make it difficult for me." Seeing the picture of the crystal ball from here, Li Yaoxian smiled. After purchasing the crystal ball so soon, he didn't expect he would see such an interesting scene. Also, because of this scene, he solved some doubts when he was watching the anime. But this is not the point. The point is, should he laugh at Shimura Danza and the others for being pig teammates? Or laughing at Sarutobi Hiruzen for the divine assist? This action of Sarutobi Hiruzen coincides with Li Yaoxian's purpose. Even without Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan, Li Yaoxian would deliberately arrange this matter soon. Therefore, it can be said to blacken Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and these old fellows are really indispensable. No way. Let me hold the popcorn. It's good to watch this big show in the consciousness space. A few days later. Since Li Yaoxian taught Naruto training, in this period of time, Naruto lived his training career day after day. Every morning, before dawn, Li Yaoxian forced him to wake up, run, and exercise. Naruto would exercise until noon. Then, after a short rest, Li Yaoxian would call him to go swimming and climbing. Naruto was so tired that he just wanted to rest on the ground, but Li Yaoxian woke him up again. He kept nagging in his ears, asking him to keep clean and calling him to take a shower. After taking a shower, Naruto ate a bento. Then he has to start meditation again, refining chakra. It was not until he went to bed in the evening that this ended his training journey of the day. This kind of day, after a long time, the silly and foolish Naruto realizes that something is wrong. Wrong. Being as powerful as Dad, I can make everyone feel at ease and play with everyone. But, wouldn't that be at least 10 years later? So, what's the difference? Isn't he still living alone? After realizing this, he quickly contacted Li Yaoxian in his mind, arguing angrily, "Big brother. Big brother. No. You're not right. What I want is that I can play with everyone now. But you told me to exercise as strong as Dad before I can play with everyone. Won't that happen 10 years later? I don't want it. I don't want to take this long. Big brother, is there any other way faster? Li Yaoxiang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Naruto finally realized what was wrong with this matter. He waited for the chance. He waited so long, what he waited for was in this brief moment. Waiting for Naruto to ask this question spontaneously. Only in this way, he could naturally lead Naruto to the direction he expected and continue to develop. Otherwise, if it is too deliberate, maybe things will not achieve the effect he wants. Looking at this silly little brother who was stupidly influenced by Asura, Li Yaoxiang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Fortunately, he was not too silly. There is still salvation. At least he can find out what the problem is, even though a bit late. It's just that Li Yaoxiang doesn't plan to tell Naruto the answer now. After all, he did not forget the pictures he had observed in Hokige's residence. I believe that in a short time, Sarutabi Hiruzen's divine assist will help him solve this problem perfectly. So, Li Yaoxiang's tone pretended to be dissatisfied and said, I tell you to exercise and exercise. Why do you complain so much? Rest assured, as long as you continue to exercise, you will be able to make friends soon. Naruto suspiciously said, really? Of course. Li Yaoxiang. With Li Yaoxiang's affirmative answer, Naruto moved his little legs with ha-ha and continued to run on the snow. At the same time, in this period of time when Li Yaoxiang told Naruto to continue to exercise, Hyuga clan's residence, in the courtyard of the main house. At this time, Hyuga Hinata was happily playing with the very tall wooden pile in front of him. Ha! Hya! Ha! Ha! She thought she was very ferocious. But if the scene is seen by others, she can only be described as kawaii. This scene looks cute and lovely. But for the person involved, Hyuga Hinata, it was not easy at all. The weather was cold. And not to mention, it was very painful to beat on the wooden pile palm by palm. Beating the wooden pile, her little hands became red and even blistered. It's a pity that anyone who saw this scene felt sorry for her. In Hyuga Hayashi's opinion, it was nothing. Compared with the sacrifice of his younger brother, Hyuga Hisashi, he felt that the daughter should work harder 100 times than other people. *TL note, Hayashi Hyuga Hayashi, is a shinobi from Konohigakyo, as well as the current head of the Hyuga clan. Become more powerful. In the future, take the responsibility to carry forward the clan. This is worthy of the younger brother Hyuga Hisashi's contribution. *TL note, some time later, in an event that would become known as the Hyuga Affair, Hayashi killed the head ninja of Kumogakyo to save Hinata. Kumogakyo demanded Hayashi's body as restitution. In reality, they wanted to obtain the secrets of the Bakugan. The Hyuga elders and Konoha's leadership proposed that Hisashi be used instead, as Hayashi's body double. In addition to protecting Hayashi, the Hyuga's leader doing so would keep the Bakugan's secrets from being discovered. Hisashi agreed. When Hayashi tried to protest, Hisashi immobilized him with a single blow. He then explained that he was not doing this to preserve the Hyuga's structure, but to save the life of his brother, to prevent war, and to choose his own fate for the first time in his life. And Hyuga Hinata, who was only 3 years old, also understood why her father was so severe to her suddenly. She also knew that her uncle had sacrificed her life because of her recent affairs. So, she really understood. Dare not complain. Dare not be coquettish with father. Try to be as strong as possible. After punching 8 trigrams palm at a very slow speed, Hyuga Hinata put away his little hand and hid his little hand behind his back. Breathing heavily, only weakly said, Father. 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 I finished my practice. How could Hyuga Hayashi not notice these small movements of Hinata? This was not the first time his daughter has practiced and get injured. He was not distressed when he saw how a little girl looked like this. It's just that every time when he thinks about the sacrifice of the younger brother, he will be hard-hearted again, posing a stern gesture in front of his daughter. UN. Hyuga Hayashi likely UN'd and then said, remember to practice once every day before you can go out to play, understand? Hearing her father saying that she can go out, the 3-year-old Hinata couldn't hide her excitement. Her eyes glowed, nodded very hard, and then she yelled an and promised it. She could go for a walk and have a look in such a hard day. This was the happiest moment for Hinata throughout the day. It didn't take long for Hinata to change clothes. She left the house with a personal guard. After leaving for a long distance, this bodyguard behind Hinata was suddenly stopped by several Anbu ninjas. Is something wrong? Anbu ninja, it's nothing. But there are some things I would like to ask. They did not give the personal guard the opportunity to refuse. Anbu ninja just wanted to pester him. Hinata, who was so cute, didn't notice what was happening behind her and went on. She walked towards the route she would usually take on the weekdays. The reason for this route was all because of a boy. A boy who she wanted to know for a long time. The boy's character is always lively and cheerful. No matter what happens, he will keep a hearty smile every day. Hinata hopes that she can have a character that is not introverted or cowardly like the boy. Because she knew that this was the most ideal daughter in her father's mind. Although she knew this hope was very difficult to realize, she still wanted to see the boy more. Because whenever she saw the boy's hearty smile, her mood would also follow involuntarily with happiness. The boy's smile kept circling in her mind. But walking around, Hinata found that the surrounding environment had changed. The store is gone. The crowd is gone. The rest is just the dark and scary jungle on the left and right sides. Before she could react to it, there was a huge pain in her head. Immediately afterwards, she heard various laughs not far away. Ha 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 ha. White-eyed monster. How dare you come out today without a guard? See if I won't kill you. Ha ha ha. Stinky coward, how dare you run out to be scary? Kill you white-eyed monster. She looked towards the direction of the sound. Those were a few boys a little older than her. Hinata recognized these boys. Every time she walks this route, she will encounter these boys playing. She felt that these boys do not like her. What puzzled her is that normally, as long as there are guards, these boys will not treat her like this. Why dare to bully her today? Hinata subconsciously looked behind her. She wanted to ask the guard for help. It's a pity that no matter where she looks, she can't find any trace of the guard. She became very scared and began to panic. Completely at a loss. She looked at these tall boys. Hinata's tears gradually soaked her eyes. It's a pity that her pitiful appearance did not welcome the pity of the boys. The boys showed an expression of excitement and began to throw snowballs at her, hitting on Hinata's body. Pa! 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 Hinata couldn't bear it and fell to the ground. They still did not intend to stop. Even more so because of the sudden addition of a target like Hinata, they felt very happy. Just at the moment when Hinata felt the most helpless and the most feared, there was a domineering voice not far away. Stop. You guys should stop. It was a yellow hair with a few strange whiskers on his face, and a boy of her age. After seeing this little boy in front of him, Hinata's pitiful look couldn't help but show a smile. It's him. The boy is coming. I'm telling you to stop. Didn't hear it. Naruto rushed over angrily and stopped in front of Hinata. Naruto's small silhouette at the moment seems to be infinitely enlarged in the eyes of Hinata. How reliable he looks. What a sense of security. As for the boys who bullied Hinata on the opposite side, after seeing the person coming is Naruto, their faces couldn't help but look difficult. After all, Naruto's identity has been revealed, and he is the hero's son. Coupled with the repeated orders from their parents, these boys could no longer bully Naruto like before. called Naruto a monster. Naruto, what are you doing here? You are the son of a hero, and we don't want to embarrass you. You step aside. She is a monster. That's right. She is a monster with white eyes. He is different from us, Naruto. Naruto opened his hands and formed a big shape, blocking Hinata. I don't care. I don't allow you to bully her. If you still want to bully her, then deal with me first. Having been bullied by others, Naruto couldn't bear it when he saw others being bullied. As long as this happens, Naruto will easily resonance with that person. That's why in the original work, the person Naruto at first likes is Hirano Sakura. Naruto saw Hirano Sakura being bullied and laughed at for high forehead, so Naruto subconsciously resonated with Hirano Sakura. He mistakenly thought the commoner girl Hirano Sakura and himself were the same kinds of person. The current situation is the same. He saw Hinata being bullied and called a monster by others, so he naturally resonated with Hinata. The reason for her rescue was entirely due to natural reactions. There is no other purpose. And Naruto in this life, because of the appearance of Lee Yaoxiang, the butterfly effect took place. He was not beaten as he did in the original work. Those few naughty kids were not like this. But now, they just clenched their teeth, leaving angrily. Naruto sat on the ground instantly. Not because he was afraid, but because he exercised for so long, he was drained. After they disappeared without a trace, Naruto, who reacted, turned around from a paralyzed posture and climbed up to Hinata and said kindly, "Are you all right?" Seeing Naruto getting closer and closer to her, Hinata's face grew red and red. Her breathing was even more rapid. She dared not look directly at Naruto, shaking her head repeatedly, and said softly, "No, nothing. It's fine now. It's okay. Come, I will pull you up." Naruto stood up and held out his hand. Hinata squeezed for a moment, but in the end, she gathered courage and put her hand on Naruto's hand. But as soon as she caught it, Hinata let out a sound of "higher," then quickly retracted her palm. "What's wrong? What's wrong with you?" I'm okay. This was hurt while I was training." Seeing Hinata seemed to be afraid of what he looked like, Naruto shut his mouth. The two just moved towards the direction outside the jungle. In the original work, it was also because Hinata was too shy. She didn't dare to talk to Naruto. So, it caused a misunderstanding between the two sides. Naruto mistakenly thought that Hinata, like other people, hated Naruto. And in the end, the love was lost. Of course, whether it is in original work or what happened today, it was all arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old fogey behind the scenes. After all, whether it is original work or the reality now, Sarutobi Hiruzen has the same purpose. That is to let Naruto make friends and bonds. Obviously, Hinata's attitude towards Naruto must have been noticed at the time by Sarutobi. That's why I finally set my goal on Hinata. It's just because of Lee Yaoxiang's appearance that the meeting time of Naruto and Hinata has been advanced. After all, the appearance of Lee Yaoxiang has caused Shimura Danza and the others to make Sarutobi Hiruzen out of breath. Compelled by circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to plan the actions at this time. As long as Naruto makes friends, then he would at least add one more reason to stop the mouths of those old close friends. Planting the idea of preventing them from taking one step further action against Naruto. After watching the whole incident, Lee Yaoxiang solved some of the doubts he felt when watching the anime. I mean, come on. A good Hyuga clan's eldest young lady has no guard, alone, and lost in the jungle for no reason. A few naughty kids came to the jungle for no reason. Uzumaki Naruto just happened to come to this jungle. If all this is arranged by Sarutobi Hiruzen, then it makes sense. The gods were led away by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hinata and Naruto, including those naughty kids, were also sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen by performing genjutsu on them, attracting them to this jungle. This plan is simply fantastic. This also confirms from the side that Naruto's entire childhood was controlled by one hand in this way. Although it is hateful, Lee Yaoxiang will not destroy Sarutobi Hiruzen's good intentions this time, but he will even push a hand. After all, in his second step plan, letting Naruto get acquainted with the fetters is also very important, which is one of the important links. After watching the drama for so long, it's time for his protagonist to appear. Naruto, don't you want to make friends? Now is the opportunity. Why not take the opportunity to make friends with this little girl? Hearing Lee Yaoxiang's suggestion, Naruto tangled, but big brother, she seems to be afraid of me. How can I make friends with her? It's okay, Naruto. Trust me. Friends will not come to you by themselves. You need to take the initiative. After the big brother said so, Naruto twitched. After all, it was he who wants to make friends. So, he breathes deeply and says to Hinata on the side, "Hello, my name is Naruto." "Uzumaki Naruto, what is your name?" My name is Hinata, Hyuga Hinata." Naruto didn't think that he would get an answer. But, the girl next to him really responded to him. This makes Naruto happy. He quickly cheered up and said, "Can we be friends after this? Is that okay?" Hinata followed Naruto's pace, lowered her head and the index fingers of her hands kept circling in front of her abdomen, then she made an The sound was very quiet, but still caught by Naruto. He was so happy that he became smug. With no trace of politeness, he hugged Hinata's shoulders and pulled her to his side. He said with a big smile, "Ha ha ha ha. That's great. After today, we will train together and play together." Feeling Naruto's warm body temperature, Hinata's forehead suddenly became hot, and her cheeks were red. Her body becomes straight and stiff. Immediately after that, there was a bang, and she fell to the ground. Naruto was unresponsive and had no idea what was going on. He looked at Hinata, who was unconscious for no reason, and then cried out in surprise, "Hey! Why did you collapse?" Seeing this in the picture, the encounter between Hinata and Naruto finally ended successfully. With the help of Lee Yaoxiang, the relationship between Naruto and Hinata in this life will be much closer than in the original work. Of course, it is not enough for Hinata to get Naruto into the peak of life and get everything he wants. In order to make future plans more smoothly, it is also time to target the other person. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, a few days passed. Hyuga clan, in the courtyard of the main house. Ever since the encounter between Hinata and Naruto, Hinata has become more energetic. No longer has a troubled look. No longer so sentimental. Even in the past, the exercise program given by Hyuga Hayashi was completed very quickly and actively. Of course, the reason why Hinata was so motivated was because she wants to complete the mission sooner to go out to find her Naruto. At the moment, she was still facing the tall wooden pile, constantly slapping it. Only compared to a few days ago, Hinata's movements became neater or more agile. There was no sloppy feeling at all. Ha! HYA! Ha! Ha! She finished her work cutely. "Father! I finished practicing." Hyuga Hayashi, with a serious expression, nodded with a numb sound. Then. "Father, can I go out and play?" Hyuga Hayashi also complied. Immediately, Hinata left the courtyard happily and walked towards the place agreed with Naruto. Seeing the back of the girl's departure, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but wonder what happened. What can make the girl changed so much? So, he called a guard and asked, "Did eldest young lady encounter any special circumstances recently?" The escort reported to Hyuga Hayashi all the events that happened that day and recently. "Clan leader, do we need?" Before waiting for the guard to finish, Hyuga Hayashi waved his hand. No need. Let them. After the conversation, the guard left the courtyard. Hyuga Hayashi thought about this matter sadly. He was very pleased with the girl's change. But the Angyu's sudden appearance was specially prepared for the girl and Uzumaki Naruto to be acquainted. It made him feel a little worried. He wasn't sure whether the high-level Konoha fellows were behind this. He looked in the direction of Hokage residence. Hyuga Hayashi involuntarily sighed. Even if they were planning something, what can he do? At that time, when the village was going to sacrifice his younger brother, as the main house clan leader of Hyuga clan, would he be able to change anything? He sighed at his incompetence. Konoha village. A certain park. After Hinata left the Hyuga clan's residence, she quickly arrived at the place she had agreed with Naruto. It was different from the excitement and anticipation when she finally went out. When she saw the energetic Naruto already doing gymnastics in the park waiting for her for a long time, she instantly became shy and calmed down all her emotions. The originally cute pace became very slow. Her head down. Step by step, she walked over to Naruto. As for the guards who followed her, they had long been blocked by the Angyu who was monitoring Naruto. After all, these Angyu would not allow threatening objects to approach Naruto casually. Her guards have long been accustomed to this treatment these days. There was no conflict between them anymore. This happened to be the romantic couple's world for the two little children. Huh. Hinata, you're finally here. Okay. Why are you so late today? What are you doing? I just passed a store, and that 3-color dango in that store looked delicious, so I bought some and planned to eat with you. Throughout the conversation, Hinata kept her head down and dared not look directly at Naruto. Really? That's great. I just happened to be a little hungry. Naruto stopped his movements and walked quickly to Hinata. Hinata took out the 3-color dango hidden behind. Huh. Is there only one? Before I came, I couldn't help but eat first. I left this one for you. Naruto, with no trace of politeness, took the 3-color dango from Hinata. First, he took the pink ball at the top, then ate it. While chewing it in his mouth, he spoke, "Come on, here you are. We eat each one." Naruto's inadvertent move made Hinata dumbfounded on the spot. The children in this world are relatively early mature. Hinata, as a girl, is even more so. With a blank head, she didn't know how to respond to Naruto's doings to the 3-color dango. She dumbly looked at the only white and green balls and the bamboo sticks that Naruto had touched. In her small head, numerous pictures appeared suddenly. Her imagination ran wild. Is this? Am I eating the same dango with Naruto? Indirect. Thinking of this, Hinata blushed for a moment and felt a little dizzy. But in order not to be ugly in front of Naruto, she resisted the dizziness and kept telling herself, "Can't faint, can't faint." It's a pity that he didn't wait for her emotions to calm down. Naruto made a new move. He saw that Hinata was holding the 3-color balls slowly and simply grabbed Hinata's hand, and then just put the 3-color balls in front of Hinata's mouth. The touch of a small hand. The touch at the lips. This time, Hinata, whose heart was already beating fast, can't bear it anymore. The result was a bang again. Holding the 3-color dango in her hand, and even with her cute mushroom head, she fainted happily. The panic-stricken Naruto even cried out in surprise again. Hinata. Why did you faint again? There were no accidents like the bullying yesterday, though. Yet, this appointment fell through. Hinata was personally sent home by her escort. Naruto looked a little lost at the retreating Hinata and the guards. Seeing that it was finally time, Li Yaoxiang would certainly not miss this opportunity. What's the matter, Naruto? Having made friends, are you still not happy? Any tilde big brother, you don't understand. Hinata's body is too weak. So easy to faint. We simply cannot play well together. Li Yaoxiang put on a tone of hate iron for not becoming steel. What's so disheartening? Then meet more friends. But will anyone still make friends with me? Isn't everyone afraid of the big fox inside me? Li Yaoxiang, Naruto, making friends is a two-sided matter. Why don't you make friends with people who are worthy to you? Does anyone really accept me? Naruto's eyes lit up. Li Yaoxiang, of course. Have you ever wondered why Hinata is not afraid of you? That's because her clan is strong enough that they are not afraid that the fox in your body will hurt Hinata. So, as long as you make friends with the great clan's children, even if they don't want to, at least they won't be so afraid of you, will they? Really? That's great. But, big bro, who am I going to find? Speaking of it, Naruto finally got to the point of the topic. Li Yaoxiang was relieved. Coaxing a child is really not easy. Soon, Li Yaoxiang changed his relaxed tone. He said seriously, Naruto, do you know the origin of the village? The origin of the village? Yes, the origin of the village. How the Konoha village was created. Oh. I know. Grandpa Hokage told me that the Konoha village was founded by two top-level clans and many clans together. Then, do you know which two top clans are? When being asked that, Naruto was speechless. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't talk about this matter with him at all. Or to say, Sarutobi Hizen did not have the face to talk about this matter. After all, the two great clans in the past have withered since he took charge. So how can he mention this matter? Of course, the reason why Li Yaoxiang mentions this matter today is not to dismantle the true face of the old fox but to continue the topic of making friends and guide Naruto to his goal. Without waiting for Naruto, Li Yaoxiang directly replied, they are the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama of the Senju clan, and the Uchiha clan. Guardians of Konoha. Oh. Although Naruto hasn't heard Senju clan, hearing the reputation of the Guardians of Konoha, Naruto was unable to bear his excitement. After all, he had been walking on the street since he was a child and often saw guards patrolling. Their outfits are in Naruto's heart. They are so handsome. Since you want to make friends, of course go to the largest clan in the village. As long as they are the children of the clan, they will definitely not be afraid of you. That's right. Li Yaoxiang's goal this time is Uchiha Sasuke. As mentioned before, the genocide of the Uchiha clan has long been included in Naruto's Darkening event book by Li Yaoxiang. Therefore, if you want Naruto to achieve the maximum darkening effect on this matter, it is to undoubtedly let Naruto participate in this event early. The prerequisite for participating in this matter is, of course, to let Naruto and Sasuke meet each other in advance. As long as their relationship is better, then, when Naruto discovers the truth of this incident, his senses of the village will collapse and despair. This is the purpose of Li Yaoxiang's operation. Naruto had no doubt about Li Yaoxiang's remarks, but he put on an embarrassed face because he didn't know where Uchiha clan's residence is at all. But, big brother, where is Uchiha clan's residence? Do you know? Also, will there be a child as old as I am in their family? Even if there is, what can I do to be friends with them? Li Yaoxiang, who has a crystal ball and knew Uchiha clan's specific location, certainly can't be bothering him. He quickly answered all Naruto's questions and taught him how to make friends with Sasuke. After hearing this, Naruto did not doubt that he was there. Soon, he moved towards the direction that the big brother Li Yaoxiang told him to go. However, when he was about to run into the influence range of the Uchiha clan, several Anbu ninjas who had been monitoring him blocked his way in front of him. Uzumaki Naruto, this place is not something you can come to. You should go back. Seeing the appearance of these ninjas, Naruto soon understood that they were Anbu ninjas who monitored him 24 hours a day. Recalling the picture of being bullied at the beginning, he remembered this group of watchers' deeds. Without the slightest hesitation, Naruto labeled the to forget favors and violate justice to them. Of course, the senses and attitudes towards them didn't get better. He immediately yelled angrily, "Why can't I go here? Why can't you let me go here? I am not your cat or dogs. Wherever I want to go, it's not your right." No matter how much Naruto argued, he still couldn't get rid of these ungrateful fellows. In the end, he had to run into the Hokage residence with anger and reasoned with the old man instead. Hokage residence, Hokage room. As soon as Naruto was approved to enter here, he unceremoniously akimbo his hips, facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, and angrily asked, "Old fogey, why do they restrict me to where I go? What do you think of me? Am I your cat and dog? That you have to take care of wherever you go? Even inside Konoha village you have to limit where I go. Wouldn't you just be happy to shut me up for life instead?" Since Naruto successfully got acquainted with Hyuga Hinata a few days ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tolerance for Naruto has become higher and higher. So even if Naruto was rude to him as a Hokage now, he was not angry. Similarly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already received the news regarding Naruto's series of questions, was not surprised. However, he was a little curious. Why would Naruto go to Uchiha clan's premises for no reason? Whether there is nothing wrong with it, he still has to treat everything with caution. "Naruto, can you tell this Grandpa Hokage, why do you want to go there so much?" There was no doubt in Naruto. He replied without hesitation, "What else? Am I not trying to make friends? Everyone is afraid of me, how do I make friends? I think they're strong. They shouldn't be afraid of me. Of course, I want to make friends there." Naruto said the exact words that Li Yaoxiang had taught him to answer without changing his face. Hearing the fact that Naruto was just for making friends, Sarutobi Hiruzen's vigilance was relieved. He didn't know what he was afraid for. After thinking again for a moment, in the end, he still accepted Naruto's request. He commanded the Anbu ninjas to not stop Naruto. Only instructed them to send a few more people to guard around Naruto just in case. Uchiha clan's residence. Several members of the guards who were still on patrol noticed that the situation was abnormal and then returned to the clan to report the situation to the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. "Clan leader, many Anbu are moving towards the direction of our clan. Will there be any problems?" TL note, Fugaku Uchiha Fugaku, was a shinobi of Konohigakyo. He was the head of the Uchiha clan as well as the leader of the Konoha military police force. "How many people are there?" Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly. "About 10 people." It didn't take long. Another member of Uchiha walked in. Clan leader, Shinshiriki of Kyuubi, Uzumaki Naruto, shouted outside our gates, saying he wanted to challenge our Uchiha clan. "Let us send peers out to take up the challenge." After hearing it, the members of the guard who came to report quickly cry out in surprise. "Clan leader, is this the third Kage's trap? Is there any possibility? Are they going to do something to us?" A few people spoke out their doubts. Similarly, these were also Uchiha Fugaku's inner doubts. He did not understand why the third Kage would let Jinchuriki Kyuubi come to their clan residence during this period. He also does not understand what Sarutobi Hiruzen really means. Is it a trap? Or to probe? Uchiha Fugaku narrowed his eyes and looked towards the direction of Hokage residence. He thought for a moment. "It's okay, I'll go out and see." Told the clansmen to stay where they are and don't act rashly. Uchiha residence, outside the gate. With his left hand in his waist, Naruto pointing at the door of Uchiha with his right hand, yelled, "Hey!" Uzumaki Naruto, the son of 4th Hokage, now officially announced that he will challenge you Uchiha clan. "If you don't come out to fight, that means you're afraid of me." Naruto looks very arrogant on the surface. But, actually, he was worried about dying. He kept asking more and more questions in his mind. Big bro, this method is really possible. Wouldn't be right. It's okay, you're right to listen to me. Uchiha clan is a noble clan, great clan, correct? If you rush to contact them like this, they will recognize you. Rest assured, this is right. It didn't take long to communicate. The first person greeted Naruto quickly at the gate. That was Uchiha Fugaku. Naruto, who had his big brother's repeated assurances, did not shudder. Instead, he continued to yell, "Hey! Who are you? What's the matter? Your Uchiha clan has no one else to send out." Uchiha Fugaku glanced at this little tease, not taking it too seriously. He immediately sensed the Tenanbu ninjas who were hiding in the surrounding area. Seeing that they did nothing, Uchiha Fugaku grinned slightly and probed slightly, "What's wrong? Do you want to challenge Uchiha clan? How about I be your opponent?" Sure enough, when this remark came out, the Tenanbu ninjas hidden in the surroundings all have obvious fluctuations in their chakra. But this volatility was quickly suppressed by them again. Seeing that the other side had no plans to do anything more, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but get curious. Curious about what they were doing. It didn't take him too long to understand what was going on. Naruto's little voice crack attracted his attention again. No. Does the Uchiha clan bully the weak? I don't want you to be my opponent. I want to challenge Uchiha member who is about my age. I see. Uchiha Fugaku paused and continued. But before that, you need to tell me why you want to challenge our Uchiha clan. Does that still need to be said? Of course, I want to make friends. Naruto, who knew he just slipped, quickly covered his mouth. He then rolled his eyes and changed his words. You care about me. You are afraid of me, no. You don't dare to fight. Whether it was Uchiha Fugaku or the Uchiha members staying in the residence. When they heard Naruto's slip, everyone's expressions were strange. Say that the reason Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, let the Jinchuriki come to them was no reason at all, they would not believe it. But since the other party didn't plan to do anything, Uchiha Fugaku guessed that this might just be a probe to them by the Konoha's high level. To probe Uchiha clan's attitude towards the village is good or bad. And his guess was true. That must be the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen let Naruto came here. Firstly, it is not good to reject Naruto. Naruto mustn't get hostile to the village after getting acquainted with the Uchiha. Secondly, it's about the Demon Fox incident. Although he believed that this matter had nothing to do with Uchiha clan, he could not understand who would have leaked Uzumaki Kushina's birth time. In order to guard against the unexpected, he had to follow the guidelines of Shimura Danza and the others to isolate Uchiha clan. The current intention is obvious. Jinchuriki was already in front of them. It depends on how they respond. Of course, this was also because Sarutobi Hiruzen did not know that someone from the Uchiha clan had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't do something like this. Uchiha Fugaku, who guessed the truth pretty close, looked at the little thing in front of him with interest. Naruto's age was about the same age as his little son. Looking at Naruto full of goosebumps, he began to feel guilty. Uchiha Fugaku smiled slightly. He hooked his finger towards the rear. Immediately afterward, one Uchiha member came behind him. He turned his head to the clan member and whispered, "Go and call Sasuke out." Not much time later, Sasuke, who was about the same height as Naruto, came out of the residence. He was confused. As soon as he walked out and saw Uchiha Fugaku's silhouette, he ran happily and yelled, "Ata-san, Dad, dot." Uchiha Fugaku didn't look at Sasuke and still continued to watch Naruto and said, "The child in front of you is about to challenge our Uchiha clan. Go protect Uchiha clan's reputation. Don't let me down, understand?" Sasuke looked in the direction of his father's eyes. Then, he saw Naruto, who was about the same age as him. His father didn't wait for him to speak. Naruto was overjoyed because he couldn't feel fear from Sasuke's eyes. He was immediately excited. Isn't this what Naruto wanted? Big brother is right. The great clan's child isn't afraid of me. But Naruto soon concealed this excited expression. He didn't forget what the big brother said. If you want to make friends with the people of the Uchiha clan, you must act more arrogantly than they do. Hey! Are you the representative sent by Uchiha clan? Doesn't look like it, Tilda. Sasuke took a few steps angrily. Scoundrel. You are nothing. Come on. Let me see how good you are. Come on. Who is afraid of whom? The two big farts made a funny comparison. Just like this, under the gaze of everyone, they walked to the opposite side and put out the seal of opposition very seriously. The picture looked funny enough. As soon as the seal of opposition ended, the two rushed fiercely toward the other side. Ha! Ha! Imposing manner on both sides looked pretty good. But the actual situation made everyone spectating speechless. This wasn't a challenge or a duel. This was just two brats who are just extracting chakra. Sasuke is better. At least he put on a correct posture and punches. As for Naruto, he kept spinning his hands a lot, and then he just rushed over to fight. He, who had never learned any taijutsu skills, relied on just rashness. Not to mention, this strange way of attack really subverts Sasuke's worldview. The general knowledge taught by his family members was completely useless in front of Naruto. When someone hits a straight punch, you have to hold up your hand to block it. These were all nonsense. This caused Sasuke to lay down and to conform with Naruto. Moreover, what made Sasuke even angrier was that he didn't know who the yellow-haired scoundrel in front of him was. From who he learned this indecent style. Naruto didn't forget to whisper to him when he attacked, "Hey! Watch me! Watch me bite you!" At the end of the fight, the two adorable brats were all hugging each other, pulling their opponents' clothes tightly. If it weren't for Uchiha Fugaku to call someone to pull the two brats away, who knows how long they would fight. After being pulled away, the two people also forgot to put seal of reconciliation. With a blue nose and a swollen nose, Naruto pointed at Sasuke and laughed arrogantly, "Ha ha ha ha. You're good. This time, I beat you only a little bit. I hope you will be able to maintain your level in the next fight." Sasuke, with a bruised nose and a swollen face, was also carried away by someone. Hearing this, he kept struggling and cursing, "Scoundrel. It was me who beat you." So, the first war between Naruto and Sasuke ended here. A week later, early in the morning, the four Sasuke's family members were enjoying their breakfast warmly in the living room. Their breakfast was not too luxury. It is no different from the average family. It was a neo-bibimbap, a small fried fish, and a bowl of miso soup. Uchiha clan's family style was relatively serious. And generally speaking, they tend to be more reticent when dining. However, ever since Sasuke met Naruto, he has become more cheerful, lively, and active. The atmosphere at home has become very lively. Although Uchiha Fugaku sometimes scolded Sasuke, the scolding was just verbal, nothing serious. In fact, their family was very satisfied with the new atmosphere brought by Sasuke. This also made Sasuke's behavior become bolder. Today, after he had just eaten a few bites of rice, he then put down the tableware and said, "Ata-san, Oka-san, Niai-san, I am full. Can I go out?" What nonsense. How much have you eaten? Don't worry about playing now, and eat. Otherwise, I won't let you out. Uchiha Mikoto told Sasuke angrily to finish. Sasuke was startled. With a miserable expression on his face, he walked to her mother, shaking her wrists and shaking, tilde mother, I have an appointment with Naruto, that scoundrel. I will fight him again today. If I'm late, he would talk nonsense to me again, saying that I was afraid of him. I don't want to be late, Tilda mother. I don't care. Anyway, if you don't finish eating, you won't go out. Uchiha Mikoto suddenly put on the appearance of a strict mother. Seeing that acting coquettishly didn't work, Sasuke hurried back to his seat and quickly ate the rice. And at this moment, Uchiha Itachi also showed a smile of rarely seen, looked towards Sasuke. What's wrong? Are you not Naruto's opponent? Sasuke immediately replied with wide eyes, what's not an opponent? That scoundrel Naruto is not my opponent, of course. Also, if only Nyai-san finally teach me, then there's no way that scoundrel Naruto could hurt me. Uchiha Itachi pushed Sasuke's forehead with his finger and said with a smile, aren't I busy? Don't worry, I'll teach you whenever I have time. Liar. You say that every time. Sasuke rubbed his forehead, a face of bitterness said. Immediately afterward, he stopped talking to everyone. To avoid being late, Sasuke used an unprecedented speed of eating. The breakfast that belonged to him was swept away in a blink of an eye. Even miso wasn't left a bit. Without looking back, he hurriedly ran out of the door. Ata-san, Oka-san, Nyai-san, I'm full. I'm going out first. The footsteps gradually receded. After Sasuke left, the living room returned to a serious atmosphere. Uchiha Fugaku, who was enjoying breakfast elegantly, asked casually, what's wrong? Busy these days. Have you encountered any difficulties? No, I just wanted to exercise more, so I took more missions. That's right. Even if you awakened Sharingan, don't get careless. Hearing this, the ball of rice caught by his chopsticks was put down. And an official smile was put on. Understood, father. I will definitely work hard. I'm stuffed. I still have a mission to do, so I will go out first. Ata-san, Oka-san, please take it easy. Neither Uchiha Mikoto nor Uchiha Fugaku noticed Itachi's strangeness. After breakfast was over, Uchiha Fugaku quickly returned to the Konoha Guard building. TL note, the Konoha Military Police Forces, as the name suggests, the judicial organization of Konohagakyo. Initially believed to have been founded by the Uchiha, in actuality, it was founded by the second Hokage, and was given to the Uchiha as a sign of trust and good faith between the Senju and themselves. Shortly after arriving, nearly 7 members of the clan ran into his office. These 7 members were almost all representatives of the younger generation in the clan. Before Uchiha Fugaku's chair hadn't been warmed up yet, the group of people in front of him made him feel down. Clan leader, they didn't trust us at all. Otherwise, the Jinchuriki wouldn't just come to us. Why should we send someone to guard him? Yes, clan leader. If we don't do it now, do we have to wait for death? Clan leader. We can't wait any longer. Since Third Kage took over Konoha, none of the big influences of the past have had a good result. This is the case for the Uzumaki family, and the same is for the Senju clan. The next one is our turn. Uchiha Fugaku's heart was very complicated. He did not want to start a civil war. But the clan members were right. Uzumaki clan was gone. Senju clan, the top clan like them, was gone too. Coupled with the deliberate suppression and isolation from Third Kage and the others over the years, this made the entire Uchiha clan family members felt very uneasy, making them wonder whether Third Kage and the others have an ulterior motive and worry about whether the next clan who will be exterminated is them. In order not to sit still, most members of the clan chose to rise up to resist. Everyone's emotions have even reached an uncontrolled level. You calm down first. The matter may not be as serious as you said. Didn't they send the Jinchuriki only to probe us? As long as we stand down, there should be no problem. Uchiha Fugaku did not give up trying to persuade them. Unfortunately, in recent years, every day, he was scorned and watched by his own companions. The location of the clan residence was intentionally surrounded by the rest of the great clans. Every day, they lived in frightening days. The members of Uchiha clan have long been driven to go crazy by Konoha. How can they hear Uchiha Fugaku's dissuasion again anymore? Clan leader. Have you ever thought about the clan? Do you know that your decision may cost the whole clan's life? Everyone kept saying the same thing to him. The sentiment was raging. If they don't achieve their goal, they won't let go either. In desperation, after procrastinating for so long, Uchiha Fugaku finally accepted the matter of power seizure and repeatedly warned, "Remember, everyone. Without full preparation, do not to act alone." Although it was promised, Uchiha Fugaku still hoped to delay it for a while, hoping to find a solution that has the best of both worlds. The best thing is to solve the whole thing perfectly without shedding single blood. After the clan members got a positive answer from Uchiha Fugaku, they all expressed excitement because they finally saw hope. No need to sit and wait anymore. After making that decision, of course, it was indispensable for everyone to discuss the specific details of the power seizure and the allocation work. Some people went to investigate the terrain and the time when the great clans would be in and out. Some people go to strengthen their armed forces and so on. After the initial plan was implemented, the Uchiha clan member in the office left with satisfaction. In this way, Naruto's appearance did not affect the decision of the Uchiha clan. They still went to the original track. Time flies. In a flash, 2 years have passed. Konoha village. An open space near the jungle. Ding. Ding. Clang. Clang. At the moment, 2 5-year-old children were fighting fiercely in the open space. The kunai in their hands kept attacking and blocking, making a loud collision sound. They fought for a while. Wearing a black turtleneck with a fan pattern on the back, the child was clearly in a disadvantaged position. Seeing himself who was in a bad position, he clenched his teeth. He did several backflips in a row. It opened a certain distance against his opponent. He smoothly retracted his kunai back to his waist and quickly did a hand seal with both hands. Immediately afterward, the chakra made his body gradually become hot. Next, to the esophagus, pouring into the throat cavity, the hot energy swelled the entire mouth. Then, a raging fire squirted out of his mouth. Great Fireball Jutsu. A large fireball ruthlessly attacked his opponent. After the ninjutsu was launched, the black smoke rose from the place where his opponent was, waiting for the black smoke to dissipate. Unfortunately, his opponent was missing. The rest was just a piece of charred wood. At this moment, an unpleasant voice came into the ears of the child who had just launched the ninjutsu. Ha 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 ha. Sajuk, are you stupid? Even if you know how to use ninjutsu, you still have to hit the opponent. Now that you don't have chakra anymore, why are you still my opponent? Admit defeat. This is your 599th loss to me. Ha 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 ha. Sajuk, gasping for breath, looked reluctantly towards the direction of the sound. It was a yellow-haired kid who looked arrogant and despotic. At that moment, the kid with yellow hair was standing on a tree trunk with his hands shoulder to shoulder, looking down on Sajuk on the ground, who looked a little embarrassed on the ground. Damn it. Scoundrel Naruto. I haven't lost yet. You come down to me. Let's keep fighting. Come on. Who is afraid of whom? After speaking, Naruto's soles pressed against the tree trunk ran down and rushed towards Sajuk. The two men fought with taijutsu this time. This confrontation was no longer the kind of fight that was 2 years ago. Both sides were methodical in fighting. Obviously, in the past 2 years, the two people have grown a lot. Hitting. Sajuk gradually fell into the losing end. First, a punch in the abdomen, then a palm in the cheek, and finally, the whole person was beaten back by Naruto. Sasuke clutched his abdomen and face, staring at Naruto with resentment, and said, "Damn it. Who taught you Taijutsu? How can you improve so much?" "Huh. I'm extraordinarily talented. I am self-taught. Anyway, you lost. Don't forget, if you lose again, you will break through the 600th mark." Seeing that the two stopped fighting, Hinata, who was watching the whole process, walked over with 2 boxes of bento and said weakly, "I have been practicing for so long, let's have a meal together. This is the food I made myself." Hinata handed a bento to Sasuke and one to Naruto. The 2 people took the lunch. They opened at the same time to see. Sasuke looked at his bento and at Naruto's bento. The inside of his bento was ordinary, filled with onigiri, triangular seaweed rice balls. And Naruto's bento, although it was also filled with onigiri, the shape of that onigiri is a love shape. There were several small sausages next to it as side dishes. This scene made Sasuke speechless. However, what's even more hateful is that Naruto didn't forget to laugh at him. "Ha ha ha ha. Sasuke, you're so unlucky. You chose the bad lunchbox again." Sasuke was so angry that he turned away immediately. Looking at these 2 guys, Hinata blushed and looked down when Naruto reacted. "Huh. Hinata, what about you?" I forgot to bring." "Hey Tilda, why are you always like this?" "It's okay, I'll eat with you." "You men." Sasuke, who turned his back to them, was almost so angry that he didn't catch their conversation. He grabbed the onigiri and bit it hard. He seemed to treat his onigiri as Naruto to vent. So, the 2 of them spent their happy day happily like this. In the past 2 years, the relationship between Naruto and Sasuke can be said to be closer than in the original work. Hinata was even more so. The 3 people would gather together almost every day to exercise, or go shopping, or playing. The relationship of the 3 people has gradually become inseparable. Of course, in addition to the close relationship, the strengths of the 3 have also progressed by leaps and bounds. Tree climbing, walking on water, and other techniques to control chakra. Needless to say, Lee Yaoxiang had already taught Naruto in advance, and Hinata and Sasuke also learned them with Naruto. By the way, Sasuke was the first to learn ninjutsu due to his clan. Hinata had also been able to use 8 trigrams and 16 palms perfectly because of these 6 years of exercise. Her performance has been praised and recognized by Hyuga Hayashi. She has not stopped her from staying with Naruto and Sasuke from time to time. Ease a photo. Make your nature connection photos now. Drawing energy and peace from the natural world. 2-hour delivery. Starting at $29. 60 plus variations. TL note, the 8 trigrams 16 palms is a maneuver of the gentle fist fighting style. It is essentially a halved version of the already halved 8 trigrams 32 palms. This technique is used to close off the flow of chakra through 16 chakra points of an opponent's chakra pathway system. This eliminates their ability to use chakra for quite some time and renders them unconscious. Naruto, in addition to the 3-style jutsu taught by Lee Yaoxiang thoroughly, what he is most proud of is his basic body technique. This is where his strength is far ahead of Sasuke and Hinata. The main contributor to this result is, of course, Lee Yaoxiang. After all, Naruto's basic main body technique was carefully taught by Lee Yaoxiang. But why did he have such a strong result in basic body technique too? Very simple. That is because Lee Yaoxiang had already consumed 2 darkening points through the system mall 2 years ago and purchased the ability of base main body proficient. The main purpose was to make Naruto's strength 1 step ahead of others. The reason why he only taught Naruto 3-style jutsu and the main body technique but did not teach other exceptional ninjutsu, all just to let Naruto embark on peak of life. It wasn't to make Naruto a top powerhouse. Instead, from beginning to end, Lee Yaoxiang's purpose darkening Naruto. What's the connection between strong Naruto and darkening him, you ask? Wouldn't that make Naruto directly use force to solve everything perfectly? Therefore, in a good period of time in the future, if not necessary, Lee Yaoxiang will not improve Naruto's strength again and even deliberately prevent others from improving Naruto's strength. Otherwise, a little carelessness will affect his subsequent darkening plan. Seeing such a warm picture of Naruto and the others today, Lee Yaoxiang couldn't help but feel a little relieved. After all these years of hard work has not been in vain. While Lee Yaoxiang looked at the scene in front of him with satisfaction, the crystal ball in the space of consciousness suddenly showed a picture that he had to pay attention to. Hokage Residence, Conference Hall. In the conference hall at the moment, in addition to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danza, Mitokado Homura and Utatane Koharu present, Uchiha Shisui was here. But they were not sitting around and discussing something. Uchiha Shisui was standing opposite them, which seemed a bit like being examined. Shisui, you asked us give you time, and we have already given it. But now your clan's situation, I believe we do not need to say more. You should also know it. Your clan has recently begun to strengthen its armed forces. What the intention is obvious. Is it time for you to have a choice? It was Shimura Danza who spoke. In order to get more Sharingan, he would ruthlessly push the Uchiha clan to death almost as soon as he finds an opportunity. But, of course, what he said was not unrealistic. Ever since Uchiha clan members forced Uchiha Fugaku to submit 2 years ago, Uchiha clan members began to move around. Deploy various plans. It's just that even if they do it secretly, it was still unavoidable that these old foxes, who have long been wary of them, found signs. The reason why Shimura Danza would say that Shisui was given enough time is that shortly after the Uchiha were discovered, the 4 old men sent the most sociable Sarutobi Hiruzen to face Shisui honestly. The result was no surprise. This Shisui, which had high hopes from the clan, was easily countered by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The excuses described were nothing more than the question of whether the village will really be besieged and so on after both lose. Shisui, who was heavily influenced by grandfather Uchiha Kigami, certainly couldn't bear to see this happen. Therefore, in order to prevent the village from facing the clan's blade, Shisui promised the clan in name and would look for opportunities to start, and then inform the Hokage. In fact, he has become a double agent. He would report the situation in the clan to the Konoha high-level folks. And on the one hand, he reported the clan's situation to those old fellows to show his loyalty so that they can feel at ease. He kept telling the clan that he couldn't find an opportunity and kept delaying time. His purpose was to act as a peacemaker. To try to get as much time as possible, hoping to find a balance point to let the village and the clan resolve this matter peacefully. Unfortunately, after working hard for so long, he still couldn't eliminate the mistrust of the clan members towards the village. This sense of distrust, instead, grows with each passing day. Of course, what he didn't know is that thanks to Shimura Danza's various small actions, no matter how hard he tried, it was destined to be this way. Hearing Shimura Danza's words, Shisui quickly cried out in surprise, "Please trust me, and give me a little more time. Then, I will definitely be able to change the idea of clan." Seeing Shisui still persisting, even the other 3 elders couldn't overlook it. Mitokado Homura, Shisui, it's not that we don't want to give you time, but that the situation is critical and we can't delay it any longer. Utatane Koharu, yes, Shisui. If you get your clan ready, it may cause both sides to suffer. When the time comes, please believe me. Believe me for the last time. I will do it this time. Shisui struggled so hard that his movements became panic. Seeing this, they looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously. Motioned him to solve the problem in front of him soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen also sighed, "Shisui, I have been with your grandfather for many years. We watched you grow up together. Your grandfather and us all hope you can inherit the will of fire. I hope you don't let us down. It's grandfather again. Grandfather was also used to influence Shisei's ideas. Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorite is playing the emotional cards to firmly lock his target in the village. In the beginning, Sarutobi Hiruzen was constantly using Uchiha Kigami in front of Shisui. So, it was so easy to successfully instigate Shisui. And it was the same now. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen talking about the word grandfather, Shisui couldn't help but struggle. Immediately after he clenched his teeth, he said firmly again, "Please believe me, I will succeed this time." While speaking, Shisui this time is even red, open. He opened his Mangekyo Sharingan naked in front of them. They were shocked. Emotionally tension. The atmosphere in the conference hall instantly dimmed to the extreme. Until now, wasn't what they were most afraid of the Mangekyo Sharingan. They knew very well that Mangekyo Sharingan was the main dojutsu that can even control Kyuubi. Now that Shisui has opened Mangekyo Sharingan, what does this mean? How does this not make them nervous? Without waiting too long, Shisui quickly confessed, "My pair of eyes, this dojutsu can change the memory and thinking of others. Please believe me. If I were to use dojutsu this time, I would definitely solve the clan problem." Shisui said like it was nothing. But his dojutsu's ability. In this conference hall, the four old faces became extremely ugly. How could they not think of the horror of dojutsu? Just a split second ago, they had already thought of countless kinds of applications of this dojutsu. Because of this, they only became more afraid of Shisui now. After four people exchanged glances, still Sarutobi Hiruzen came forward to solve this problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately replaced his expression with a kind expression. "Very good, Shisui. You didn't let me let you grandfather disappointed. In that case, I won't stop you. We will let it go. I believe you will be able to solve this problem perfectly. Thank you very much. Third Kid, please rest assured that I will not let you down this time." Shisui's expression rejoiced. Immediately with a determined look, he left the conference hall. After Shisui leaves, the atmosphere in the conference hall seemed to become a pool of stagnant water. They could not speak for a long time. In the end, Shimura Danza took the lead to start to talk and said, "How serious is the problem with Shisui? I believe I don't need to say it. That child cannot be left alone." After Shimura Danza expressed his thoughts, there was no rebuttal from the rest of the three people. After all, Shimura Danza was right. Now, Shisui, the threat to them was too great. The most disturbing thing was that in addition to controlling Kyuubi, Shisui could completely change people's memory and thinking. The four elders who are suspicious, how can they put everyone's safety on Shisui's loyalty? This brainwashing plan, no one can say for sure. Shisui said he would use dojutsu on his clansmen. But who would dare to guarantee that Shisui will not fight back against them and use it on them? For an instant, the pressure Shisui put on them was even better than the other Uchiha clan's political change plan. Seeing the three old close friends didn't refute or stop him. Shimura Danza, who was familiar with them, knew what was going on. Isn't this the kind of thing that hurts your own friend, and that's why you don't want to say it from your own mouth? He. The typical one is to be both a bitch and a toratu. TL note, a toratu, Japanese, twai, is a traditional Japanese gate most commonly found at the entrance of or within a Shinto shrine, where it symbolically marks the transition from the mundane to the sacred. Shimura Danza glanced at them contemptuously and then turned and left the Hokage residence. In the jungle. After leaving Hokage residence, Shisui did not walk back to Uchiha clan's residence from the right path. Instead, he entered the jungle. He intended to bypass the site because he knew that this matter could no longer be delayed. He intended to start today. But when he just wanted to move forward, he was suddenly attacked. He avoided this wave of attacks with a jump. But the attackers had no intention of stopping. The attacks were endless. Finally, after avoiding a series of attacks by this group of attackers, Shai Sui took the opportunity to escape from the jungle to get a better field of view. Because of this, he finally saw the true face of the attackers. Rude ninjas. It was the same as his original guess. But, even when the truth was in front of him, he still couldn't relieve his heart because he didn't understand whether the Root's attack on him this time was made by some people, or... Shai Sui no longer dared to think anymore. It didn't take long for the secret mastermind who planned the attack. Shimura Danza walked out of the jungle unabashedly and expressed his views blatantly. It is said that the ability of Shai Sui's Mangekyo Sharingan should not be used for such small things as politics change. Because the village would no longer take Uchiha clan lightly again, Uchiha clan will also walk to the opposite side of the village sooner or later. He did not conceal his intention to make Shai Sui's Mangekyo Sharingan be his. Both sides have an equal chance of winning. So, in order to probe the strength of Shai Sui, Danza first ordered his subordinates to retreat, and then the two began to fight. During the fight, Shai Sui can be said to hold back at all times. There was no killing intent at all. But just as the battle between the two was about to end, Shai Sui's mind flashed involuntarily 2 years ago, a commoner who left Konoha and inadvertently asked him a few words. Wouldn't so many people want to have it? Do you think a non-Uchiha can own Sharingan? As soon as these two sentences flashed, Shai Sui's view of Danza became involuntarily suspicious. He looked subconsciously at Danza's right eye wrapped in bandages. After hesitating for a while, he made a decision. That is, he was going to verify a probability that even he himself found unbelievable. Mangekyo Sharingan. He looked directly at Danza's right eye. He began to feel it carefully. Just as expected. He got the answer he didn't want most. Konoha's high level, Shimura Danza. Sure enough, he transplanted a Sharingan from his clan. Even though Danza, at this time, wasn't using Sharingan, but that feeling of his pupil's power of the same clan, he would not mistake it. Asshole. What exactly does this mean? If someone from the top Konoha covets our clan's Sharingan, does it mean that regardless of the development between the village and the clan, it will never have a good result for Uchiha clan? If for the sake of the big picture, we sacrificed ourselves, it won't matter at all. The thought that it was because of this unscrupulous thing that causes harm to the clan made Shai Sui unable to bear it. That's right. For the village, maybe he will sacrifice clan. For the reputation of the clan and for the continuation of the clan, he would not hesitate to bear the infamy of using genjutsu against his own clan members. But anyway, this guy who glares like a tiger watching his prey to my clan's eyes absolutely can't leave alive. The village and the clan, but first, eliminate this tumor that hurts Konoha. At this moment, when Shai Sui faced Danza, he finally moved his killing intention. In the next attack, he would not keep his hand anymore. Sensing it, Danza wanted to call his subordinates to come to the rescue, but unfortunately, it was too late. The serious Shai Sui used the Mangekyo Sharingan. Danza finally couldn't escape Shai Sui's ultimate move and eventually fell down. A group of root ninjas flashed to the edge of the jungle. Looking at Danza's corpse, they were all at a loss. Shai Sui had no mercy on the fallen Danza. Seeing the group of root ninjas in front of him, Shai Sui turned around and left without any intention of doing anything. But at that moment, the words from the civilian who left Konoha flashed again in Shai Sui's mind. Since your ninja's abilities are so weird, say, is there an ability that can bring people back to life? As soon as this sentence floated through his head, Shai Sui suddenly became alert. Izonagi. Thinking of Danza's right eye, Shai Sui thought of Izonagi. But all this was too late. Because when he was about to jump off, Danza took the lead. Danza came from behind and gave him a fatal blow. Pew, Shai Sui's mouth was full of fresh blood. But it was unlike in the original series. Shai Sui was vigilant in advance. Although he did not escape Danza's fatal blow, he managed to escape from Danza's palm that wanted to capture his eyes. After Danza pulled his hand, Shai Sui, who was suffering from serious injury, couldn't help kneeling down on one knee. A lot of blood oozed out of his mouth. He looked up and stared at Danza. Why? As if Danza had already won, he had no plans to hide it. He walked toward Shai Sui and said, "Let your eyes make the most contribution to the village." Shai Sui sneered, "Really?" In order not to let Danza's treachery succeed, Shai Sui took out a smoke bomb and smashed it. Then he tried his best to escape from the scene. Of course, Danza would not allow him to leave. So, he ordered the root ninjas to chase him down. In the process of chasing and fleeing, it was exactly the same as the development of original work. Itakai appeared when Shai Sui was about to die. His timely appearance saved Shai Sui from the root's hands. After telling Itakai the reason for the incident, Itakai obeyed Shai Sui's instructions. However, he didn't take Shai Sui to treatment but instead came to the cliff of Netorare River. TL note, the Netorare River, Nekar no Kawa, viz., Nekano River, literally meaning, River of Southern Joy, is a river flowing through Konohigakyo. The river is located on the land where the Uchiha clan once lived and prospered, and at some point, it passes through a deep ravine. Although Shishuaken uses Onagi to recover from his injuries, he did not do so because he knew that it would not help. Regardless of whether the attack was made by Danza or the village's decision, the other party will not give up his eyes as long as he survives for a day. It may start the riot in advance. Therefore, to prevent everyone from getting hurt in order to fight for his eyes, Shai Sui chose the river to kill himself, just like in the original work. Before dying, he entrusted his will to Itakai. He also handed over his pair of Mangekyo Sharingan to Itakai, hoping to help Itakai solve the conflict between the clan and the village. And thus, Itakai also opened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Seeing the scene, Li Yaoxiang couldn't help but feeling that Konoha's four elders were cruel. Shai Sui said to them that he would do it regardless of his past sentiments. Shai Sui was also the grandson of their old close friend, Uchiha Kigami. The four elders didn't even think twice. They collectively agreed. In fact, before transmigrated, Li Yaoxiang once suspected that Shai Sui's plea didn't really matter. After all, Shai Sui's choice was made only after Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed. For every Shai Sui's actions, wouldn't Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others pay close attention to him? And with the crystal ball of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other two elders' many manpower, wouldn't they understand that Danza wants to kill Shai Sui? Therefore, based on various doubts, Li Yaoxiang suspected that Shai Sui's death was Konoha's four elders' decision. And now, after transmigrating here and seeing this picture through the crystal ball, it confirmed Li Yaoxiang's conjecture. Although he had some sympathy for Shai Sui's experience, Li Yaoxiang was still hard-hearted and has no intention of changing Shai Sui's destiny. He didn't want to ruin his entire Darkening plan because of his temporary weakness. And one more important point is that Li Yaoxiang suspected that the people or things involved in the Uchiha clan's destruction might not be as simple as it seems. He suspected that Uchiha Madara, Obito, and Black Zetsu, and the others hidden behind the scenes might also be involved. You know, although these three all have a common goal, which is to collect the tailed beast. This big clan, there will be a group of 2, 3, 4 members awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan in the future. How would they collect the tailed beast then? If their member can control every tailed beast when the time comes, wouldn't Uchiha clan become their biggest stumbling block? In addition to the original work, when Itakai was wiping the clan, Obito was already there to help, making Li Yaoxiang more confident in his guess. Therefore, whether it's his own darkening plan that demands it or to avoid these big bosses, as long as Li Yaoxiang is a little sane, he cannot prevent this tragedy. After clearing his thoughts, Li Yaoxian stopped thinking too much. However, one thing he was thankful for was that he didn't expect his random move in the dark chess would have such a huge effect in his favor. Shimura Danza did not get Kotomatsu Kami. In other words, in the days to come, Li Yaoxian would no longer have to worry about Naruto being affected by Danza's Kotomatsu Kami. This was good news for him. No longer need to be checked and balanced because of Kotomatsu Kami. It made it more convenient to act. But being happy can wait. In this period of time, it was not the time for Li Yaoxian to be idle. After all, no one knows whether the butterfly effect will cause or prevent the death of Shisui, which can make a huge difference. Therefore, he must pay close attention to the movements of all parties, just in case. Uchiha Clan's residence, Clan Hall. At this moment, almost all members of the Uchiha Clan gathered in the Clan Hall. The reason why there is such a grand scene was because they received the news of Shisui's death, which for them, like thunder from a clear sky. Because Shisui was an important ace in their plan to seize power. In the entire Uchiha Clan, only Shisui could enter and leave the Hokage residence at will. Therefore, as long as they do not want to cause a lot of casualties when they seize power, they must have a spy like Shisui, which could cooperate with them inside and outside. It can be said that Shisui's death completely disrupted their overall plan. Damn it. Why did Shisui suddenly die? Did the village discover something? The last person I saw when Shisui died is Itakai. Could it be Itakai? There were noises in the hall. When he heard someone doubting his son, Uchiha Fugaku immediately interrupted, "Enough. Shisui's things end here. Now it's no use saying that. The most important thing at the moment is that we must know what the village attitude is. We must prepare in advance. The original plan, we put on hold for now. After this matter fades, everyone will make a decision. Moreover, now that there is no Shisui to cooperate with us both internally and externally, we are not in a good spot." In the hall, most members of the Uchiha clan were full of unwilling expressions. But the facts are exactly as clan leader Fugaku said. They had nothing to say. In the end, they had to follow Fugaku's instructions to bide one's time. Hokage residence, in conference hall. After confirming that Shisui had died, Sarutabi Hiruzen, Mitakado Homura, and Utatane Koharu did not feel saddened by the death of their grandson but felt relieved. Only Shimura Danza's face looked as ugly as eating shit. Seeing his old friends who didn't take it seriously, Shimura Danza was unable to bear it and said, "What's wrong? Do you think this thing is over? Don't forget, we can't find Shisui's corpse until now. You believe the words of Itakai. Uchiha's problems have not been solved yet, so are you relaxing now? Mitakado Homura, Danza, there is nothing we can do. Without Shisui's report, we have no clue about Uchiha's internals. We shouldn't act careless. Do you want to see a large number of casualties in the village? Utatane Koharu, that's right. In case other villages take advantage of it, it's not good. Sarutabi Hiruzen, let me probe the child, Itakai. He is a little different from other Uchiha clan people. Maybe we can let him replace Shisui's position, so that the village loss can be minimized." Hokage room. Sarutabi Hiruzen called Itakai to meet him alone. "Itakai, I've heard what happened. I am very sorry for Shisui's death. The loss of Shisui is a great loss to the village. The village can't stand any more loss. I hope you can replace Shisui and fulfill his mission during his lifetime." Sarutabi Hiruzen thought he would need to use a lot of lip service before Itakai could accept. "Of course, Lord Hokage. Needless to say, I agreed to this matter. But I have a request." Sarutabi Hiruzen was slightly surprised, then nodded and said, "Say it." "I need you to give me a period of time to solve the problem of clan. If it really cannot be changed, then I will act according to your arrangements. Before that, I will also explain the situation of the clan. After a moment of consideration, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally agreed. If the Uchiha clan can be solved without a single dead, it is undoubtedly the best result for the village. So he had no reason to refuse. Seeing the scene, Li Yaoxiang couldn't help but feeling that Konoha's 4 elders were cruel. Shai Sui said to them that he would do it regardless of his past sentiments. Shai Sui was also the grandson of their old close friend, Uchiha Kigami. The 4 elders didn't even think twice. They collectively agreed. In fact, before transmigrated, Li Yaoxiang once suspected that Shai Sui's plea didn't really matter. After all, Shai Sui's choice was made only after Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed. For every Shai Sui's actions, wouldn't Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others pay close attention to him? And with the crystal ball of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 2 elders' many manpower, wouldn't they understand that Danza wants to kill Shai Sui? Therefore, based on various doubts, Li Yaoxiang suspected that Shai Sui's death was Konoha's 4 elders' decision. And now, after transmigrating here and seeing this picture through the crystal ball, it confirmed Li Yaoxiang's conjecture. Although he had some sympathy for Shai Sui's experience, Li Yaoxiang was still hard-hearted and has no intention of changing Shai Sui's destiny. He didn't want to ruin his entire Darkening clan because of his temporary weakness. And one more important point is that Li Yaoxiang suspected that the people or things involved in the Uchiha clan's destruction might not be as simple as it seems. He suspected that Uchiha Madara, Obito, and Black Zetsu, and the others hidden behind the scenes might also be involved. You know, although these 3 all have a common goal, which is to collect the tailed beast. This big clan, there will be a group of 2, 3, 4 members awakening the main Gekyo Sharingan in the future. How would they collect the tailed beast then? If their member can control every tailed beast when the time comes, wouldn't Uchiha clan become their biggest stumbling block? In addition to the original work, when Itakai was wiping the clan, Obito was already there to help, making Li Yaoxiang more confident in his guess. Therefore, whether it's his own Darkening plan that demands it or to avoid these big bosses, as long as Li Yaoxiang is a little sane, he cannot prevent this tragedy. After clearing his thoughts, Li Yaoxiang stopped thinking too much. However, one thing he was thankful for was that he didn't expect his random move in the dark chess would have such a huge effect in his favor. Shimura Danza did not get Kotomatsu Kami. In other words, in the days to come, Li Yaoxiang would no longer have to worry about Naruto being affected by Danza's Kotomatsu Kami. This was good news for him. No longer need to be checked and balanced because of Kotomatsu Kami. It made it more convenient to act. But being happy can wait. In this period of time, it was not the time for Li Yaoxiang to be idle. After all, no one knows whether the butterfly effect will cause or prevent the death of Shai Sui, which can make a huge difference. Therefore, he must pay close attention to the movements of all parties, just in case. Uchiha clan's residence, Clan Hall. At this moment, almost all members of the Uchiha clan gathered in the Clan Hall. The reason why there is such a grand scene was because they received the news of Shai Sui's death, which for them, like thunder from a clear sky. Because Shai Sui was an important ace in their plan to seize power. In the entire Uchiha clan, only Shai Sui could enter and leave the Hokage residence at will. Therefore, as long as they do not want to cause a lot of casualties when they seize power, they must have a spy like Shai Sui, which could cooperate with them inside and outside. It can be said that Shai Sui's death completely disrupted their overall plan. Damn it. Why did Shai Sui suddenly die? Did the village discover something? The last person I saw when Shai Sui died is Itakai. Could it be Itakai? There were noises in the hall. When he heard someone doubting his son, Uchiha Fugaku immediately interrupted, "Enough. Shai Sui's things end here. Now it's no use saying that. The most important thing at the moment is that we must know what the village attitude is. We must prepare in advance." The original plan, we put on hold for now. After this matter fades, everyone will make a decision. Moreover, now that there is no Shisui to cooperate with us both internally and externally, we are not in a good spot. In the hall, most members of the Uchiha clan were full of unwilling expressions. But the facts are exactly as clan leader Fugaku said. They had nothing to say. In the end, they had to follow Fugaku's instructions to bide one's time. Hokage residence, in conference hall. After confirming that Shisui had died, Sarutabi Hiruzen, Mitakado Homura, and Utatane Koharu did not feel saddened by the death of their grandson but felt relieved. Only Shimura Danza's face looked as ugly as eating shit. Seeing his old friends who didn't take it seriously, Shimura Danza was unable to bear it and said, "What's wrong? Do you think this thing is over? Don't forget, we can't find Shisui's corpse until now. You believe the words of Itakai. Uchiha's problems have not been solved yet, so are you relaxing now? Mitakado Homura, Danza, there is nothing we can do. Without Shisui's report, we have no clue about Uchiha's internals. We shouldn't act careless. Do you want to see a large number of casualties in the village? Utatane Koharu, that's right. In case other villages take advantage of it, it's not good. Sarutabi Hiruzen, let me probe the child, Itakai. He is a little different from other Uchiha clan people. Maybe we can let him replace Shisui's position, so that the village loss can be minimized. Hokage room. Sarutabi Hiruzen called Itakai to meet him alone. Itakai, I've heard what happened. I am very sorry for Shisui's death. The loss of Shisui is a great loss to the village. The village can't stand any more loss. I hope you can replace Shisui and fulfill his mission during his lifetime. Sarutabi Hiruzen thought he would need to use a lot of lip service before Itakai could accept. Of course, Lord Hokage. Needless to say, I agreed to this matter. But I have a request. Sarutabi Hiruzen was slightly surprised, then nodded and said, say it. I need you to give me a period of time to solve the problem of clan. If it really cannot be changed, then I will act according to your arrangements. Before that, I will also explain the situation of the clan. After a moment of consideration, Sarutabi Hiruzen finally agreed. If the Uchiha clan can be solved without a single dead, it is undoubtedly the best result for the village. So he had no reason to refuse. After watching the scene in the crystal ball, Li Yaoxian was finally relieved. Except for the Shisui's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, other things have not changed much. Uchiha clan chose to postpone the action for the sake of safety. Likewise, the Konoha four elders also chose to postpone the action for the sake of safety. As for Itakai, why he readily agreed to Sarutabi Hiruzen's request despite knowing that the person who wanted the kill Shisui had a transplanted Sharingan, Li Yaoxian felt that this was also well understood. After all, from the standpoint of Itakai, regardless of whether the attack on Shisui was carried out by Shimura Danza or whether he had a transplanted Sharingan, it was actually not important for the current Itakai. Because of what was placed in front of him, there were only two choices. First, stand on the village side and then finalizing the clan. Second, stand on the clan's side and overtake the village. If he chose the first option, the clan would be destroyed. However, if he chose the second option, Danza will also be killed, then he doesn't need to worry about this issue. No matter which option it is, Itakai cannot decide in a moment, so he chose the same method as in the original book, that is, to drag. Inherit the will of Shisui, try to delay the time as much as possible and try to change the idea of the village or the clan. In order to delay the time, he chose to compromise. He chose to let go of the hatred against Danza. He reported the clan's situation to Sarutabi Hiruzen and the others to let them feel at ease. He chose to promise the clan to bring the news inside Konoha back to the clan to let them know that they were doing things and to find opportunities to start. He became another Shisui, a double agent. And one of the most important reasons was that Itakai's favorite younger brother, Sajuk, was still young. He didn't want Sajuk to lose his family's warmth when he is that young. Therefore, based on the reasons, the ideas of the three sides, Uchiha clan, Konoha four elders, and Itakai all coincide, led to this current situation. After Shisui's death, the clan's genocide event was delayed again. But it would return. Things have now reached this stage. If there are no accidents, the next situation will be calm for a long time. There shouldn't be any problems for Li Yaoxiang. All he needs to do is to wait silently for things to ferment until the time is right. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. During this year, as Li Yaoxiang speculated, life in the Konoha village was very peaceful without any accidents. What should everyone do? As the days passed, Naruto finally waited for the day he most looked forward to. That is the opening ceremony of the academy. Long ago, he was full of longing for the academy. Because in the past few years, when he wandered outside of his home, he could see the students in the academy, studying and sparring together. What a wonderful day this is, Tilda. Of course, although he was looking forward to the life in the academy, this did not mean that he is not satisfied with his current life with Hinata and Sajuk. On the contrary, he just wanted to be recognized by more people. Just like his big brother said at the beginning. He hopes he can prove to everyone that he is no worse than his father. Even if a big fox is sealed inside of him, he wants everyone to get along with him at ease. Today, the sky was just getting bright. Although Naruto was still lying on the bed, his eyes were already wide. He even had a pair of panda eyes. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. He was so afraid that he would miss the opening ceremony today. Ring. 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 The alarm clock went off. Naruto slapped the button with his palm. Sat up in excitement. After waiting for so many hours, it finally arrived. Li Yaoxiang didn't need to nag Naruto. Naruto quickly went to the bathroom and started washing. Tidied up appearance. He chose a suit he was most satisfied with. He will be the most beautiful cub today. After finishing everything, he took a brisk pace and walked towards the direction of the academy. During the walk, he was in a very good mood, but he never forgot to say hello. Good morning, Auntie. Oh, Naruto. So early today. Yeah, I'm going to school starting today. Ha ha ha, no wonder. Remember to listen to the teacher, alright? En. Along the way, the villagers who greeted Naruto were among the few. This is all due to the efforts of Naruto over the past few years. His lively and cheerful character gradually affected everyone. Even if everyone is not at ease in contact with Naruto for too long, this is much better than the attitude of retreating 3 feet at the beginning. Stop and go. Chat with this. A little chat with that. It didn't take long. He finally arrived in the academy's range. On the scene, there were already many parents who took their children to attend today's opening ceremony. When everyone saw the arrival of Naruto, they no longer looked afraid. They even smiled and nodded at Naruto. It was not surprising that there was such reaction. After all, Naruto was not afraid to work hard every day, and everyone could see it. Even if they still can't be completely at ease, they had unconsciously recognized Naruto's efforts. They believe that sooner or later, Naruto will be able to fully control the demon fox inside of him and not let it hurt everyone. Everyone who met Naruto's eyes, Naruto would return the smile very politely. Until he found the light purple mushroom head in the crowd, he immediately looked overjoyed. Then, ignoring the eyes of those around him, he ran over. Hinata, you're here too. UN. What about Sajuk? No, I didn't see him. Let's go. I'll take you to find him. UN. Naruto took Hinata's small hand. No shame, no dizziness. Hinata seemed to have gotten used to this way of getting along with Naruto. Sasuke, who had just arrived here, was not surprised to see that the two held hands. Anyway, he was already used to the lovebirds act in front of him from time to time. Sasuke's totally third-wheeling. The second fool, Naruto, must have mistakenly thought that holding hands with Hinata was just a normal thing between friends. After seeing Sasuke, Naruto immediately raised his hand and shook it sharply. Sasuke. Here. Here. We are here. Sasuke's face was black. Covering his face slightly with his hands, he walked over complaining, "Can you get any louder? Why are you so excited?" "Of course, I'm excited. In the future, we can walk to school together and study together. We can also have more opponents to spar." Hearing this, Sasuke was speechless. I don't know if this Naruto is really stupid or pretending to be stupid. Does he realize his own strength? Will there be any opponent for you in the school? Sasuke's face was black. Naruto held Hinata's hand, and he didn't seem to have any plans to let go. When the three gathered together, they became the focus of the audience at that moment. There was no other reason. The lineup was too dazzling. The top clan, the child of Hyuga clan. The top clan, the child of Uchiha clan. The child of Namikaze Minato / the fourth Hokage. It was hard not to pay attention. What the onlookers have to envy is that the children in front of them were not only well-behaved and sensible but also suffer a lot of hardships, and they were not afraid to work hard every day. The parents subconsciously glanced down at their children. Parents. Child, oh. While the parents were lamenting how good is the other's child, the loudspeaker on the podium rang. Good morning, everyone. Welcome everyone to the Academy's opening ceremony today. And now we have our Lord Hokage to address us for the opening ceremony. Pa 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 pa. There were applauses everywhere. When they saw Sarutobi Hiruzen wearing the Hokage clothes and walking from a short distance, the children showed their admiring eyes even more. All the children stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen brightly. After he came to the stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around for a bit. Seeing the children in great spirits, he nodded with satisfaction. Hello everyone. I am very happy to be able to see everyone's energy today. Whenever I see you growing up vigorously, it reminds me of the heroes who have sacrificed for the village over the years. They are not in vain. There is no doubt that after Sarutobi Hiruzen has just come to the scene, he began to incite emotions, bringing the children or the parents into an atmosphere that needs to be grateful to the village. When the atmosphere was almost over, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to instill will of fire. Where tree leaves dance, one shall find flames. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village, and once again tree leaves shall bud anew. The Konoha village has been very successful in shaping the shadow image. Therefore, it can be said that most of the children born and raised in Konoha hope to become a Hokage in the future. The reason is simple. Because it's majestic. The minds of the children are simple, after all. Who doesn't want to be engraved on Hokage Rock and be worshipped by everyone as a hero? The reason for this result is due to the unintentional decision of Senju Hashirama. In order to compensate Uchiha Madara and to make Madara more attributable or a more sense of belonging, he said that after Madara becomes the Hokage, Madara's face should be carved on the cliff as a symbol of protecting the village. So this kind of effect evolved naturally. Senju Tobirama's distant thoughts continued and strengthened this effect and added a will of fire course to the academy. Hokage Rock can make children full of longing and in awe of the shadow in the village. The academy can instill will of fire so that the new generation of children will not be long crooked. This is why Konoha can cultivate so many honest ninjas in the future. However, compared with Sarutobi Hiruzen's crafty plots and machinations in his generation, we, fans of the original work, know how far the difference is. Today, the situation was the same. The children listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech, and they all heard as if they were drunk and stupefied. Naruto's second fool is among the first. The reaction of the noble clan's younger generation was slightly better. After all, their family has a bit different set of teaching. At least on the surface, they were not as obsessed as other commoner children. At this moment, Li Yaoxiang's voice suddenly appeared in Naruto's mind, pulling his mind back to reality. What's the matter, Naruto? Do you think what third kid said is all the truth? Are they as great as they say? Naruto cheerfully replied, yes. Isn't it? Didn't Dad sacrifice his life to save the whole village? Naruto answered happily. There was no hesitation. And Li Yaoxiang did not continue to talk about this topic. After all, the darkening time he was waiting for was not yet mature. This life peak hasn't reached most peaks yet. It is estimated that it still takes more time to brew. And the reason for the question this time was purely to bring Naruto's mind back to reality. He didn't want Naruto to be influenced too much by the brainwash expert Sarutobi Hiruzen, which could lead to mistakes in subsequent plans. Seeing that Li Yaoxiang did not answer his question, Naruto didn't care either. He continued to listen. It's just that his emotions are obviously not as excited as he was just now. This time he listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance with a normal attitude. That's it. Just talks and talks. Seeing the will of fire was almost instilled, Sarutobi Hiruzen ended the speech. The opening ceremony thus officially ended. Parents went home, and the children began to be placed into classes. There are about 150 students in each class. They were divided into 3 classes. I don't know if this is strange or perhaps intentional with this. Those noble clans' younger generation and Naruto all happened to be in the same class. Li Yaoxiang didn't see anything through the crystal ball. But he estimated that behind this should also be the shadow of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The high probability is that he wants Naruto, the Jinchuriki, to make friends with more fetters. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen also noticed that only the noble clan's younger generation would not be as ignorant as other people. So they wouldn't worry that the demon fox would run out of Naruto's body at any time. Li Yaoxiang didn't think too much of this. Anyway, this does not affect his darkening plan. As long as Hinata, Sasuke and Naruto are not separated, that's fine. After the new students were divided into classes, classes started directly. It would be a big mistake to think that instilling the will of fire is a one-off. In the teaching courses, there are still various contents that transform the will of fire into children's values. This is also the main purpose of the village's school. So, the beginning of the class content is not about teaching ninjutsu or and so on, but deepening their knowledge of will of fire. The history lessons, for example. The glorious deeds are magnified infinitely. Apart from this, through studying the assigned textbooks, Li Yaoxiang could see that the things to learn in the academy were more complicated than he imagined. What kind of parabola? What is the principle of ninjutsu? What is the weight of the weapon, and so on. Although it is some basic knowledge, for this group of children, it should not be easy to understand. So it's no wonder that in the original work, Naruto lost at the starting line became a scum from head to tail. However, in this life, with Li Yaoxiang as a talented teacher, Naruto was destined to no longer be scum in original work. As long as you study hard, you may have the opportunity to become a master student. Just like that, the days passed day by day. Basic knowledge and history tutorials. With a rough understanding, the teaching content in the first year class finally began the actual combat teaching of ninjutsu, which also means that the real good show finally started. Academy, in the first year class. Yume Iruka became the class teacher of this class. TL note, Iruka Yume is a knin of Konohigakyo, who served primarily as an instructor at the academy until being promoted to headmaster years later. In the original work, he is the first guy who made Naruto feel a sense of belonging. Since they were about to start the actual teaching of ninjutsu, it is an inevitable thing to test the student's foundation first. After a series of tests, he finally got a general understanding of the student's foundation and background. At this moment, he stood in front of a group of academy, holding a score sheet in his hand. The main content of this score sheet is to record the scores obtained by the students during the previous test. Iruka announced their scores eloquently. In this way, Iruka began to announce the students with low scores, until announced to the top 10. 8th place. Narashikamaru. 50 points for throwing test, 40 points for physical strength test, 30 points for clone jutsu, 30 points for body substitution jutsu, 30 points for transformation jutsu. 180 points total. Number 7. Inoyamaneka. All the students could not help but focus on the named students. Eyes revealed all kinds of envy and worship. The gap was really too big. After all, some commoner children haven't even refined chakra yet. In their eyes, the performance of the top 10 is like the difference between Superman and an ordinary person. The higher the rankings and scores, the more you feel better. Reading. Iruka finally reached 3rd place. 3 road place. Hyuga Hinata. 70 points for throwing test, 60 points for physical strength test, 60 points for clone jutsu, 90 points for body substitution jutsu, 70 points for transformation jutsu. 350 points total. At this point, many students held their breath involuntarily, dumbly listening to the score read by Iruka. Monster. An absolute monster. Madder than other people. Just after entering school, got 350 points. For them, this score was simply unattainable. According to Iruka-sensei, the senior students only had about 400 points upon graduation. 2nd place. Uchiha Sajuke. 90 points for throwing test, 80 points for physical strength test, 70 points for clone jutsu, 70 points for body substitution jutsu, 70 points for transformation jutsu. A total of 380 points. Hiss. The students in the classroom could not help but take a breath. Even the children of noble clans. Although from the test just now, anyone can already see from Sajuke's performance that there is a certain gap between him and them. But they didn't expect when the score comes out. The gap will be so obvious. Everyone has been trained by their clan since childhood. Why is the gap so big? Is it because the Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan's aptitude so much stronger than their own clan? However, for the shocked eyes of the students, Sajuke only snorted very uncomfortably and then put on a stinky face. After the voice of discussion gradually ceased, Iruka was now ready to announce the 1st place result. And everyone's eyes also involuntarily shifted to Naruto. Because everyone knew that Naruto is the 1st place in the class. In the test, Naruto's abnormal performance has made everyone dumbfounded. So now everyone is very curious about Naruto's score. Iruka gave Naruto a complicated look. Then, finally, it was announced loudly, 1st place. Uzumaki Naruto. 80 points for throwing test, 100 points for physical strength test, 100 points for clone jutsu, 100 points for body substitution jutsu, 100 points for transformation jutsu. 480 points total. Just as the sentence finished, all the students in the classroom were in an uproar. Of course, this made it difficult for the students present not to be shocked. According to Iruka-sensei, this test is based on Genin's criteria to give scores. In other words, this weirdo Naruto, his various abilities have reached or even surpassed certain Genin levels as soon as he enters school. Fuck. Why he needs that to be so abnormal? This makes others feel depressed. Naruto, you are just too strong. Just graduate. Forget this. Yeah. You have won glory for us. I heard from my parents that the children of noble clans only graduate as early as 6 to 7 years old. Ha ha ha. Naruto, you just graduated from school and broke the record. Too strong. Worthy of Hokage's son. Many people were shocked and jealous. It became identification and cheer. When they determine that the person in front of them is not of the same class as themselves, they will no longer compare themselves. Only look up to them and agree with them. It's like a street food seller and a restaurant owner. People who sell food on this street may compare themselves with those who open restaurants, believing that one day they will surpass them. But what if the other side opened an international chain store? Do people who sell food on the street could compare themselves to them? Of course not. They won't. Only envy. Compared with Naruto's strength today, it is like the difference between opening a cross-international chain store and selling food on the street. They couldn't compare themselves to Naruto anymore. They could only be proud of him. Who said that when a commoner was born, they can't compare themselves with the noble clan? Isn't Naruto a good role model? Because of this, after the grades came out, the girls in the class changed on how they see Naruto. They started admiring him a little. Unknowingly, they posed the most beautiful angle in the direction of Naruto, hoping that Naruto would notice them. From this moment, Naruto in this life is no longer the disgusting demon fox in the original work. In the world of children, Naruto's popularity has reached a point where he never even dared to think before. They gradually became enthusiastic about Naruto. Support him. Naruto, how are you strong? Can you teach us to become stronger? Yeah, Naruto. Teach us. We want to be stronger like you. This hard-won scene made Naruto so excited. Isn't this the life of his yearn for something even in dreams? Did his efforts pay off? Everyone finally accepted him. Naruto faced this situation for the first time, didn't know what to do. But in order not to disappoint everyone, he quickly turned to everyone and responded heartily, okay. Me, Hinata, and Sasuke, we all can exercise together every day. If you also want to be stronger, join us in the future. We won't mind. With that, Naruto turned his head towards Sasuke and Hinata and said, right, Hinata. Sasuke. Hinata, UN. Sasuke turned his head, humph. After hearing these answers, there was another noise. What ilda, no wonder Hinata and Sasuke are so powerful. It turned out that Naruto taught them to become stronger. Oh. So that's how it is. And after I learn from Naruto and become stronger, I can definitely beat them. In an instant, the reason why Hinata and Sasuke were so powerful was also made up by everyone. The faces of the noble clan younger generation couldn't help but become a little ugly. They are being compared. When it comes to the face of the clan, even the laziest Shikamaru became uncomfortable. Only Sasuke and Hinata, who are closely related, don't care about these things. Although Sasuke appeared to be somewhat disdainful on the surface, he recognized Naruto's strength from the bottom of his heart. After all, he had sparred Naruto so many times. Not to mention Hinata. Naruto is good. And Hinata is just fine. Throughout the process, Hinata just looked at Naruto with an admiring expression on his face. Seeing Naruto so happy, she felt pleased herself. I hope Naruto will be happy forever. The voice in the classroom was very noisy and was about to explode when Iruka's voice rang again. Okay. Quiet, quiet. The reason why Naruto performed so well depends on his daily hard work. I believe you have seen Naruto exercising in recent years, right? How about you guys? When others are exercising, you are still playing casually. Remember, if you want to become strong, learn more from Naruto. Follow him as an example and work hard together. Got it? Yes. The students in the whole class said in unison. After seeing the class finally settled down, Iruka continued, "Everyone must remember that the previous test is just the foundation test. Even if your foundation reaches the genin standard, this does not mean that you have the genin strength. A real ninja needs to pass many tests. Now everyone, follow me to the open space outside. The next step is to test your actual combat ability." There was another burst of cheers. This kind of ninjutsu course is an actual combat course. For them, it's like the physical education in the modern world. It's much more interesting than reading boring books. Not long. A group of students followed Iruka to the open space outside the classroom. Iruka said to the students, "Okay. When I named, come out and compete with your opponent. Remember to give me a serious shot. This is a good opportunity for you to increase your actual combat experience. For those who have not yet refined their chakra, you can avoid this time's actual combat training. But you still have to observe how the students fight against each other, understand?" "Yes." The whole members responded in unison. Soon, one student after another was named by Iruka and began to fight. Iruka did not select the students with comparable strength as opponents, but instead, he let the top 10 highest scores in the test be the opponent of the group of commoner children. The purpose is to let this group of commoner children clearly understand how their strength differs from the strength of these noble clan younger generations so that they can reflect on themselves. It also allows them to have a clear direction for improvement. And one of the most important reasons is that when the strength of the two sides is disparity, the chance of injury will be greatly reduced. After all, the stronger party does not need to use all their strength to deal with weaker opponents so they can learn to control their strength. Iruka also made it relatively easy to explain. Otherwise, the students will be covered with scars not long after going to school. That's all. One after another actual combat training was continuously performed in front of everyone's eyes. The result was no surprise. Commoner children were not the top 10's opponents at all. In less than a few rounds, they all were defeated. After the last battle between commoner children and noble clan's younger generation was over, the next was in the time everyone's looking forward to. That is the actual combat training of the top 10. It is said to be actual combat training, but in the eyes of children, it has long been regarded as a ranked match. A ranking match that determines the top 10 experts in the class. All children watched the 10 people in front of them intently. Everyone knows that the real battle is finally on. It's just that, just when everyone thought that there would be one battle after another, their class teacher, Iruka, had another plan. This time it was Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke. The top 3 people took turns against the remaining 7 students. The results were unexpected. Their strength and speed were inferior compared to Naruto and the others. The remaining noble clan younger generation have not fully comprehended their family ninjutsu. It was simply impossible to be an opponent for Naruto and the others. The gap between the two sides is like the commoner children they played with before. Not at the same level. This time, Naruto and the others really taught them what genius is and what mediocre is. Hirano Sakura and Ino Yamanaka were completely abused by Hinata. Narashikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Aburam Shino, and Inyazuka Kiba were also abused by Naruto and Sasuke. Girls lose to girls. Boys lose to boys. This result left them completely speechless and convinced. Seeing this result, the group of brats sitting on the side acting as an audience that didn't even get a B score at all couldn't say anything. Ha 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 ha. I thought we were the only ones getting abused. It turns out that abuser still has another high abuser. That's it. Ha 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 ha. When they abused us just now, they looked invincible. Now they are all defeated. Ha ha ha. Naruto. Good job. I stand up to you. It seems that they're not very strong. Maybe, as long as we're able to extract chakra, we can surpass them. Wait after I learn from Naruto. Then, I'll come back for revenge. Bah. I'll say it first, I'll learn first. No, I will learn first. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit wrong, Iruka hurriedly came out and rounded the field. Okay. Weren't you guys completely lost to them? Do you have the face to laugh at others? Wait until you reach their level first. Then he turned to Naruto and said, do you guys still want to fight? Sasuke, of course. Naruto, does this still need to be said? While saying this, the two looked at each other involuntarily. Their eyes filled with fighting intent. As if it will be a fateful duel next. The spectating crowd aside cheered even more. Duel. It's just that no one noticed that Hinata, who was standing on the side, was posing with a face full of embarrassment. It looked like something got stuck in her throat. Sorry, excuse me, she wanted to reach out and attract the attention of others. But her little hand had to stretch out again and again, giving a feeling of hesitation. The whole world seemed to ignore her existence. No one at the scene cared about her feelings. Everyone, including Iruka, did not notice her. Naruto, Sasuke, after losing so many times, don't you want to give up? Sasuke, HMPH. That was before. I tell you, I strengthened my special training not long ago. I will definitely defeat you this time. Iruka, okay, you two are of equal strength. If you can't keep your hands from hurting your opponent, it's not good. Remember to stop there. Understood. Seeing that Naruto and Sasuke were about to start a duel, Hinata was really anxious this time. She closed her eyes tightly, and she took a deep breath. Then, she shouted with all her strength, I want to join the duel too. Hearing Hinata, the originally lively atmosphere suddenly became silent. Honestly, if it weren't for Hinata shouting, everyone would really forget her existence. In everyone's mind, Hinata was regarded as the third place by default. After all, Hinata has no sense of existence from beginning to end. Her battle with Hirano Sakura and Ino Yamanaka also ended quickly. As a winner, she bowed and apologized like doing something wrong. There is no imposing manner belonging to the expert at all. So everyone subconsciously thought that there should be nothing wrong with Hinata in this top 3 competition. Whether she should fight or should not fight for it, who knows what Hinata, who had been silent, was thinking about. For a while, everyone really doubted that the girl in front of them was still Hinata himself. Seeing the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became so quiet. Hinata shouted imposing manner just now and then shrank back again, lowering her head, sorry and saying, I'm sorry. Is that fine? If it doesn't, forget it. This voice. This cowardly performance. That's right. This is Hinata, no doubt. At this time, the audience finally recovered. Duel. Ha 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 ha. Hinata, I support you. Beat them. Hinata, keep it up. Glory for our women. Then Naruto came to Hinata excitedly, holding her arms with both hands. Hinata, are you serious? Are you really going to duel with us? Actually, these past years, whether it is Naruto, Sasuke, or Hinata, the 3 of them did not learn much from each other. It's just that when facing Hinata, everyone fights her less seriously. After all, in this small group, the cute mushroom head Hinata is their favorite. So they didn't want to hurt her. Now hearing that Hinata wants to fight against them, the happiest person was Naruto. Because he also hoped to see Hinata be stronger and less cowardly. Facing Naruto face to face and catching her arms like this, Hinata's cheeks blushed, unsure, is this fine? Naruto, if you don't like it, then I won't fight. Of course, I don't mind. I like it so much. Naruto quickly interrupted Hinata and then turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, Hinata joined us in the duel, is that all right? Or don't tell me you're afraid of losing to Hinata. See? Who's afraid? Sasuke glanced at the couple disdainfully. But thinking about the growth for Hinata makes his heart happy. Seeing all will come together, Iruka didn't really feel good at rejecting Hinata's determination. After all, ninja is gender neutral. Okay. Since Hinata, you were the third in the basic test just now. You first choose who you want to challenge. Iruka. Hinata didn't even think it and directly replied, I want to challenge Sasuke. Hearing the words, Sasuke couldn't help turning his head and looked at Hinata with some confusion. He didn't understand why Hinata chose to challenge him first. But this puzzled expression quickly faded away. Hinata, although I don't understand why you chose me, I am not Naruto. Therefore, today I will not be merciful. Naruto was well aware of Sasuke's character. So when Sasuke said he would not hold back, he really would not hold back. At this time, even he was a little worried that Hinata would be hurt in the next battle. However, what Naruto didn't know is that Hinata did this to prove to him that she has also grown up. She can be alone. Naruto doesn't need to shelter her from the wind and rain. She should not be a burden for Naruto. She wants to keep up with Naruto's pace. Therefore, Sasuke's careful warning not only didn't greet Hinata's hesitation, but she also gave a very firm nod. Well, Sasuke-kun, please don't hold back. I won't hold back either. Now that things have been decided, Iruka no longer delayed it. Soon, Iruka and Naruto returned to the crowd of people to make space for Sasuke and Hinata. The two kept a certain distance. After that, a seal of opposition was formed at the same time. After the hand seal just finished, the place where two people stood originally suddenly became an afterimage. Immediately afterward, the collision of weapons continued to sound. Students who haven't refined chakra yet couldn't capture the silhouette of Hinata and Sasuke with their naked eyes. As for the rest, as long as they look closely, they can observe the situation at this time. Currently, the two of them were in a situation of one advancing and one retreating. And to everyone's surprise, it was Sasuke who was retreating, not Hinata. Only Naruto, who was watching the battle, felt normal about the situation in front of him. After all, the three have been spared so many times over the years. They understood well of each other's strengths and weaknesses. On Taijutsu, Sasuke was definitely not Hinata's opponent. So, against Hinata, his biggest advantage is ninjutsu and Uchiha clan's most proud throwing technique. That's why Sasuke was at a disadvantage in the beginning. Sasuke threw weapons at Hinata while keeping a certain distance from Hinata. And Hinata took out a kunai in hand and rushed to Sasuke while blocking the throwing weapons, in order not to give Sasuke a good room to show his best ninjutsu. Of course, until now, the battle between the two sides has only been an appetizer. Both haven't tried their best. Seeing that the battle continued like this, then there was no other way. Sasuke clenched his teeth, reminding Hinata, I'm going to be serious. You must be careful. Hinata nodded. At the same time, the veins around her eyes suddenly pierced. Bakugan. Open. Seeing that, Hinata opened her Bakugan. Sasuke's expression also became serious. He threw two shurikens tied with thin wires. Unsurprisingly, Hinata evaded this wave of attacks easily. But Hinata's ear soon heard a buzz sound. That was the sound of the wind breaking, and the two shurikens that she had just been evaded stopped in the sky. Shuriken Jutsu. TL note, Shuriken Jutsu pertains to techniques that entail the throwing of shuriken, kunai, senbon, or any other number of blade, handheld weapons. Shuriken Jutsu can be used in combination with taijutsu, ninjutsu, and forward/ or chakra flow in order to create more devastating techniques. Additionally, Shuriken Jutsu can pertain to techniques used through ninjutsu-made weapons. Sasuke hooked his finger and yanked. Immediately after that, two shurikens attacked Hinata from the rear. Clang! Clang! Hateful Bikugan. Hinata stretched out her hand to her back handsomely without turning her head and blocked the attack again. Sajuk was aggrieved in this scene. It seems that I can only win by quantity. Since 2 won't work, then 4. 4 will not work, then 8. Let's see how many attacks you can withstand. But just when Sajuk was about to pull out 4 shurikens tied with thin threads from his pocket and caught them between his fingers, the next scene made him even more speechless. Because when Hinata saw him doing this, a scroll was hung around her waist at the same time. Seeing this scroll, Sajuk suddenly had a bad feeling. Not good. Not good. But the shurikens were already tied. I have to send it. 4 shurikens were already sandwiched between his fingers. How can there be any reason to shrink back? Sajuk clenched his teeth and threw the shurikens to probe some of Hinata's intentions. He was hoping that the scroll is not as bloody as he imagined. It's a pity that his hope was destined to be shattered. Not long after the shuriken was thrown out, Hinata's actions didn't surprise Sajuk. It was as if he had guessed it. The moment Hinata saw Sajuk throw the shurikens, she immediately formed a hand seal. Immediately after the shurikens fell on Hinata, there was a sound of boom and white smoke rolled. Hinata turned into a giant wood. The shurikens pierced into the giant tree. Body substitution jutsu. Sajuk was not surprised. After getting along for so long, how would he not know about it? The problem is, this damned body substitution jutsu. That damn Naruto. He taught her way too good. Hinata is also a great learner. She learned some of Naruto's rogue strategies. With the speed and power of both sides being the same, Sajuk could not have any advantage under this rogue tactic. Just as expected. What happened next was similar to what Sajuk had expected. Hinata really used the rogue tactics that Naruto played when facing him. Whenever Sajuk wanted to use shuriken jutsu, Hinata will immediately raise her small hands and will use body substitution jutsu at any time. Another shuriken was thrown. Boom. Another body substitution jutsu. Sajuk didn't give up and threw some out again. Another body substitution jutsu. Back and forth. After the same situation happened several times in a row, all shurikens tied with thin threads in Sajuk's pockets were almost empty. Yet, Hinata was still calm. As for so much wood, where does it come from? Needless to say, the thing that hangs around her waist is nothing more than a storage scroll. The items stored inside were all wood. Ninja, usually in a battle, would not be able to use the body substitution jutsu too many times because they don't prepare so much wood to replace their position, to begin with. If you replace a living creature's position, you will consume more chakra. Who knows who taught this damn Naruto such a wonderful trick? A specially prepared storage scroll, just to fill it with wood. This was one of the main reasons why Sajuk hasn't won fighting Naruto over the years. Naruto was not only better at taijutsu, stronger than him, faster than him, but also shameless enough to use this trick to restrain Sajuk's ninjutsu and shuriken jutsu. How can I fight this? Naruto's 3-style jutsu is 100 points. Sajuk had been wondering before why Hinata's body substitution jutsu had such a high 90 points. He frowned. The answer appeared here. Hinata practiced secretly at home without him or Naruto knowing. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but laugh out loud. He smiled and covered his belly, unable to close his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Sajuk, you sure have it rough. Hinata, good. Keep it up. If the wood isn't enough, I'll lend you some. Ha 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 ha. At this time, even Iruka, who was watching from the side, was speechless. Under normal circumstances, ninja wouldn't prepare so much wood. After all, they have to face a battle when they are carrying out the mission. Therefore, they will end the battle as soon as possible. If they can't, they will escape as soon as they can. Who would ever try to continue using this substitution trick? As Naruto's laughter sounded, the spectators finally became unable to bear and laughed together. The tense atmosphere of the original top 3 decisive battles disappeared instantly. The more Sasuke hits, the more he aggrieved. Finally, he just kept throwing weapons, and Hinata was ready to unseal. Hinata could see his chakras flow with Bakugan. If there is something wrong, the body substitution jutsu is waiting. Even the new trick he prepared in order to deal with Naruto, hide the hand seal behind his back, was completely a joke in front of Hinata. This was not okay. If he dares to use this move in front of Hinata, it will only make him more stupid. There is no solution, nothing to start with. Sasuke flew into a rage out of humiliation. Finally unable to bear it, he angrily roared, "Hinata, do you want to fight? Is doing body substitution jutsu, and body substitution jutsu interesting?" It's just that Hinata didn't wait until he finished speaking or even let him vent the anger. Her next move made his face go bewildered again, and he immediately became angry. Am I just complaining to a wall? I even stopped attacking. Why are you using the body substitution jutsu again? Now, it's difficult for me to even talk. Or do you want to show me that you can't run out of wood? Before Sasuke understood what exactly Hinata wanted to do, he suddenly felt a cold behind. A breeze blew by, blowing his hair. He looked behind subconsciously. His head hadn't been completely turned yet. From the corner of his eyes, sweeping to the scene behind him, his original angry expression instantly turned into terror. It's over. That is, Hinata put on an 8 trigrams palm gesture style handsomely. Sasuke, Hinata, no, wait. She didn't wait for him to finish talking. Oncoming is none other than 8 trigrams 16 palms, especially the 7th and the 1st palms. Hinata's and Sasuke's eyes met. Sasuke covered his face. Pia. A loud noise. Sasuke almost bit his tongue, even spitting out of the corner of his mouth. Followed by the orthodox 8 trigrams 16 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. Hinata finished her job handsomely. Sasuke flew out with endless sorrow. While spinning in the sky, Sasuke had only one sentence left in his heart, Naruto. I hate you. Patter. The momentum dragged Sasuke a few meters away more. Flying upside down, landing perfectly. The battle is over. The sprouting mushroom head changed back to the bewildered and apologetic Hinata. The spectators on the side, of course, inevitably cheered everywhere. Naruto immediately ran to Hinata, took her hands, and jumped around. Great. Great. Hinata, you win. You win. Ha 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 ha. Naruto unabashedly expressed that he was happy for Hinata. Hinata, who has a weak body and fainted for no reason from time to time, was so strong currently that she could even beat Sasuke. So naturally, Naruto was overjoyed for Hinata. He pulled Hinata to jump up and down and go around in circles in front of the crowd. As for Sasuke lying not far away, speechlessly looked sideways towards the couple. After the battle, Iruka announced the results. Finally, seeing a decent battle, the spectators were so excited that they kept discussing the situation just now. Thus, the atmosphere at the scene was lively. At the same time, Sasuke walked back to Naruto and Hinata. Seeing that someone was approaching, they looked back towards the coming person. Hinata, who was a little sad, came to Sasuke to apologize. I'm sorry, Sasuke. I didn't mean it. Naruto pointed at Sasuke and laughed, ha 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 ha. Sasuke, you're embarrassed. It turns out that you are the weakest of the 3 of us. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke fended off Hinata's hand, HMPH. I just haven't awakened my Sharingan yet. If I have it, you're definitely not my opponent. Yes, yes. Your Sharingan is the best eyes. I don't understand how many times I've heard this sentence. Naruto shrugged, his expression indifferent. And at this moment, Iruka also came over. Sasuke, how is your injury? Should I take you to the medical room? No. Just a minor injury. Sasuke refused coldly. He didn't want to miss the match between Hinata and Naruto because of this minor injury. Hit by Hinata's 8 trigrams 16 palms, at most, his acupuncture points were blocked, and there was some faint pain and a feeling of powerlessness. It won't matter whether he goes to the medical room or not. Okay, don't move around and adjust your breath first. After that, Iruka turned his head towards Hinata. Are you in good condition? Do you need to take a break? Simple Hinata, shake one's head, answered truthfully, thank you, teacher, for your concern. No, I didn't use much energy in the match just now. I can continue. Sasuke, _ Pew. Ha 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 ha. Naruto pointed at Sasuke again and laughed. Hinata, _ Cough. Cough. Iruka coughed awkwardly. Okay, next is your battle with Naruto. Sasuke, Hinata, you two form a unison sign to each other. This is a necessary etiquette for ninjas in the same village. Don't forget it, understand? TL note, the seal of reconciliation, Weikai no Hin, viz., unison sign. The two complied then cleverly formed a unison sign to each other. Immediately afterward, Iruka helped Sasuke to return to the crowds. It's just that when Iruka tried to help Sasuke, he was quickly blocked by Sasuke. Next, Naruto and Hinata looked face to face. Seeing him, Hinata blushed. At the same time, a variety of cheering sounds were heard outside the court. Naruto. Keep it up. Don't lose our boy's face like Sasuke. Hinata. Keep it up. Beat Naruto. Let this group of boys know who is the boss of the class. The two ignored the noise. The world in their eyes seemed to only exist for both of them. Naruto was very pleased with Hinata's look. He was very happy when he recalled the picture of Hinata's weakness and being bullied, grow to the current Hinata that can stand in front of him and even challenge him. Hinata, use your full strength. Don't hold back. You men. The two made a sign of opposition to each other. After the sign of opposition was finished, Hinata's face also became firm. She did not forget the purpose of today. She worked hard for so long just to prove to Naruto. Hinata has been chasing Naruto's footsteps, not lagging behind. The two looked straight for a long time with no action. Hinata, who couldn't find Naruto's weak spot at all, had to attack first. So Hinata used her softest attack first. However, no matter how Hinata attacked, she was still parried by Naruto. Naruto only defended against her attacks. This angered Hinata. What she wanted was not such a duel. She wanted Naruto to fight seriously. After condensing chakra in the palm of her hand, Naruto was forced back a half step. Hinata's expression condensed. She suddenly used the flashes technique. She moved quickly around Naruto. Immediately afterward, in all Naruto's directions appeared Hinata's after images. Naruto stood on the spot and looked around at the after images without any nervous expression. It was at this moment that Hinata caught a gap in Naruto. Flash! She appeared behind Naruto. It was exactly the same as Sasuke's situation just now. Hinata posed the gesture style of 8 trigrams palm. Everyone saw such a situation, including Sasuke and Iruka. They could not help but feel nervous, worried about Naruto. However, this worry soon turned into shock. An incredible scene appeared before them. Naruto turned and took the same posture as Hinata, exactly the same. This. How can this be? Are you kidding? Naruto doing an 8 trigrams palm. Even Sasuke was surprised. He had sparred Naruto so many times, and he had seen Hinata and Naruto spar so many times, but had he never seen Naruto using an 8 trigrams palm. This made him wonder if Naruto was bluffing. Seeing this, Hinata, who was in the middle of the battle, was slightly surprised. But she didn't care too much. As soon as her teeth were clenched, 8 trigrams 16 palms attack. In the first palm, Naruto used the exact same fist strokes as her, gently blocking her attack with a subtle situation. Second palm. The same is true for the third palm. Hinata became more and more shocked. Whether it was up, down, or any various positions, Naruto was exactly the same as her. And with every move, Naruto's speed was just 1 point faster than her. No more, no less. Hinata's 8 trigrams 16 palms was blocked by Naruto one after another. No. To be precise, it is more appropriate to call it pushing away. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms finished. Hinata had even forgotten her posture, just maintaining the attacking posture of the last move. She was so shocked that she was speechless. Naruto stood there and squinted at Hinata. At this time, there was an uproar in the audience. Someone cried out in surprise, "How is this possible? How can Naruto also use 8 trigrams palm of Hyuga clan?" And you see, Naruto's 8 trigrams palm seems to be better than Hinata. Naruto-kun, this is too strong. Is he my student? Even Iruka, who is Junin, looks stunned. Not to mention 8 trigrams palm. Naruto really brought Lee Yaoxiang too many surprises. Although he hadn't seen Uchiha Itakai's strength when he was 6 years old, he always had a feeling that the current Naruto's strength, compared to Uchiha Itakai, wasn't that different. Naruto, this is. Hinata looked towards Naruto with a dazed expression. She didn't understand why her skills were all known to Naruto. Did he copy her? Obviously, she never taught Naruto. Naruto, who did you learn this from? And in terms of skill, Naruto seemed to be more perfect than her. Seeing Hinata's stunned look, Naruto knew what Hinata thought. However, there was nothing to explain. He had sparred with Sasuke no less than 1,000 times, and naturally with Hinata too. Obviously, the saying "even though one has never eaten pork, at least one has seen pigs run" also applies to Naruto, but it was still too perfect for him. He had sparred more than 1,000 times, and he had learned base main body skill proficiency from his big brother, Lee Yaoxiang. So how could he not understand Hinata's 8 trigrams palm fist? But, of course, that's just imitating. After all, the real essence of Hyuga clan 8 trigrams palm is to release chakra from the pores and drive chakra into the enemies within the body, which leads to the chaos within the opponent's body. This is not something that can be learned only by imitation. However, for the current Naruto, it was enough to crack Hinata's 8 trigrams palm. Just like before, every Hinata's attack was pushed away by him skillfully, so there was no need to worry about the chakra inside being disrupted. Naruto ignored the shocking eyes of the crowd around him, and he said softly to Hinata, "Hinata, try not to release the chakra. Just use your fist and hit me again." Hinata was shocked again. But she quickly nodded refreshingly, She figured it out. Naruto was much better than her. Even if she used full strength herself, she couldn't force Naruto to take it seriously. Although she didn't understand why Naruto asked her to do it again, she did just that. So, in front of Naruto, Hinata once again showed the gesture style of 8 trigrams palm. The same for Naruto. This time, Naruto didn't push Hinata's attack anymore but instead put each palm on Hinata's hand to guide Hinata in a more perfect posture. The two's current situation. It's like when Ling Huchong and Yuling Shan are practicing Chongling sword art. It is not so much a sword art, but instead a sword dance. This scene made the spectators gone wild. It's getting crazier and crazier. Sprinkling dog food in front of Sasuke seems to be not enough, and instead, blatantly sprinkling dog food in front of the public. TL note, escaling to sprinkle / scatter dog food, to display affection in public. Usually, in front of people who are not in a relationship, the so-called single dogs. G. Escaling to display affection in front of someone, an ex, for example. It is unbearable. The spectators could no longer help booing. The female students were biting the lips even more. They looked angry and unwilling. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. Every Naruto's palm movement followed Hinata to show this martial Dao in front of everyone. During the match, Naruto did not forget to mention Hinata's shortcomings. Right hand is higher. Hinata, you need to straighten your feet here for a better effort. Finally, after 16 palms were finished, Hinata let out a sigh and put away the fighting posture. She gazed at Naruto contentedly and said, I lost. Naruto. I'm not your opponent. Not waiting for Iruka to announce the result, the two formed a unison sign with each other. Then, Naruto took Hinata's small hand very smoothly and walked back towards the crowd step by step. While walking, Hinata whispered behind Naruto, Naruto, I will definitely work harder to catch up with you and will not let you down. The voice was not loud, but Naruto heard it. He took one step, stopped, did not look back, and said warmly, actually, you don't need to work so hard, you can, but with me here, I will not let anyone hurt you. Hinata breathed deeply. Her face flushed instantly. Can't hold it anymore. Can't hold it anymore. The horizon revolves around the world. Just as she was about to faint backward with a bang, Naruto caught her body in time this time. She was about to lose consciousness, so she was a little awake for a split second to hear something. In the mist, Hinata heard the hero who caught her, sighing and said, Hey Hinata, it seems that you've got to work harder. At least enough, so you don't pass out that easily. Romantic colors. Hinata, who was still in happiness just now, was suddenly brought back to reality by Naruto's remark. She stood up slowly, continued to be led by Naruto, and walked back to the crowd. The booing crowd stopped the noise when the two people feeding the dog food came back. Iruka looked at Hinata and Naruto and then looked at the excited students. Of course, he knew what this group of fart kids was thinking, and he didn't plan to disappoint. He directly announced, okay. Did everyone see that? Now I officially announce. Uzumaki Naruto is the number 1 in our class. The crowd of students rushed to Naruto in a swarm with cheers everywhere. Hinata was constantly being pushed out of the crowd. Naruto looked at the turbulent classmates, not knowing what to do. He really didn't know how to deal with this situation. Without waiting for what he said, someone in the crowd shouted, Lift Naruto! Lift Naruto! Students near Naruto hearing this, it doesn't matter if Naruto is willing or not. They just lifted Naruto together. And everyone threw Naruto in the sky together, cheering. Chief student! Chief student! Chief student! Naruto's kindness. Naruto's approachable attitude. This identity of Naruto as a commoner ninja. As a result, his chief student status was more popular than Sasuke, the chief student in original work. Everyone had no psychological barriers and wasn't afraid of offending Naruto and so on. So everyone was happy to celebrate it and feel happy for him. Even Hinata, who was pushed out of the crowd, saw Naruto being supported by so many people and seeing Naruto so popular, felt so happy for him. She wasn't complaining. Even if it was just watching from a distance, as long as Naruto was happy, it was enough. Standing outside the crowd, Sasuke looked a little cold on his face but was also happy for his confidant. Because whether it was him or Hinata, who has been with Naruto for so long, how could they not know Naruto's past? How can they not know what Naruto was looking forward to most? Because of their relationship, they know how much effort Naruto has put into this goal. So, Naruto can have it for today. They will not envy because this is the result that Naruto deserves. Naruto was in a much anticipated situation. He was thrown up and down. In his field of view, only the blue sky and white clouds left and right. A little dazzling. A little dizzy. Not very comfortable. But he enjoyed it. His mood was beyond words to describe. 3 years. It's been 3 years. Recalling the various experiences in the past 3 years. Everyone finally accepted him. His efforts and perseverance finally yielded results. Being thrown into the air, with a smile from the heart, Naruto's eyes couldn't help getting wet. And inside his mind, he impatiently shared the joy with his closest person. Big bro, you see. I finally did it. Naruto received no response from Lee Yaoxiang. He didn't know why the big brother didn't share this joy with him. But he did not care about these details. However, what he didn't know was that Lee Yaoxiang had left him not much time to enjoy peak in life. If there is no accident. After a period of time. It is the beginning of his imminent confrontation with the endless abyss.